As the opening card softly fades into darkness, take a quiet, restorative breath and allow yourself to settle deeply into the warmth and stillness of the evening. The screen dims completely, inviting your mind to step away from the busy momentum of today and drift gently backward across thousands of years to a time when humanity first began to gather not just for immediate survival, but to shape a peaceful, shared world. Long before vast empires spanned across continents, before written codes of law were carved into polished basalt, and before soaring stone monuments rose into the sky, people sat together in tranquil circles to speak of their collective lives. Governance did not begin with the thunder of conquerors or the grand declarations of monarchs, but with the gentle, rhythmic cadence of low voices seeking order and understanding beneath the twilight stars. In the quiet stillness of those ancient evenings, as dusk settled softly over early settlements, neighbors learned to listen closely to one another, discovering in thoughtful conversation a way to divide work, share harvests, and navigate the seasonal rhythms of the land. This story across 70 restful nights will trace that long, evolving history from humble council fires to grand assemblies, exploring how humans have sought, time and again, to guide their communities with patience, balance, and quiet wisdom. Imagine now the serene cradle of the ancient world, comfortably nestled between the winding, life-giving waters of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here, across the broad and fertile plains of Mesopotamia, human ingenuity began to weave the intricate tapestry of civic life. The sun dips low over a peaceful landscape of sun-dried clay dwellings, towering date palms, and shimmering waterways that mirror the soft pinks and ambers of the fading sky. It is within this restful sanctuary of early urban life that our narrative truly takes root. Around 2800 BCE, in the Sumerian city-state of Uruk, the Council of Elders known as the Unken assembled within the shaded, mud-brick courtyard of the Ina Temple precinct, sitting on woven reed mats to advise the civic leader on communal irrigation canals. The evening air within the temple courtyard is still and warm, carrying the earthy, comforting scent of river silt, dried papyrus, and sun-baked clay. These elders, their faces relaxed and softened by years of experience, sat in quiet deliberation as long shadows stretched gracefully across the textured walls of the sacred precinct. Their purpose was not one of ambition or power, but of gentle stewardship, determining where the precious waters of the Euphrates should flow, how the silted channels ought to be cleared, and how the surrounding fields could best nourish every home in Uruk. In these early assemblies, governance was fundamentally an act of mutual care-taking, cooperation, and shared responsibility. The Unken represented an enduring human instinct, the belief that the collective insight of many is gentler and far more balanced than the solitary decree of one person. Long before absolute kingship consolidated its authority across the region, crucial decisions regarding the lifeblood of the community were held in common trust. The communal irrigation canals required coordinated, harmonious effort, a delicate, ongoing choreography of labor, maintenance, and water allocation that no single leader could manage alone. Sitting side by side on simple reed mats, the elders carefully weighed the needs of farmers, herdsmen, and artisans, speaking in measured, low tones that harmonized with the soft evening breeze rustling through the nearby palm groves. There was a quiet dignity to this process, where authority was grounded in respect for memory, patience, and a deep understanding of the natural environment. As the first stars appeared above the mud brick walls of the Ina temple, the council's consensus ensured that the life-sustaining waters would continue to flow smoothly through the barley fields, keeping the city serene, prosperous, and secure for another season. As we rest quietly in the tranquil dusk of ancient Uruk, we can appreciate how the roots of council, cooperation, and democracy are far older and more profound than we often imagine. They were nurtured not in grand marble halls, but in humble, open-air courtyards where thoughtful citizens sat on woven reeds to care for their shared land and water. Let the soft, soothing rhythm of their ancient deliberation lull your mind into complete calm and rest. There is nothing left for you to solve, analyze, or accomplish tonight. Like the clear waters drifting gently through the ancient canals of Uruk, your thoughts can ebb and flow peacefully, carrying you toward a deep, unbroken sleep as we prepare to wander further along the quiet paths of human history. As the golden light of the late afternoon softened across the floodplains of the ancient Nile, the rhythmic order of human society began to take shape, not through grand monuments alone, but through quiet, methodical acts of record-keeping and deliberate counsel. Long before sprawling empires stretched across vast continents, early civilizations sought gentle methods to resolve disputes, preserve community trust, and harmonize the daily lives of their people. In the fertile delta lands, where the yearly rising of the river deposited rich black silt over carefully tended fields, the need to maintain spatial order and legal boundaries became an essential pillar of peaceful coexistence. Around 2400 BCE, during Egypt's 5th dynasty, 40 magistrates met inside the quiet, high-ceilinged hall of hearing at Memphis, sitting on woven palm fiber mats, while scribes dipped fine reed pens into dark mineral ink to record property boundaries onto papyrus. In that vast and cool stone chamber, the low murmur of voices and soft rustle of dry reed scrolls created an atmosphere of profound serenity, where the weight of governance felt as light and deliberate as the stroke of a brush. These judges sat together to ensure that every landowner, from humble farmer to high-ranking steward, understood their precise place upon the shared soil. The dark ink, ground finely from burnt charcoal and mixed with water, flowed effortlessly from the split tips of river reeds, fixing transient oral agreements into permanent visual records. Through these simple, deliberate gestures, the early Egyptian state learned that true authority rested not on force, but on transparent records, shared agreements, and the steady, impartial application of custom. The Hall of Hearing was a testament to the belief that human conflict could be settled with quiet reflection, allowing neighbors to return to their homes at dusk with peaceful minds, confident that their livelihoods were secured under the watchful eye of collective justice. Farther to the east, across the arid expanses of the Fertile Crescent, a similar longing for harmony and predictable fairness was taking root along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here, in the ancient Sumerian city-states, bustling marketplaces and sprawling temple complexes required clear, undeniable standards to ensure that daily transactions remained free from deceit or strife. As evening settled over the sun-dried brick walls and wide plazas of these early urban sanctuaries, merchants and citizens gathered to exchange the fruits of their labor, trading grains, textiles, and handcrafted goods under the cooling twilight sky. In the Sumerian city of Lagash, around 2350 BCE, King Uruk established an early legal code that standardized weight stones and official copper measures for barley to ensure quiet fairness in evening trade. Prior to these thoughtful reforms, the absence of uniform measures had often caused subtle friction between buyers and sellers, casting shadows of doubt over the simple act of exchanging surplus harvests. By carving precise weights out of smooth stone and casting standardized vessel capacities from durable copper, Uruk provided his people with an unshakable foundation of public trust. When a farmer poured golden barley into a broad copper vessel, both seller and buyer could look upon the brim with calm assurance, knowing that the law itself stood beside them in the quiet evening air. This early code represented a profound philosophical shift, declaring that governance existed to protect the vulnerable, curb the excesses of officials, and bring a gentle, reliable equity to the routines of ordinary life. The standardized stones became physical anchors of social harmony, reminding every citizen that justice was not an abstract concept, but something tangible, visible, and present in the smallest daily exchanges. These early glimpses of structured governance, the cool Hall of Hearing in Memphis, and the standardized measures of Lagash, reveal how deeply human beings have always craved order, clarity, and peace. Long before democratic assemblies gathered in open amphitheaters, these ancient councils and decrees laid the quiet groundwork for civil society. They demonstrated that governance begins when individuals agree to sit together on woven mats, measure grain with honest weights, and record their promises so future generations might live without uncertainty. As night falls softly over the modern world, the memory of these ancient pioneers of order remains a comforting reminder of our shared human story. The gentle stroke of a reed pen on papyrus, and the reassuring clink of a copper measure against stone echo across thousands of years, whispering of a timeless desire for fairness, quietude, and mutual respect. In the stillness of the night, we appreciate how these humble beginnings allowed ancient communities to rest easy, secure in the knowledge that their world was guided by reason and balance. As the earliest human settlements grew beyond the intimate boundaries of small agrarian villages into bustling urban centers, the nature of authority underwent a gentle and necessary transformation. No longer could a single voice easily manage the complex web of daily life, where the distribution of water, the storage of harvest, and the maintenance of peaceful trade required careful, collective attention. Across the Fertile Crescent, long before the rise of codified legal texts or vast empires, communities learned to rely upon the collective wisdom of their members to maintain order and fairness. Governance in these quiet formative centuries was less about majestic displays of sovereign power and more about the steady, reassuring rhythms of stewardship. In the soft light of late afternoon, when the dry desert heat began to yield to a soothing breeze, leaders and record keepers met under the shade of heavy stone archways to ensure that every household received its rightful share of the harvest. These gatherings were not defined by high rhetoric or dramatic conflict, but by a shared commitment to stability, where experience guided decision-making and memory served as an anchor against uncertainty. The atmosphere of these early administrative centers was one of quiet diligence, where the scratch of a stylus and the rustle of woven baskets formed the soothing background music of civic life. Through such simple, repeatable acts of organization, early societies discovered that mutual trust, recorded with care and verified by those who knew the land best, could form a durable foundation for shared human prosperity. In Syria's northern plains, where trade routes intersected between the Mediterranean coast and the Mesopotamian river valleys, the city of Ebla stood as a vibrant testament to this early spirit of consultative order. Here, within the grand administrative complexes of the city, governance took on a distinctly collaborative rhythm that balanced royal authority with communal oversight. Around 2300 BCE, in the ancient city of Ebla, a council of elders known as the Abba gathered in the shaded courtyard of Palace E, confirming communal grain distributions by pressing carved soapstone seals into soft clay tablets wrapped in fine linen. These elders, whose title carried the reverence owed to guardians of custom, sat on low stone benches while scribes brought forth moist rectangular tablets of clay. Each tablet recorded the carefully measured yields of wheat, barley, and legumes brought in from outlying agricultural estates, destined for redistribution among the city's craftsmen, laborers, and civic caretakers. The carved soapstone seals, intricately etched with delicate geometric patterns, figures of grazing livestock, or symbols of abundance, served as personal signatures, holding the weight of each elder's honor and agreement. As the cool, damp clay received the impression of the soapstone, the fine linen wrapping protected the tablet's edges, ensuring that the record remained pristine as it was carried off to the archives to dry naturally in the warm, dry air of the palace stores. This methodical ritual was repeated season after season, turning administrative record-keeping into a peaceful ceremony of communal care, where every grain allocation was acknowledged, approved, and preserved with serene transparency. The practice of sealing clay documents in the shaded courts of Ebla illustrates a pivotal realization in the long story of human history, that enduring governance relies upon verifiable trust and shared accountability. By distributing administrative responsibility among a recognized council of elders, rather than confining it to an isolated monarch, the ancient society ensured that daily decisions reflected broader communal needs, deep practical experience, and historical continuity. The soft, tactile nature of the damp clay tablet, yielding easily to the seal's gentle pressure, yet hardening into an indelible record, mirrored the evolving nature of social agreements themselves, flexible enough to adapt to seasonal fluctuations, yet firm enough to prevent misunderstanding or dispute. As dusk fell softly across the stone plazas and quiet corridors of Ebla, the archive rooms filled with row upon row of these dried tablets, silently recording the peaceful balance maintained between royal administrators and local neighborhood leaders. In the quiet solitude of these cool storehouses, the physical remnants of governance rested safely, representing a timeless, quiet promise that the city's resources were accounted for and its people sustained. Long after the evening fires of the hearths had dimmed, and the city slept beneath a vast, serene blanket of stars, the records remained preserved, holding within their hardened contours the quiet, steady breath of early democratic ideals, a time when wisdom, consensus, and careful stewardship came together to nurture the gentle growth of human civilization. Long ago, along the quiet banks of the Tigris River, the early dawn painted the horizon in soft hues of amber and pale rose, breathing gentle warmth into the cool air of ancient Mesopotamia. As the morning light slowly drifted across the wide floodplains, it illuminated cities fashioned from the very clay beneath the people's feet, where life moved in harmony with the steady, predictable rhythms of the river and the seasons. In these early communities, governance was not merely a matter of distant rulers issuing decrees from quiet palaces. It was an intricate, living tapestry woven from daily encounters, shared responsibilities, and the quiet deliberations of community members who gathered under the morning sky. As sunrise cleared the horizon, the cool night air receded from narrow thoroughfares and open spaces, inviting merchants, craftspeople, and civic elders to step outside and begin their daily affairs with a shared sense of purpose. before vast empires rose to claim absolute authority over distant lands. Human governance took root in these intimate urban spaces, where small groups learned to negotiate, mediate, and build lasting consensus through patient dialogue. The quiet atmosphere of early dawn offered a restful backdrop for the emerging arts of civic life, as citizens recognized that the stability of their city depended on clear agreements, trustworthy measurements, and mutual respect among neighbors. Within these rising urban hearths, specialized councils formed to safeguard the delicate balance of trade and municipal order, ensuring that every voice in the economic tapestry was given space to be heard. Around 1900 BCE, in the city of Ashur, the ancient Mesopotamian assembly known as the Purim gathered inside a shaded mud-brick courtyard to resolve trade regulations, confirming consensus decisions as the city scribe placed polished hematite weights onto bronze balance scales under the morning sun. The soft metallic click of the weights against the bronze pans resonated gently through the quiet courtyard, marking a moment where custom, law, and practical economic life met in quiet harmony. These gatherings of the Purim were not marked by dramatic speeches or heated rivalries, but by a methodical, measured effort to resolve differences through tradition and mutual understanding. The shaded courtyard provided relief from the growing heat of the day, allowing the elders and merchants to sit together on woven mats, contemplating silver values, grain allocations, and long-distance trade routes that stretched toward distant Anatolian markets. Every consensus reached was a testament to the steady power of collective deliberation, demonstrating that early civic institutions thrived not through force, but through the calm, systematic resolution of everyday concerns. The city scribe, working with practiced care, recorded each finalized agreement onto damp clay tablets using a fine reed stylus, creating an enduring memory of fairness that would outlast the generations who gathered there. This steady, reflective process of council-based governance highlights a fundamental phase in human history, where authority was shared among distinct groups who understood that true order flows from consensus rather than coercion. In the quiet shade of mud brick structures, the early councils operated as guardians of public trust, balancing the ambitions of individual traders with the broader needs of the settlement. The reliance on precise measures, such as the hematite weights resting so quietly on bronze scales, symbolized a deeper commitment to equity and predictability in human affairs, reassuring every participant that their contributions were valued and accurately weighed. As the morning sun climbed higher into the sky, casting long, soft shadows across the patterned brickwork, the participants in these ancient assemblies would slowly conclude their work, bound together by mutual promises and recorded covenants. The quiet harmony of such council meetings established an early framework for representative dialogue, proving that long before formal democratic constitutions were inscribed, Human communities sought order through organized gathering, patient listening, and the gentle balancing of shared civic life. As the morning hours drifted softly into the warmth of midday, the calm spirit of the assembly lingered over the ancient city, carrying with it a soothing sense of permanence and peace. The clay tablets, left to dry slowly in the gentle breeze, held the peaceful legacy of people who chose agreement over discord and balance over contention. In contemplating these distant mornings in old Ashur, one can feel the quiet continuity of human effort, reaching across thousands of years to remind us of the simple, peaceful foundations upon which all governance rests. As the sounds of the ancient marketplace soften into a gentle murmur, the mind too may settle into restful quiet, lulled by the timeless rhythm of community, care, and peaceful consensus. Long ago, across the windswept high plateaus of Anatolia, early human settlements began to discover that order could be maintained not only by the command of a single ruler, but also through shared deliberation among peers. As trade networks stretched over vast distances, linking distant river valleys with highland valleys rich in copper and silver, new forms of civic organization softly began to take root. As donkey caravans trod the dusty tracks carrying textiles and tin across mountain passes, the need for stable, predictable governance grew ever more evident. Merchant travelers and local inhabitants needed clear rules to guide their exchanges, preserve honest measure, and resolve small misunderstandings before they could disturb the peace of the community. Far from the grand palaces of distant empire builders, small assemblies gathered in regional market centers to create an atmosphere of stability and trust. Here, governance was an everyday craft of quiet conversation, where elders and representatives sat side by side, listening to the needs of the town and agreeing upon fair terms for everyone involved. In these gentle spaces of assembly, the seeds of early representative council work were planted, nurtured by the simple desire for predictability, peaceful commerce, and shared responsibility under the wide sky. One of the most remarkable examples of this early council system unfolded near the gentle slopes of the Anatolian plateau, where the ancient city of Kanesh bustled with the quiet industry of long-distance trade. Around 1900 BCE, in the Anatolian merchant city of Kanesh, delegates of the governing council assembled inside the quiet, mud-brick bitkarim, sitting on woven rush mats to examine commercial agreements inscribed on clay tablets sealed within smooth clay envelopes. The cool, thick mud-brick walls of the bitkarim provided a calm refuge from the bright sun outside, keeping the air fresh and still while the council members conducted their deliberate work. The delegates spoke in low, measured tones, passing the clay tablets carefully from hand to hand, so each signature mark and seal impression could be verified with patient attention. Each tablet contained meticulous records of debts, partnerships, grain allocations, and transport agreements, all preserved safely within their protective outer sheaths of dry earth. To open a contract, a delegate would carefully crack the outer clay casing, revealing the pristine text written weeks or months prior by a skilled scribe, sitting comfortably upon the soft, rustling rush mats. These civic stewards demonstrated how governance could operate through methodical record-keeping, shared oversight, and a deep respect for written covenants. This peaceful administrative rhythm demonstrated that law and order did not always require heavy enforcement or dramatic decrees. Instead, the governance of the Karam relied on an intricate web of mutual reliance, where reputational trust and clear documentation held the community together across hundreds of miles of mountain trails and trade routes. When a dispute arose regarding the weight of a shipment or a broken promise, the council did not act with haste or anger. Rather, the members gathered the relevant tablets, read the history of the agreement aloud in the quiet assembly hall, and weighed the facts with calm impartiality. Scribes stood nearby with fresh clay, ready to record any new consensus reached by the assembly. The authority of the Bit Karim came from the shared consent of the merchant community, who understood that fair standards benefited all participants equally. Through this steady, quiet process, decisions were rendered smoothly, allowing merchants to return to their homes with confidence that their livelihoods were protected by fair procedures. This reliance on written protocols and collective judgment marked a subtle yet profound evolution in human governance, shifting the foundation of civic life from arbitrary power to transparent, rule-based cooperation. As evening fell over the mud-brick rooftops of Kanesh, the delegates would wrap their clay documents back into soft cloth sacks, place them carefully into storage jars, and step out into the cool evening air. The sunset would paint the Anatolian landscape in soft hues of amber and gold, while the city slowly settled into restful silence. The legacy of those quiet council meetings lingered far beyond the clay walls of the Bit Karim, demonstrating that early human governance was deeply woven into the quiet, daily rhythms of trust and mutual agreement. Long after the merchants and scribes had laid down their styluses for the night, the memory of their calm assemblies remained pressed into the earth, waiting to remind future generations of how human beings first learned to govern through patience, discussion, and shared trust. Long before the great empires of the Mediterranean recorded their grand laws upon monument stone, the high, wind-swept plateaus of central Anatolia nurtured quiet centers of civic order, where community affairs were resolved with measured calm. In the early centuries of the second millennium, before the Common Era, trade routes meandered like gentle streams across dusty plains, connecting distant settlements in a web of peaceful commerce and shared custom. One such vital node was the merchant community nestled near ancient Kanesh, where daily human activity moved at the soft, rhythmic pace of donkey caravans, arriving with silver, tin, and finely woven textiles. Here, governance was not merely a ruler's command, but a shared responsibility entrusted to respected local elders and civic leaders who understood that lasting economic stability relied upon clear records and patient consensus. Within the bustling yet orderly settlement, civic affairs were conducted away from the dry heat of the afternoon sun, where thick mud brick walls held the cool air of early morning within quiet rooms. Around 1850 BCE, at the trading colony of Kanesh in central Anatolia, the local governing council met inside a cool mud brick hall to manage civic affairs, sealing their official decrees by rolling engraved stone cylinders over soft clay tablets stored in woven wicker cases. These intricate cylinder seals pressed delicate, continuous patterns into the damp earth, leaving behind indelible marks of agreements and civic obligations that could be preserved and referenced across generations. The soft rustle of wicker, the gentle scraping of reed styluses on clay, and the steady murmur of counselors discussing water distribution, trade disputes, and community safety created an atmosphere of reassuring order. When the day's business reached its natural conclusion, the newly sealed tablets were set carefully aside to dry slowly in the dark shadows of the storehouse, preserving the quiet harmony of the colony beneath the expansive sky. As the centuries folded gently into one another across the rolling hills of the Anatolian landscape, the art of governance continued to evolve, expanding from local merchant assemblies into state institutions designed to advise monarchs and safeguard tradition. To the north, among the rugged gorges and sweeping ridges, where the capital city of Haudenosaunee rose high above the surrounding fertile valleys, the Hittite civilization developed a governance structure that thoughtfully balanced royal authority with collective counsel. Beginning in the 16th century BCE in Haudenosaunee, members of the Hittite assembly known as the Panku met inside the cool, stone-walled courtyards of the royal citadel, sitting on cushioned benches, while scribes recorded land boundary charters onto cuneiform clay tablets under the shade of cedar awnings. The Panku served as an essential council, comprising nobility, experienced military officers, and civic representatives who gathered in the citadel to review royal successions, deliberate upon complex legal disputes, and ensure that long-standing laws were faithfully upheld. In these high courtyards, the soothing fragrance of cedar wood drifted lazily on the mountain breeze, offering pleasant respite from the summer sun, while the soft click of polished stone and the rhythmic stroke of scribes pressing wedge-shaped signs into wet clay filled the quiet pauses between spoken words. Land charters detailed the precise borders of grain fields, vineyards, and mountain pastures, ensuring that communities maintained their rightful holdings without conflict or ambiguity. The presence of the assembly ensured that even the most momentous state decisions were tempered by the collective memory and wisdom of the people, fostering a deep sense of shared stewardship over the land. These early Anatolian traditions of gathering under shade and within cool halls demonstrate how deeply rooted the human desire for consultative government has always been. Whether among foreign merchants organizing their daily trade decrees in Kanesh, or Hittite dignitaries defining the boundaries of their kingdom in Haudenosaunee, governance was shaped through the deliberate practice of sitting together, listening, and recording agreement in permanent form. The clay tablets produced in those tranquil settings were more than legal documents. They were physical manifestations of order and continuity that allowed neighbors to live in harmony. As night fell over the high Anatolian plateau, the murmurs of discussion would quiet down. The scribes would lay aside their styluses, and the council chambers would rest in shadow. The enduring memory of these councils lingers quietly in the soil of history, reminding us that long before written constitutions, human societies found comfort and stability in the calm ritual of meeting in council to care for the common good. High upon the sun-bleached plateaus of central Anatolia, where mountain breezes trace over rugged cliffs and ancient pine, the city of Haudenosaunee once stood in quiet majesty against the changing sky. In the gentle light of late afternoon, when the heat of the day softens into a soothing warmth, the stone battlements and terraced hills of this Bronze Age capital would settle into a calm stillness. Here, amidst sweeping expanses of grain fields and distant blue horizons, human communities were learning to navigate the subtle complexities of living together under shared understandings. Long before grand monuments were built to celebrate singular rulers, the rhythm of daily life demanded a different kind of strength, one rooted in order, predictability, and the careful resolution of disagreements. As shadows stretched long across stone pathways, the inhabitants of the citadel sought ways to ensure peace was maintained not through force, but through agreed-upon traditions and measured counsel. It was a time of gradual awakening in human governance, where ruling began to find balance in the collective wisdom of assemblies, creating a haven of stability in an uncertain world. The quiet air carried only the soft rustle of wind through mountain grasses and the reassuring sounds of a city preparing for evening rest. Within this tranquil atmosphere of the Anatolian highlands, formal structures of collective oversight took shape to guide the kingdom through seasons of change and quiet growth. Around 1500 BCE, in the Hittite capital of Haudenosaunee, King Telepinu formalized the Pancus Council, whose members met inside a cool, granite-walled courtyard to review land disputes, while scribes pressed wooden styluses into soft, damp clay tablets. The Pancus served as an assembly of nobles and respected elders who gathered under the open shelter of the palace grounds, offering a steadying counterweight to executive decree. As the sun shifted across the sky, casting soft shadows across the stone floor, council members listened attentively to arguments regarding pasture boundaries, crop allocations, and family heritages. There was no haste in their deliberations. Each case was weighed with patience, allowing every voice to be heard within the protected enclosure. Nearby, seated on woven mats, royal scribes worked with practiced, rhythmic grace, holding small rectangular slabs of pale earth that smelled faintly of river water. With delicate pressure, their wooden instruments shaped wedge-like marks across the damp surface, capturing names, measurements, and solemn agreements before the clay hardened under the mountain breeze. These inscribed tablets were physical manifestations of a shared commitment to justice, assuring each citizen that their land was guarded by law rather than caprice. This deliberate formalization of the Pancus marked a significant moment in the story of constitutional governance, demonstrating that authority rests upon consensus and clear procedure. By establishing a recognized council capable of reviewing grievances and holding officials accountable to custom, King Telepinu planted the seeds of institutional balance. The serene courtyard became a sanctuary of reasoned discourse, shielded from external turmoil and the impulses of arbitrary power. In those quiet hours of deliberation, the steady rustle of linen garments and the subtle scrape of wooden tools against wet earth formed a peaceful melody of civic order. Once completed, the inscribed clay tablets were carried to cool archive rooms deep within the stone complex, where they were stacked neatly on wooden shelves to dry naturally over time. In those quiet chambers, records of land and law endured for centuries, preserving fair decisions long after the individuals who spoke them had passed into history. The existence of such a council offered the people of Haudenosaunee a profound sense of security, knowing their community was governed by principles that transcended any single lifetime, and that disputes would find resolution in calm, structured dialogue. As twilight slowly descended over the Anatolian citadel, wrapping stone towers and quiet courtyards in shades of indigo and violet, the work of the Pancus concluded for the day. Council members dispersed down winding pathways to their homes, carrying the quiet satisfaction of duties faithfully fulfilled. Across the valley, cooking fires flickered like small, warm stars in the fading light, and a deep stillness settled over the kingdom. Early experiments in shared governance showed that even in the ancient world, humanity harbored a deep longing for fairness, structure, and peaceable assembly. As the night sky deepened and stars appeared above granite walls, the ancient city rested under the gentle canopy of night, its laws preserved in stone and clay, guarding the quiet dreams of its people. As spring softly returns to the high valleys of ancient Greece, the melting snows trickle down the limestone cliffs of Mount Parnassus, feeding mountain streams that whisper through groves of ancient olive trees. Long before sweeping, democratic institutions were codified across the Mediterranean world, Early communities recognized that peace required places of quiet gathering outside the immediate control of any single city. Up the winding paths that led through the misty hills, travelers, elders, and envoys moved at an unhurried pace, leaving behind the immediate friction of local rivalries to seek a broader, shared sense of order. The slow passage of time along these sacred ways encouraged a quiet reverence, allowing delegates to arrive not as adversaries preparing for conflict, but as neighbors seeking common understanding. In these tranquil highland sanctuaries, where the air carried the crisp, refreshing scent of mountain pine and wild thyme, early leaders began to weave the fragile threads of interregional diplomacy. The instinct to form regional councils grew not from a desire for territorial conquest, but from a quiet, practical need to protect sacred spaces, ensure safe passage for pilgrims, and resolve disputes through spoken agreement rather than through the destructive force of arms. These early assemblies were deeply rooted in a reverence for the sacred landscape, where the natural stillness of the mountains seemed to invite quiet reflection and diplomatic restraint. Within such peaceful enclaves, the gentle idea slowly took hold that independent city-states, despite their distinct customs, local pride, and jealous governance, could meet under a shared sky to deliberate calmly for the common good of their wider region. In the 6th century BCE, this spirit of sacred cooperation found one of its most enduring expressions among the surrounding Greek tribes and neighboring polities. In 6th century BCE Greece, delegates of the Amphictyonic League gathered each spring near the cool Castalian spring at Delphi, where counselors known as hieromnemons sat inside a quiet stone hall to resolve interstate sanctuary treaties recorded on polished bronze tablets. The soft, continuous murmur of the mountain spring water flowing over smooth stone created a deeply soothing backdrop for their deliberate, measured conversations. Inside the sanctuary's shaded hall, away from the intense heat of the sun and the noisy clamor of ordinary political arenas, these honored delegates took their seats to weigh arguments, review ancestral pacts, and maintain the delicate balance of regional peace. The polished bronze tablets, gleaming faintly in the cool light of the stone chamber, served as a lasting collective memory for the participating communities, preserving carefully crafted agreements on interstate conduct, the protection of sacred land, and the unhindered passage of pilgrims across territorial boundaries. In an era often remembered for martial rivalry and territorial expansion, these quiet spring gatherings demonstrated that governance could function as a noble form of shared stewardship. The hieromnemons acted not as autocratic sovereigns issuing unilateral decrees, but as trusted guardians of law, custom, and sanctuary, illustrating how early councils could establish stable diplomatic frameworks through patient deliberation, shared religious obligations, and mutual consensus. This gradual shift toward council-based deliberation laid an essential foundation for the democratic ideas that would later flourish across the Aegean and throughout the wider Mediterranean basin by establishing formal assemblies where separate polities met as equals under agreed rules. These early leagues demonstrated that authority need not rest solely in the hands of an absolute monarch or a dominant warrior chieftain. The patient rhythm of these seasonal gatherings fostered an enduring culture of dialogue, where the written word engraved on bronze and stone replaced volatile impulse with permanent, transparent obligation. Across the ancient world, similar diplomatic and parliamentary traditions began to take hold as human communities gradually discovered that council chambers offered a far more resilient mechanism for long-term peace than the fleeting power of individual conquerors. When representative councillors assembled to debate, compromise, and record decisions collectively, they cultivated habits of civic discourse and shared responsibility that slowly reshaped the fundamental structure of human governance. With each passing generation, the quiet work done in such sanctuary halls helped to plant the seeds of self-governance, demonstrating that calm consensus could endure far longer than force. As twilight fell over the mountain sanctuary at Delphi, and the first stars appeared above the silent crags of Parnassus, the delegates concluded their proceedings, leaving their sanctuary treaties securely preserved for future generations. The enduring legacy of their work rested not in grand monuments of conquest or vanity, but in the soft, persistent truth that human societies find their highest wisdom when they gather peacefully, listen thoughtfully to one another, and build lasting order through reason, patience, and shared vision. Long before expansive empires unified distant lands under a single crown or written constitution, neighboring communities sought peaceful ways to resolve their differences and protect their shared interests through sacred assembly. High among the mist-shrouded slopes of Mount Parnassus, where silver-green leaves rustled softly in the mountain air, an enduring tradition of cooperative governance began to take root. Here, the idea of a league emerged not as a tool of conquest, but as a quiet commitment to guard holy sites, maintain open routes for travelers, and settle disputes through open counsel rather than force of arms. Beginning in the 6th century BCE, delegates of the Delphic Amphictyonic League convened inside the stone sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi, sitting on shaded marble terraces under ancient olive trees to peacefully manage shared temple treasury accounts and border treaties. These delegates, representing a tapestry of nearby city-states and tribes, gathered with a shared sense of reverence that softened political rivalries. The atmosphere within the sacred sanctuary encouraged patience and restraint, allowing representatives to deliberate over complex financial balances, sacred land usage, and water rights, while listening to the calm cadence of their peers. Through seasonal assemblies, the League established precedent for international arbitration, demonstrating that sovereign communities could come together under a mutual oath to protect sacred spaces and honor solemn covenants. The practice of gathering at central, neutral sanctuaries offered ancient societies a unique framework for governance, one where shared religious devotion provided a tranquil sanctuary from the turbulence of daily statecraft. As the sun warmed the marble steps of Delphi, scribes meticulously recorded agreements, ensuring that obligations were clearly understood across all member regions. The treasury of Apollo, enriched by offerings from far-off lands, required careful auditing and impartial oversight, turning the sanctuary into an early center of financial accountability and communal administration. Beyond the sanctuary walls, the League worked to enforce sacred truces during major festivals, allowing pilgrims and envoys to travel freely without fear of harm. This gentle rhythm of meeting under the open sky fostered a culture of dialogue and compromise. Issues that might otherwise have sparked conflict were brought to the shaded terraces, where the calm authority of council consensus weighed arguments with measured care. In this quiet way, the Amphictyonic Council showed how shared values could bind disparate populations together, creating a sanctuary of order that endured across generations. A similar spirit of serene council and regional harmony flourished across the Tyrrhenian Sea, among the rolling, volcanic hills of central Italy. The Etruscan people, organized as independent city-states, each guided by its own magistrates and traditions, recognized the profound strength found in periodic gathering and cooperative treaty-making. In 5th century BCE Etruria, council representatives of the 12 Etruscan city-states met every spring at the sacred sanctuary of Voltumne, near Lake Bolsena, sitting on shaded tufa stone benches to peacefully ratify shared trade and sanctuary treaties. Set against the soothing backdrop of calm waters and oak groves, Voltumne served as both a spiritual heartland and a vital diplomatic forum. During these annual spring meetings, leaders, merchants, and priests from across the League came together to discuss mutual defense, regulate maritime commerce, and reaffirm religious unity. The warm breeze coming off Lake Bolsena carried the quiet voices of counselors discussing commercial tariffs and sanctuary protections, forging agreements that allowed trade to flow smoothly between inland towns and coastal ports. Rather than imposing rigid centralized rule, the Etruscan League relied upon consensus and shared sacred tradition to maintain balance among its sovereign cities. These ancient assemblies at Delphi and Voltumne reveal how early forms of governance were deeply interwoven with nature, sacred geography, and the slow rhythm of the seasons. By holding council in peaceful sanctuaries surrounded by trees, stone terraces, and quiet waters, these early diplomats created spaces dedicated to thoughtful deliberation. The shaded benches of tufa and marble provided a quiet setting where envoys could step away from the immediate pressures of domestic politics and view their world through a broader, more collaborative lens. Over time, these sacred leagues demonstrated that council governance did not require absolute monarchs or coercive armies to be effective. Instead, it relied on shared trust, ritual obligations, and the recognition of mutual dependence. As twilight falls over the ancient ruins of Delphi and the quiet shores of Lake Bolsena, the memory of these early councils remains a peaceful testament to humanity's enduring quest for harmony, order, and calm cooperation under the stars. As twilight drifted softly across the fertile valleys of northern India, the ancient rhythm of life along the Ganges River settled into a quiet, meditative calm. Across thousands of years, human societies have sought harmonious ways to arrange their shared lives, balancing single rulers with the collective wisdom of larger gatherings. Long before modern laws were written, communities along the great riverways discovered that governance felt lighter when carried by many hands, rather than resting solely upon a solitary monarch. In these early agricultural landscapes, where the seasonal swelling of waters shaped daily existence, small city-states began to experiment with collective assemblies. These early Ganasanghas, or republics, flourished in an atmosphere of deliberate calm, where decisions were distilled through patient discussion among respected members of the realm. The evening breeze, carrying the scent of lotus blossoms and damp earth from the riverbanks, reflected a spirit of governance rooted in patience and mutual regard. In these open-air pavilions, council members gathered as dusk descended, listening to the soft murmur of debate and recognizing that true stability grows from consensus rather than force. The slow cadence of their gatherings mirrored the steady flow of the river, reminding all who attended that thoughtful leadership requires a quiet mind and an unhurried heart. Among these early democratic traditions, none was more remarkable in its serene organization than that of the Lichavi Confederation. Nestled within the rich plain north of the river, the ancient city of Vaishali became a beacon of shared governance, demonstrating how a large assembly could maintain order through gentleness and structured ritual. In the 6th century BCE, along the Ganges, the Lichavi Republic governed through a council of 7,707 elected leaders who cast votes by placing smooth wooden tallies into woven reed baskets inside a quiet assembly hall in Vaishali. Each representative held an equal voice within the vast hall, entering the central meeting place with a shared obligation to preserve the harmony of the community. The process of gathering votes was intentionally unhurried. A dedicated officer, selected for his absolute impartiality and calm demeanor, would carefully collect the wooden markers, ensuring that every opinion was registered without noise or haste. The wooden tallies, polished smooth by hand and placed softly into woven reed baskets, created a quiet sound like dry leaves brushing against one another, a subtle, reassuring rustle that signaled the peaceful exercise of civic responsibility. Within this sacred space of governance, major decisions concerning agriculture, public works, and community welfare were thoroughly weighed, demonstrating to surrounding lands that a republic could sustain itself through the harmonious participation of thousands of dedicated citizens. This atmosphere of calm deliberation in Vaishali was guided by principles of unity and respect that extended far beyond the assembly hall. The elders understood that for a republic to endure, its leaders must meet in full concord, discuss shared matters with patience, and depart in harmony, carrying no animosity into the twilight hours. The physical design of their meeting spaces reflected this philosophy of openness, featuring wide porticos, open columns, and simple earthen floors that allowed the cool night air to circulate freely among the seated counselors. As the stars emerged above the Ganges, lighting up the sky in soft silver tones, the voices of the counselors gradually tapered into silence, satisfied that every perspective had been gently heard and weighed. There were no harsh interruptions or theatrical speeches. Instead, rhythmic turn-taking allowed even complex disputes to dissolve into quiet understanding. This early devotion to order demonstrated that human governance need not be a theater of power, but rather a quiet sanctuary where collective wisdom lights the path forward. As night fully settled over the quiet city of Vaishali, the woven baskets containing the wooden tallies were set aside, and the counselors returned home along lamplit streets, leaving the assembly hall in peaceful stillness. The legacy of these ancient Indian republics lingered like a quiet lullaby over the landscape, proving that democratic ideals and council governance took root in diverse soils long ago. The memory of thousands of leaders gathering beneath the tranquil Indian sky to shape their collective destiny offers a timeless reminder of humanity's enduring longing for fairness, balance, and quiet order. In the stillness of the night, as the Ganges continues its eternal, soft journey toward the sea, the gentle echo of smooth wooden tallies falling into reed baskets whispers of an era when peace, dialogue, and mutual trust guided the hearts of an ancient people. As the evening light softens over the ancient lands of the Indian subcontinent, the memory of early human gatherings remains etched into the fertile soil along the banks of great, winding rivers. Long before centralized empires stretched across the continent, quiet settlements in the Ganges River basin sought order not through the absolute command of a single monarch, but through the patient, shared wisdom of collective assemblies. In these early eras, human communities began to realize that the land, with its turning seasons and generous waters, could be nurtured most harmoniously when decisions were shared among many voices. The rhythm of daily life moved alongside the natural world, the planting of seed, the rising of the seasonal rains, and the gentle settling of dusk over cultivated fields. In this peaceful atmosphere, governance became an extension of neighborly care, where the responsibility of managing water, crops, and village boundaries rested upon councils of thoughtful individuals who understood that stability was rooted in agreement rather than force. These early institutions, often referred to as Ganasanghas or oligarchic republics, developed a quiet tradition of open dialogue, where leaders were chosen to speak for their communities and to deliberate upon matters of shared prosperity under the cool shade of sacred groves and wooden meeting places. Among these early experiments in collective leadership, the city of Vaishali stood as a beacon of organized assembly and peaceful administration. In 6th century BCE Vaishali, the Lichavi Republic governed through a council of 7,707 elected representatives who gathered inside a broad, lotus-roofed wooden hall, sitting on soft rush mats to peacefully assign seasonal farming rights across the Ganges Valley. Within this vast structure, designed to harmonize with the surrounding nature, the atmosphere was one of serene order and deep reflection. The soft fragrance of timber and fresh rushes filled the air as thousands of representatives took their places, their voices blending into a gentle, rhythmic hum of discussion. Rather than competing for personal dominance, these elected councillors weighed the needs of each village and family, ensuring that the rich alluvial lands along the river were distributed fairly for the coming agricultural cycle. The architecture itself reflected this spirit of grace and balance, with its lotus-shaped roof rising quietly above the gathering, symbolizing purity, growth, and the quiet unity of the Republic. As the seasons turned, the decisions made on those humble mats ensured that water channels were maintained, crops were tended in harmony, and the fruits of the harvest were shared without the turmoil of internal conflict. This gentle way of organizing human society offered a tranquil alternative to the authoritarian decrees of early kings, showing that governance could be built upon mutual respect and structured deliberation. The assembly in Vaishali operated with clear rules of procedure, where motions were introduced calmly, discussed thoroughly, and decided upon through consensus or carefully counted voting tokens when necessary. Each representative carried the trust of their district, returning to their towns with agreements that preserved the delicate balance of rural life. The success of the Lichavi Republic illustrated how a society could maintain peace and stability across expansive territories by trusting the collective judgment of its people. As night fell over the Ganges Valley, the wooden hall of Vaishali would grow quiet, its doors resting open to the cool evening breeze, standing as a silent testament to an era when thousands of minds gathered not to conquer, but to nurture the land and its communities through patience, fairness, and shared purpose. The legacy of these early councils drifted like a soft whisper down through the centuries, laying quiet foundations for how human beings might live together without fear of arbitrary rule. while the rise of larger kingdoms would eventually transform the political landscape of ancient Asia. The memory of the lotus-roofed hall and its peaceful assemblies endured in sacred texts, philosophical treatises, and the quiet traditions of local governance. It reminded future generations that the spirit of democracy and council rule was not born in a single place or time, but emerged organically wherever people sought to live in balance with one another and the earth. To sit together on woven mats beneath a canopy carved in the likeness of a lotus blossom, and to deliberate upon the simple, essential work of farming and living peacefully, remains one of humanity's most tranquil and enduring achievements. As ancient human civilizations expanded across fertile river valleys and forested foothills, the ways in which communities chose to organize their shared lives took many quiet, diverse, and thoughtful forms. While powerful monarchies and expanding imperial realms arose in certain parts of the world, smaller agricultural societies discovered that collective deliberation offered a deeply harmonious path toward lasting stability and social peace. In the northern reaches of the Indian subcontinent, where crystal-clear mountain streams descended from the high peaks of the Himalayas into gentle lowland rivers, early oligarchic republics, known as Ghanasanghas, established enduring traditions of shared governance. Rather than placing supreme and unquestioned power in the hands of a single sovereign monarch, these early polities entrusted decision-making authority to assemblies of clan elders, heads of farming households, and respected community leaders. Here, essential matters concerning land distribution, local trade, water management, and seasonal farming schedules were decided not by arbitrary decree, but through patient conversation, long-standing historical precedent, and mutual consensus. Under the wide canopy of ancient trees and along the quiet edges of cultivated fields, these gatherings provided a peaceful venue where shared concerns could be considered with care and quiet reflection. The rhythm of civic life moved as steadily and gently as the passing of the seasons, anchored by a deep commitment to maintaining harmony, fairness, and goodwill across neighboring village settlements. Among these early democratic traditions was that of the Shakya clan, whose tranquil settlements nestled comfortably near the misty, forest-covered base of the Himalayan mountain range. Around 500 BCE, in Kapilavastu, near the Himalayan foothills, the Shakya Republic held its governing council inside a shaded wooden hall called a Santhagara, where representatives sat on straw mats lit by clay oil lamps to quietly divide irrigation waters from the Rohini River. In this serene and respectful setting, governance was understood not as an assertion of personal dominance, but as a mindful, collective stewardship of the natural resources required for daily nourishment and survival. When seasonal dry spells altered the flow of mountain streams, or when neighboring farming communities needed to coordinate their channels for planting, the assembly provided a peaceful sanctuary where every voice could be offered without pretense, tension, or haste. In 6th century BCE Kapilavastu, representatives of the Shakya Republic gathered inside a quiet, open-sided wooden assembly hall known as the Santhagara. Sitting on hand-woven grass mats to resolve communal irrigation rights along the Rohini River. The open sides of the timber structure allowed the cool evening breeze to drift softly through the gathering, carrying with it the subtle rustle of leaves from nearby groves and the fresh scent of damp earth, reminding all who gathered of their shared connection to the surrounding landscape and to one another. The architectural simplicity and welcoming nature of these early meeting places reflected the foundational values of ancient collective governance, where transparency, calm reflection, and gentle discourse were prioritized far above grand displays of royal authority. Inside the Santhagara, deliberations proceeded with unhurried patience until a clear consensus naturally began to form, or until votes were carefully registered using small carved wooden or clay voting tokens. This balanced approach to public decision-making revealed that long before the civic systems of classical antiquity gained prominence in Mediterranean city-states, communities across Asia had independently cultivated sophisticated, highly functional mechanisms for representative council governance and peaceful conflict resolution. The calm and equitable division of vital river waters served as a meaningful demonstration of how early democratic principles were integrated directly into the practical, everyday rhythms of agrarian life, ensuring that every family, farm, and homestead received its rightful measure of nourishment without cause for friction or dispute. As twilight gradually deepened into night over the valley of Kapilavastu, the warm, soft glow of the clay oil lamps within the assembly hall would slowly fade, leaving only the gentle sound of the Rohini River as it flowed continuously through the darkened countryside toward the distant plains. The lasting legacy of these early councils lies not in colossal stone monuments, fortified fortresses, or sweeping accounts of conquest, but in the quiet and transformative idea that neighbors could gather peacefully under a shaded wooden roof, listen with patience and respect to one another, and govern their shared lives with wisdom, dignity, and restraint. It remains a deeply comforting reflection on how the timeless human desires for fairness, community, and peaceful agreement have quietly illuminated the history of human governance across the ages. As the centuries unfolded across the vast and tranquil river valleys of the Indian subcontinent, the human instinct to gather and deliberate took deep, enduring root alongside the ancient, shimmering waterways. Long before formal codifications of statecraft were inscribed onto stone pillars or written into courtly chronicles, human communities discovered that decisions touching the shared rhythm of daily life were best held in common. in the broad floodplains where fields of wheat and green shoots swayed beneath the warm afternoon breeze. Early pastoral communities and agrarian settlements gradually established traditions of governance rooted in mutual consensus rather than absolute sovereign decree. These early non-monarchical polities, often recognized in historical traditions as janapadas or assemblies of peers, developed gentle forms of civic administration where authority did not rest upon the solitary shoulders of a single hereditary ruler. Instead, the stewards of these lands understood that lasting order was maintained through measured dialogue, quiet patience, and the collective wisdom of communal deliberation. As twilight settled softly over the ancient settlements, the day's physical labor gave way to peaceful gatherings under the open sky, where elders and representatives convened to discuss the careful allocation of irrigation channels, the settling of local boundary questions, and the protection of their shared harvests. In these early councils, every speaker was given ample time to be heard, and the process of reaching agreement was treated not as a swift exercise of power, but as a soothing, deliberate ritual that preserved the quiet harmony of the land across seasons. Further west, where the great tributaries of the Indus carved rich, dark soil through the sprawling landscape, this spirit of assembly blossomed into distinct regional republics defined by their quiet reliance on nature and tradition. Around 500 BCE, in the fertile plains of the Punjab, the Yodhaya Republic governed through an assembly of elders who met beneath the canopy of a quiet banyan grove, casting smooth river shells into carved teakwood bowls to peacefully assign seasonal grazing lands. The grand banyan tree, with its sprawling aerial roots reaching down toward the earth and deep green leaves filtering the soft, golden sunlight, provided a natural sanctuary for these deliberations. The sheltering shade offered a cool, serene space away from the heat of the day, allowing the council members to reflect upon community matters without haste or agitation. The use of smooth river shells, gathered from nearby riverbeds and polished by years of flowing water, brought a tactile sense of serenity and permanence to the voting process. As each elder placed a shell into the carved teakwood bowl, the soft, rhythmic click of stone against wood marked a decision made with quiet reverence for fairness and community balance. There were no harsh voices or competitive rivalries within this natural sanctuary. Instead, the distribution of pastures for cattle and sheep was guided by seasonal needs, ecological care, and mutual respect. Through this harmonious system, the Yodhaya ensured that every herd found nourishment while preserving the long-term fertility of the surrounding pastures, demonstrating how governance could be woven seamlessly into the delicate balance of the natural world. The peaceful effectiveness of such assemblies demonstrated that early democratic principles were not confined to a single corner of the ancient world, but arose naturally wherever people sought balance and shared stewardship. In these shaded groves and quiet village squares, the act of governing was less about exerting control over others and more about maintaining a tranquil equilibrium between human needs and the steady rhythms of the earth. The elders who sat beneath the banyan canopy recognized that the true strength of their society lay in their ability to listen deeply and to resolve potential conflicts long before they could disrupt the peace of the community. Decisions regarding trade, land use, and seasonal migration were approached with a calm mindfulness, ensuring that future generations would inherit both a fertile landscape and a tradition of peaceful cooperation. As the evening stars began to appear above the broad, rustling leaves of the grove, the council members would disperse to their homes, carrying with them the quiet reassurance of an agreement reached in harmony. The memory of these early river shell councils remains a gentle reminder of a time when governance was measured in the soft rustle of leaves, the patient exchange of words, and the simple, enduring desire to live in peace together. Long ago, in the serene valleys of ancient India, human communities began to discover that the burden of decision need not rest solely upon the shoulders of a single monarch, but could instead be shared softly among many thoughtful minds. In the 5th century before the Common Era, across the fertile plains where great rivers wound gently through lush countryside, early republics and council assemblies, known as janapadas, flourished in quiet harmony. Here, beneath the wide, shade-giving canopy of sacred trees, or within open-air pavilions built from timber and smoothed clay, elders, landholders, and scholars gathered at dawn or twilight when the heat of the day gave way to cool breezes. These gatherings were not defined by loud debates or competitive rhetoric, but by a deep commitment to equilibrium, social order, and the restful stewardship of their shared land. The members sat in wide circles, their voices low and measured, listening with patience to one another as they discussed the clearing of communal fields, the maintenance of shared irrigation channels, and the fair distribution of seasonal harvests. In these early councils, governance was envisioned not as an assertion of authority, but as a calm, collective meditation on justice, where every person present understood that the enduring stability of their society relied on mutual respect, steady patience, and the gentle art of quiet listening. As dusk settled over the surrounding hills and small oil lamps began to cast a warm glow across the polished earthen floors, the assembly prepared to bring their deliberation to a close, moving fluidly toward a peaceful, unified decision. When the moment arrived to register their intentions and resolve questions of community policy, the assembly relied on deliberate traditions designed to preserve tranquility and prevent discord among neighbors. In 5th century BCE Magadha, early democratic assemblies reached consensus using salaka, where councillors silently dropped slender wooden sticks painted with natural mineral pigments into a woven reed basket held by a designated vote teller. This ritual of decision was striking in its quiet simplicity, aesthetic beauty, and profound elegance. The wooden sticks, carefully carved and polished smooth from local forest timber, bore subtle, earthy hues derived from ground ochre, crushed minerals, or plant dyes, with each distinct shade signifying a particular outcome or preference before the gathering. As the designated vote teller walked slowly between the seated rows, carrying the light reed basket woven from river grasses, each counselor reached forward in calm silence to place their chosen stick inside. The soft, gentle click of wood resting against wood and the light rustle of dry reed were often the only sounds that echoed through the gathering space, creating an atmosphere of stillness, trust, and deep respect for the collective will. Because each choice was made without spoken arguments or public confrontation, no member felt diminished, nor did any single voice dominate the hall through loudness. When every stick had been silently deposited, the vote teller would sort and group the colored sticks in full view of the assembly, revealing the consensus of the people with transparency and peace, ensuring that harmony remained unbroken within the realm long after the sun had set beneath the horizon. This gentle reliance on silent consensus and structured voting reflected a sophisticated understanding of human nature and civic peace that echoed gently across the ancient world. Long before grand parliamentary halls were constructed, early human societies were discovering their own unique forms of council governance, recognizing that true stability springs from inclusive, calm, and well-ordered dialogue, whether in the shaded groves of Magadha, the village circles of ancient Africa, or the early gathering grounds of the Mediterranean basin. The underlying human impulse remained remarkably constant: to balance individual perspectives with the enduring good of the entire community. The quiet ritual of the Salaka demonstrated that early democracy was not merely a mechanical system of counting votes, but a practice of mindfulness, patience, and mutual trust. To step back into those ancient assembly grounds is to witness a civilization learning to guide itself not through force, but through quiet reflection, shared responsibility, and gentle wisdom. As the evening stars appeared one by one over the quiet fields of Magadha, the counselors returned to their homes in peace, confident that their society had been led with care, fairness, and calm dignity. In the restful quiet of the night, the image of those painted wooden sticks coming to rest inside a simple woven basket serves as a timeless reminder of how peaceful, gentle, and grounded the roots of human democracy have always been. As we travel gently across time and memory, leaving behind the grand marble porticos and bustling squares of distant Mediterranean cities, our journey carries us toward the serene valleys of East Asia, where early governance took root beneath tall trees, cool mountain breezes, and the soft rustle of pine needles. In the ancient Korean peninsula, leadership was not conceived merely as a display of solitary power, or rigid imperial decrees, but rather as a delicate, communal art of balancing distinct voices until a quiet equilibrium settled over the land. Long before formal council chambers were constructed from timber or stone, communities recognized the profound value of seeking open air and natural silence when contemplating matters of importance. Under the expansive green canopies of ancient forests, surrounded by the mossy floor and the soothing scent of pine resin, leaders gathered to converse, listen, and wait for understanding to mature without friction. The forest provided both shelter and perspective, softening strong opinions into quiet understanding as the cool air calmed restless minds. This preference for natural sanctuaries reflected an enduring belief that human decisions ought to mirror the patient, balanced rhythm of the surrounding woodland, where trees grow side by side in silent coordination, sharing light and space in total tranquility. In such calm clearings, the work of leadership transformed into a peaceful ritual of stillness, where the rhythmic flow of thoughtful dialogue echoed the slow, graceful movement of morning mist across the valley, allowing collective wisdom to emerge gently from patient, unhurried attention. Deep within this peaceful landscape flourished the Scylla kingdom, a historic realm where aristocratic governance was bound to an unwavering tradition of collective alignment and mutual respect. In 6th century Scylla, the noble counselors of the Achwabik assembled inside quiet pine groves around Gyeongju, sitting in a circle on flat river stones to reach unanimous consensus before marking royal decrees with red cinnabar seals. The deliberate choice of flat river stones, worn smooth by centuries of flowing water, and gathered from nearby mountain streams, established an enduring physical arrangement of complete equality among all who gathered in council. Seated at identical height in a wide circle beneath the whispering pines, no single noble occupied a position of visible dominance over the others. In these shaded clearings just beyond the capital walls, hours and even days would pass in calm, measured conversation as each member presented their perspective, considered the thoughts of their peers, and sought a shared path forward. There was no impulse to rush toward a hasty vote, nor any acceptance of allowing a simple majority to dismiss the deep concerns of a minority. Instead, discussions continued with gentle patience until every voice felt truly heard and every mind arrived at a quiet, undivided agreement. Only when complete unity had settled over the circle would the royal scribes finalize the official decrees, carefully imprinting carved seals dipped in vibrant red cinnabar onto the documents, leaving a lasting crimson mark of shared responsibility. This sacred commitment to complete harmony transformed statecraft from a struggle of competing interests into a shared meditation on unity and quiet wisdom. During the Scylla kingdom of Korea in the 6th century, the aristocratic Achwabik Council met in quiet pine groves outside Gyeongju, deliberating state matters until reaching complete unanimity before lighting dried mugwort leaves in silver braziers to mark consensus. As the final words of agreement were spoken and twilight began to softly filter through the high branches, the delicate smoke of dried mugwort would rise in thin, fragrant swirls into the evening air. The gentle, herbal aroma drifted through the quiet grove, carrying with it a sense of calm completion, while the low, warm glow of embers inside silver braziers cast a soft, soothing light across the smooth river stones. This ceremonial burning served not only as a visual sign of resolution to those waiting in the capital city below, but also as a comforting sensory seal, signifying that the realm's highest leaders had fulfilled their duty through patience, stillness, and quiet consensus. Resting under the enduring pine canopy, surrounded by the soft fragrance of incense and the peaceful sounds of the twilight wind, one can sense how ancient governance found its strength in stillness, inviting a deep and lingering tranquility to settle over the mind as night falls. As dusk settled gently over the hills of ancient Attica, the bustling sounds of daytime commerce, workshop activity, and spirited debate in Athens slowly subsided into a serene, ambient hush. The warm stone of the city's open plazas retained the day's lingering heat, radiating a subtle warmth into the cool evening breeze that drifted down from the surrounding pine-scented heights toward the quiet waters of the Saronic Gulf. Below the towering silhouette of the Acropolis, the civic heart of the city, the ancient Agora, lay tranquil under the widening canopy of twilight. Small terracotta oil lamps were lit one by one in nearby homes, casting faint, amber reflections onto the smooth marble pathways and shaded stoas. In this quiet transition from afternoon light to evening shadow, the city transitioned naturally into a state of restful stillness, where the rhythmic duties of human self-governance found a softer, more reflective pace. The idea of civic order in this early democratic era was not anchored in grand displays of royal command, military posturing, or distant, unreachable authority, but rather in a continuous, quiet stewardship that sustained the community through every cycle of sunlight and darkness. The night was recognized not as a time of uncertainty or vulnerability, but as a natural period of calm, supported by the quiet dedication of citizens who shared the ongoing responsibility of maintaining harmony, hospitality, and readiness, while their fellow Athenians slept peacefully in their homes. At the southwestern edge of the Agora stood the Tholos, a remarkable circular building whose curved limestone walls seemed to wrap the concept of community around a central, unifying hearth. Unlike the sharp angles and imposing rectangular facades of traditional temples or aristocratic halls, the Tholos offered a gentle, organic symmetry that felt inviting, soothing, and deeply grounded. Here, the daily rhythm of early governance took on a uniquely human and accessible scale, In 5th century BCE Athens, 50 council members known as the prytanes resided continuously inside the circular tholos of the agora, taking turns sleeping on simple woven couches, so that civic oversight remained peacefully active through every hour of the night. Inside the rotunda, the atmosphere was soft and atmospheric, filled with the gentle rustle of woven linen robes and the quiet murmur of hushed conversation, as one small group of counselors kept watch over the official weights, measures, and public seals stored safely within the chamber. Others rested comfortably upon the woven couches, drifting into restful sleep while wrapped in their woolen cloaks. A single oil lamp burned with a steady, low flame near the center of the room, casting long, soft shadows across the stone floor and illuminating the smooth architectural contours of the round chamber. This rotational arrangement ensured that any urgent message, traveler, or late-night inquiry would meet a welcoming, calm presence without requiring any single individual to bear the burden of exhaustion. Governance, in this serene setting, became a shared lullaby of watchfulness, where civic duty was seamlessly blended with rest. This practice of round-the-clock presence within the tholos reflected a profound insight of early democratic life, that true societal stability is built upon steady, collective care rather than sudden, dramatic exertion. The circular space itself, with its lack of sharp corners and rigid hierarchies, mirrored the core ideal of equality among citizens, where no single leader sat higher than another, and every voice contributed to the shared harmony of the state. Outside, the night air carried the soothing rustle of olive leaves from the surrounding groves, while inside, the prytanes shared simple meals prepared over the central hearth, breaking bread and conversing softly in the quiet hours before dawn. The simple woven couches provided not luxury, but a cozy comfort that honored the physical need for rest as a vital, respected component of public service. As the constellations moved slowly across the Mediterranean sky, the quiet presence of these counselors served as a peaceful anchor for the entire city-state. Citizens sleeping nearby knew that their shared institution was held in safe, attentive hands, sustained by men who were themselves neighbors, farmers, stonemasons, and vineyard tenders. In this gentle continuity of watch and rest, early democracy demonstrated that the stewardship of human society could be calm, rhythmic, and deeply reassuring, echoing the natural cadences of the earth itself as night turned once more toward the quiet promise of a new morning. As twilight fell gently over the ancient valley of Attica, the bustling sounds of daytime trade, judicial assembly, and philosophical debate within the Athenian agora slowly dissolved into the calm stillness of evening. The long marble colonnades of the stoas, which had echoed for hours, with the animated voices of citizens discussing grain harvests, maritime laws, and democratic duties, grew quietly peaceful beneath the deepening indigo of the dusk sky. In the 5th century BCE, as classical Athens shaped its early civic identity, the heartbeat of governance was designed not around grand, intimidating spectacles of royal power, but around a steady, reassuringly human rhythm that extended even through the quietest hours of the night. The sun would sink slowly behind the distant olive groves and the rugged heights of the Acropolis, casting long, soft shadows across the open public square. As artisans packed away their tools, shopkeepers closed their stalls, and families gathered in their homes along winding, lamplit stone pathways, the essential responsibility of keeping the city safe and connected did not simply pause. Instead, the nature of governance softened into a quiet, watchful stewardship, carried forward by ordinary citizens who stepped up to take their turn in maintaining the gentle continuity of the city-state. There was a profound sense of security in knowing that while the city rested in quiet slumber, the administrative machinery of democracy remained softly awake, guided not by distant monarchs, but by a rotating council of peers bound by civic duty, mutual trust, and the tranquil passage of time. At the heart of this nighttime stewardship was a unique sanctuary of civic care, nestled quietly at the southwestern edge of the agora. Here stood the tholos, a distinctive circular building topped with a conical tiled roof that caught the soft glow of the moonlight. Inside 5th century BCE Athens, executive members of the city council, known as the prytanes, maintained continuous civic governance inside the tholos, a circular, tile-roofed building in the agora where councillors slept in quiet shifts and kept an unbroken fire smoldering on a limestone hearth. This smoldering hearth served a dual purpose, providing practical warmth against the cool night air and acting as a silent symbol of perpetual civic vitality, ensuring that at any given moment, day or night, there were always designated representatives present to handle unexpected affairs, receive nighttime messengers, or safeguard the official public seals. The circular architecture of the structure mirrored the egalitarian spirit of their shared duty, offering no head of the table and no seat of elevated status. The councillors, chosen by lot from the various regional tribes of Attica, served for a set term, approaching their nocturnal vigil with a calm, unhurried diligence. Outside, the evening breeze moved gently through the leaves of nearby plane trees, while inside, the soft amber glow of the embers cast a warm light across the smooth stone floor. The rhythmic breathing of resting councillors blended seamlessly with the faint crackle of burning wood, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. It was a form of public service stripped of vanity, a quiet, domestic commitment to the community where governance felt less like an exercise of power and more like tending a shared home fire through the silent watch of the night. This quiet tradition of the continuous hearth reflected a deep understanding among early democratic thinkers that true civic stability relies not upon force, but upon steady, peaceful presence and predictable rotation. When the first light of dawn eventually began to paint the eastern horizon in pale shades of rose and gold, another small group of counselors would walk quietly across the agora to relieve those who had kept the night watch, seamlessly continuing the administrative cycle without interruption or fanfare. The transition was as natural and unhurried as the turning of the tide. By distributing the responsibilities of governance broadly across the citizenry and housing its night executive within a modest, welcoming round building, Athens cultivated a sense of collective ownership that felt grounded, accessible, and reassuringly human in scale. Authority was not something to be hoarded behind high walls, but something shared, rotated, and held in trust from one quiet day to the next. The glowing coals tended inside the tholos were a soothing reminder that the care of the community was an ongoing, shared journey, a silent promise kept with gentle devotion while the rest of the city slept. As the morning sun slowly warmed the terracotta roof tiles and the agora began to wake to new day, the quiet vigilance of the night passed effortlessly into the morning light, leaving behind a timeless legacy of peaceful stewardship that would quietly echo across centuries of human self-governance. As the warm Mediterranean sun tilted low over the dusty hills of Attica, casting long, quiet shadows across the stone paving of the agora, the citizens of ancient Athens gathered to take part in an act of governance that was both surprisingly simple and deeply profound. In this vibrant yet tranquil city-state, where early experiments in democracy were gradually shaping the relationship between the individual and the community, public authority was not something to be won through fierce speeches or inherited wealth, but rather shared quietly and equitably among neighbors. Long before modern political campaigns filled public spaces with noise and competition, the Athenians trusted a methodical system of selection designed to ensure that no single voice or wealthy faction could dominate the civic landscape. Under the soft shade of marble stoas, where the gentle murmur of daily trade faded into the evening air, men from all walks of life, farmers from the countryside, urban craftsmen, stonemasons, and seasoned scholars arrived to take their turn in serving their city. They came with a shared sense of calm obligation, knowing that their society prized equal opportunity above personal ambition, offering every eligible citizen a tranquil path to contribute to the decisions of the realm. This gentle practice of governance relied on the enduring belief that true civic wisdom resided not in a privileged elite, but within the collective fabric of the citizenry itself, bound together by mutual trust and shared responsibility under the clear Aegean sky. To ensure that this vital selection process remained entirely free from corruption, bribery, or personal bias, the Athenians devised a remarkably intricate mechanical apparatus carved directly from the abundant local stone. In 4th century BCE Athens, civic council delegates were chosen using carved marble allotment stones called kleroteria, into which citizens placed bronze identification tokens before black and white bone dice were released down a bronze tube to select rows at random. Each participant would approach the designated allotment area and find his assigned column along the tall slab of gray-white marble, carefully pushing his personal bronze token, inscribed with his name and local section mark, into one of the narrow horizontal slots running down its polished face. Once hundreds of these bronze plates rested side by side in neat, orderly rows, an official would pour the small, smoothed bone dice into a funnel positioned at the top of the attached bronze pipe. As the dice tumbled down the metallic tube one by one, their alternating colors determined the fate of an entire row of citizens in a single, quiet instant. A white die falling from the tube signaled that every man whose token occupied that specific row was selected to serve on the council for the upcoming term, while a black die indicated that the row was gently passed over until the next cycle. The rhythmic, soft clicking of bone against metal was a soothing, impartial sound that echoed through the porticos, replacing the heat of political rivalry with the tranquil neutrality of chance. This unique reliance on sortition, or selection by lot, reflected a foundational philosophy of civic life that sought to bring harmony, modesty, and lasting balance to the state. By entrusting their governing councils to random selection rather than political maneuvering, the Athenians created a system where power flowed like water, constantly moving and renewing itself without settling permanently into any one hand or interest group. A farmer who spent his morning pruning grapevines or tending olive groves might find himself, by early afternoon, sitting quietly among 500 of his peers to deliberate on civil ordinances, municipal budgets, and diplomatic affairs. As the shadows lengthened across the stone council chambers, these temporary leaders listened attentively, weighing the needs of the polis with quiet contemplation before stepping down to make room for others, returning peacefully to their everyday routines once their designated terms concluded. This steady, unpredictable rotation of civic duty cultivated a profound sense of empathy and shared understanding throughout the population, as nearly every citizen eventually experienced both the responsibility of leadership and the humility of abiding by community decisions. There were no permanent political elites to foster division, nor any professional politicians driven by endless personal ambition. Instead, the governance of early Athens rested upon a serene rhythm of temporary public service, anchored by marble allotment stones and falling dice, reminding each generation that a peaceful and durable society is maintained when every voice, regardless of wealth or stature, rests on an equal footing within the quiet turning of the civic wheel. As the Mediterranean night settled over ancient coastal harbors. The art of collective governance found quiet expression in the structured assemblies of North Africa. Long before formal codifications spread across distant shores, coastal trading communities understood that enduring stability required measured deliberation rather than the arbitrary decrees of solitary rulers. The Mediterranean waters, shimmering gently under twilight, carried merchant vessels across established maritime routes, linking distant ports through shared understandings of commerce, law, and mutual obligation. In 4th century BCE Carthage, members of the civic council, known as the Adyrim, assembled inside a cool, plaster-lined chamber near the Biasa Hill, sitting on carved cedar benches, while 2 scribes recorded consensus on maritime trade rules onto fine linen scrolls under the dim glow of terracotta oil lamps. Within this quiet sanctuary of civic order, the gentle rustle of linen and the faint scent of cedar created an atmosphere of calm dedication. Here, decisions were not reached through heated confrontation or hasty demands, but through a slow, rhythmic exchange of views refined over generations. Each member of the council understood that the prosperity of the city rested upon predictable agreements, careful record-keeping, and a shared commitment to equity among trading partners. As the soft flame of the oil lamps flickered against the smooth plaster walls, the scribes meticulously preserved every detail, ensuring that the harbor rules remained clear and constant for all who navigated the serene, moonlit waters of the Gulf. In this soft light, the council members listened patiently as each speaker offered observations on shipping schedules and harbor maintenance, weaving individual perspectives into a unified civic vision that provided comfort to all who relied upon the sea. This deliberate approach to governance reflected a broader cultural reverence for institutional balance, where power was distributed among esteemed elders and experienced civic leaders to safeguard the community's collective future. The Adyrim served as a stabilizing foundation, guiding the city-state through changing seasons of trade and diplomacy with a steady, unhurried hand. Outside the chamber, the quiet harbor hummed with the gentle lapping of waves against stone quays, a living reminder of the vast networks held together by these quiet legal frameworks. Over time, the principle that shared councils should govern maritime traffic and civic life cultivated a sense of peaceful continuity that resonated far beyond the walls of Carthage itself. As night deepened, the consensus achieved within the chamber offered a reassuring framework for merchants, sailors, and citizens alike, illustrating how structured deliberation could replace conflict with enduring order and tranquil cooperation across the sea. The smooth plaster of the council chamber held the quiet whispers of centuries, absorbing the calm cadence of thoughtful speech and preserving a spirit of civic harmony. Citizens walking along the lower streets could look up toward the Biasa Hill and take comfort in knowing that the governance of their realm rested in the hands of a patient council whose gatherings were marked by balance, quiet wisdom, and devotion to the common good. Across the water, amidst the rolling hills and wooded peaks of central Greece, a distinct yet equally peaceful tradition of democratic governance took shape among regional communities seeking union and mutual protection. Rather than concentrating authority within a single urban center, independent towns recognized the quiet strength found in confederation, gathering periodically to decide matters of shared concern in serene, sacred settings. Beginning in the 4th century BCE in central Greece, representatives of the democratic Aetolian League convened every autumn at the mountain sanctuary of Thermon, sitting under shaded stone porticos to peacefully tally civic votes using smooth bronze tokens cast into earthenware jars. The mountain air carried the fresh scent of pine and wild thyme, providing a restful backdrop for delegates who had traveled along mountain paths to participate in the assembly. The soft clinking of bronze tokens falling into clay jars marked each decision with a soothing, audible rhythm, symbolizing a transparent process where every participating town held a quiet, equal voice. Under the cooling shade of the stone colonnades, these representatives discussed agricultural treaties, defensive alliances, and festive schedules with patience and mutual respect. They listened intently to the gentle murmurs of the surrounding forest, allowing the peaceful atmosphere of the sanctuary to guide their deliberations toward moderation and compromise. As the autumn light faded across the sanctuary, the harmonious tally of votes restored balance to the region, proving that even dispersed rural communities could maintain a vibrant, peaceful democracy through shared gathering, quiet tradition, and the simple beauty of civic trust. This annual gathering demonstrated how collective decision-making could foster a spirit of regional unity that rested gently upon the land. As human societies matured across the ancient Mediterranean world, the desire for order often reached beyond the walls of individual city-states. While early history was frequently marked by local rivalries and the isolated rule of local monarchs, there grew a quiet recognition that neighboring communities shared common interests in commerce, peace, and security, rather than relying solely on conquest or distant imperial authority. Independent towns began to explore the gentler art of confederation. They learned that by binding themselves through shared covenants and meeting on neutral, sacred ground, they could make collective decisions while maintaining their own internal harmony. These early leagues and councils offered a softer path forward, one where diplomats and representatives gathered under the shade of ancient groves and stone colonnades to discuss trade, diplomatic agreements, and mutual defense. The rhythm of these gatherings was intentionally measured, designed to encourage calm reflection and balance. In these tranquil settings, decisions were reached not through force or heated rhetoric, but through patient dialogue, mutual respect, and the steady casting of ballots. concept of federalism, though still in its formative stages, began to take root as communities discovered the quiet strength of unity without uniformity, creating a peaceful precedent for future generations of governance. One of the most notable expressions of this cooperative spirit took shape along the northern shores of the Peloponnese during the Hellenistic era. Here, independent city-states came together under a shared constitution that granted every member town a voice in regional affairs. In 3rd century BCE Greece, delegates of the Achaean League gathered each spring inside a quiet, stone-paved sanctuary of Zeus Homogeirios near Aegum, sitting on shaded marble benches to peacefully vote on shared regional coinage and weight standards. The serene setting of the sanctuary served as a natural buffer against tension, surrounding the representatives with the gentle rustle of olive leaves and the distant, rhythmic murmur of coastal waters. Beneath the soft morning light, the delegates deliberated on the intricate details of trade and economic alignment, recognizing that uniform silver coins and consistent weights for grain, oil, and timber would bring prosperity to all member cities equally. Rather than competing through economic friction, they chose the path of harmony, ensuring that a merchant traveling from one town to another would find familiar currency and trusted measurements everywhere. Each delegate brought to the council the quiet hopes of their home community, casting token votes into urns with a steady, unhurried hand. In this sanctuary dedicated to unity, governance became a shared act of stewardship, grounded in patience, balance, and a collective commitment to the common good. This practice of assembling in peaceful sanctuaries to resolve shared economic and political questions marked a profound shift in how human communities organized power. By establishing common coinage and agreed-upon standards of measurement, the Achaean League demonstrated that distant cities could coexist harmoniously under a unified economic framework without sacrificing their civic identity. The peaceful atmosphere of Aegum allowed statesmen to view governance not as a zero-sum struggle for dominance, but as an enduring process of consensus building. These early experiments in regional confederation showed that stability thrives when laws are shaped through collective counsel rather than dictated by a single sovereign. The quiet marble benches, worn smooth by centuries of gentle use, stood as silent witnesses to an enduring truth: that real authority stems from mutual consent and shared values. Long after the spring assemblies concluded and the delegates returned along quiet coastal roads to their home cities, the legacy of their peaceful collaboration endured in the coins that circulated freely from market to market, and in the enduring memory of unified council governance. As night falls over the ancient landscapes where these early councils once met, the stillness of the stone sanctuaries continues to evoke a sense of deep, enduring peace. The memory of those spring mornings near Aegum reminds us that humanity's search for order has often been guided by quiet wisdom, patient discussion, and a calm commitment to harmony. Across centuries and continents, the simple act of coming together under shaded porticos to agree upon common rules has laid the foundation for modern federal systems and international cooperation. In the quiet calm of the evening, as thoughts soften and rest settles in, one can imagine the gentle breeze sweeping through the sanctuary of Zeus Homagirios, carrying away the noise of the world, and leaving behind only the steady, comforting rhythm of peaceful order and timeless rest. As the warm Mediterranean sun began its slow descent over the rocky headlands of southwestern Anatolia, the coastal valley rested in a soft, twilight quiet. For generations across the ancient Mediterranean world, human communities had gradually sought gentle ways to order their shared lives, moving thoughtfully away from the unyielding commands of single sovereign monarchs and toward the reflective, steady balance of open assemblies and civic councils. In the fertile region of Lycia, where green pine forests sloped down to touch the deep blue waters of the sea, independent city-states came to recognize that their individual safety and prosperity were inextricably linked to their neighborly cooperation. Rather than competing endlessly through wasteful force or yielding to the dictations of a solitary distant king, these coastal towns chose to construct a federated league, a deliberate union built upon mutual trust, open dialogue, and shared laws. The soft air near the shoreline carried the gentle scent of salt, cedar, and wild thyme as delegates from busy maritime ports and quiet inland valleys traveled along well-worn stone paths, gathering together under the lengthening shadows of late afternoon. They came not for grand conflict or political spectacle, but to engage in the steady, rhythmic work of communal governance, where every decision was pondered with patience, and every community held a recognized, valued place within the larger realm of civic peace. At the heart of this cooperative spirit lay the maritime city of Patara, whose natural harbor served as a vital sanctuary for trading vessels sailing across the ancient Aegean. Here, civic life centered around a remarkable space, crafted specifically for quiet deliberation and equitable decision-making. Constructed with precise geometry and carved stone, the regional council house was designed to invite calm reflection rather than dramatic argument, allowing spoken words to carry clearly across the cool stone without the need for elevated voices. Within this solemn assembly hall, the principles of early democracy found a concrete and lasting expression through an innovative system of representation, where each city's voting weight reflected its relative size and population, ensuring that smaller settlements were protected, while larger ones contributed proportionally to shared endeavors. In 2nd century BCE Anatolia, delegates of the Democratic Lycian League gathered inside the quiet, stone-paved Bouleterion at Patara. Sitting on tiered marble benches, to peacefully cast proportional votes on regional harbor and trade regulations. This harmonious arrangement allowed the member cities to resolve complex economic matters without discord, establishing smooth guidelines for maritime commerce, taxation, and regional defense through calm, reasoned agreement. The soft scraping of wooden ballots against polished urns and the low murmur of thoughtful discussion filled the sheltered chamber, creating an atmosphere of deep stability that sheltered the region from the political turbulence of the wider world. This practice of proportional representation within a federated union represented a profound refinement in the long evolution of human governance, offering a peaceful alternative to both autocratic rule and unstable direct democracy. By organizing themselves into a league that respected local autonomy while uniting for common interests, the Lycians created a model of political balance, so enduring that its echo would eventually resonate thousands of years later across distant oceans, when modern thinkers sought historical templates for representative republics. The wisdom of their system rested on a quiet truth: that true stability is preserved not through overwhelming power or centralized coercion, but through fair, predictable procedures that invite every member to participate in the shaping of their collective destiny. As the discussions inside the council chamber drew to a serene close, the decisions recorded on stone tablets reflected a careful synthesis of diverse perspectives, demonstrating how structured council rule could turn potential conflict into shared purpose and lasting social order. Outside the grand stone walls of the Bouleterion, twilight settled gracefully over the ancient harbor, painting the calm waters in soft hues of lavender, rose, and amber. The delegates stepped out into the cool evening air, their shared responsibilities fulfilled for the day, and dispersed along the quiet stone avenues toward nearby inns and welcoming homes. The rhythmic, gentle lapping of the sea against the stone quays echoed like a peaceful lullaby through the darkening port, whispering of continuity, order, and the quiet success of human cooperation. Beneath the emerging canopy of evening stars, the ancient city rested peacefully, grounded in the enduring legacy of a community that chose reason over strength, consensus over division, and harmony over strife. As the morning sun gently bathed the broad plains surrounding the Tiber River, the daily rhythms of civic life in ancient Rome unfolded with a steady, quiet reverence. In the public gatherings of the Republic, participation was not defined by clamorous debates or hurried decisions, but by deliberate movements through shared civic spaces. Citizens from various walks of life would gather in the open morning light, stepping away from the bustling thoroughfares of the city to participate in the ancient assemblies that guided their laws. The setting itself invited a calm focus, where the surrounding landscape and gentle breeze created a peaceful backdrop for collective civic expression. In 2nd century BCE Rome, citizens voting in the tribal assembly on the grassy campus Martius crossed narrow wooden walkways called pontes one by one, quietly dropping wax-coated wooden tablets into woven wicker baskets monitored by seated civic tellers. This methodical ritual transformed the act of voting into a tranquil, visual procession. Each person waited their turn with patience, advancing along the elevated wooden planks, while the soft rustle of grass and the occasional scratch of a stylus against wax accompanied the morning air. There was a profound stillness to the procedure, an understanding that each tablet placed gently into its basket represented a measured choice contributed to the harmony of the Republic. The tellers sat attentively, watching the steady stream of voters pass by, ensuring that every mark was collected in orderly silence before the tally began under the wide expanse of the blue sky. This deliberate pace of governance reflected a deeper cultural appreciation for order, physical presence, and spatial harmony in democratic life. Across the assembly grounds, people moved without urgency, allowing the natural cadence of the morning to shape their civic duties. The open field of the campus Martius, historically dedicated to peaceful gatherings outside the ancient boundary of the city wall, provided ample room for reflection and quiet conversation. As the sunlight shifted across the field, shadow and light danced over the wooden pontes and the woven baskets, casting long, calm lines upon the earth. Citizens stood together in their respective tribes, bound not by volume or rhetoric, but by the shared experience of walking the same narrow paths to record their wishes. In these moments, the architecture of democracy was beautifully simple and tactile. Humble timber walkways, soft beeswax, handcrafted wickerwork, and the patient steps of free individuals fulfilling their role within an enduring tradition. The physical nature of the process served as a reminder that governance was rooted in the tangible presence of citizens coming together in harmony, taking time out of their quiet days to shape the path forward without discord. Beyond the open fields, within the sheltered heart of the city's administrative quarter, a similar spirit of silent, physical consensus guided the highest council of the state. Inside the great gathering spaces where lawmakers convened, decision-making often took on an almost meditative quality, where the acoustics of stone and marble amplified the quiet solemnity of statecraft, rather than relying solely on vocal acclamation or speeches. The process of reaching agreement frequently relied on visual movement across the room. In the late Roman Republic, senators inside the cool stone hall of the Curia voted on council motions through a silent walk known as a decessio, stepping quietly across the polished marble floor to gather together on one side of the central aisle. The quiet shuffle of sandals against smooth stone replaced the noise of argument as men moved across the hall to show their support or opposition. The vast high ceiling of the Curia captured the faint echoes of their steps, creating an atmosphere of profound stillness as the room reshaped itself into visible factions of agreement. To watch the assembly divide and reform was to observe a graceful dance of policy, where positions were declared not through raised voices, but through calm, decisive steps toward shared company. These serene customs of voting, whether under the open sky of the campus Martius or within the shaded tranquility of the Curia, reveal how early systems of governance sought stability through structured calm and visible participation. The physical acts of walking a narrow bridge or stepping across a cool marble floor grounded high ideals of civic duty in simple, restful human movements. Long after the assembly baskets were stored and the stone halls grew silent for the evening, the peaceful legacy of these Roman traditions remained, offering a timeless illustration of how communities can gather, reflect, and choose their common course with quiet dignity. As daylight softened across the 7 hills of ancient Rome, the rhythm of civic life moved gently from the open avenues into the cool, sheltered stillness of monumental council chambers. Governance in this era of the early republic was defined not merely by public declarations, but by the quiet, orderly gathering of citizens bound together by shared custom, ancestral memory, and solemn responsibility. Within the lofty spaces where the Senate convened, high stone walls muted the ambient hum of the surrounding forum outside, creating a sanctuary of deep restfulness and calm reflection. To step across the threshold into these historic interiors was to leave behind the fast-paced distractions of daily life, entering a domain dedicated to patience, tradition, and steady stewardship. The cool interior air carried a sense of timeless permanence, where every architectural detail, from high clerestory windows framing the sky to tall timber doors, promoted a calm, contemplative decorum. Here, the process of guiding a republic unfolded not with abrupt haste, but with the unhurried, rhythmic grace of a timeless tradition passed gently from one generation to the next. Warm sunlight filtered through the upper reaches of the hall, slanting lazily across polished stone surfaces, casting soft shadows that seemed to suspend the passage of time, and illuminating the calm faces of men who understood that true social stability was preserved through measured deliberation. Every meeting began with an unspoken understanding that the long-term welfare of the community rested upon harmony, patience, and an enduring reverence for civic order. Within the expansive hall, the physical layout of the council chamber was carefully arranged to reflect this commitment to clarity, balance, and quiet order. Deliberation often proceeded through structured exchanges, where senior magistrates shared their thoughts in calm, measured tones that echoed softly against tall marble walls. Yet, the expression of collective wisdom did not belong solely to those who delivered eloquent speeches from the front of the chamber. A vast number of participants contributed to the decision-making process through their steady, physical presence, expressing their judgment without the need for lengthy debate. During the Roman Republic, non-speaking senators known as patrician cast their votes in the quiet interior of the Curia Julia by walking silently across the polished marble floor to gather on either the left or right side of the central aisle. This traditional practice of division, known as voting per decessionum, transformed the act of decision-making into a serene, almost meditative procession across the expansive room. The soft rustle of heavy wool togas against stone and the faint sound of leather sandals gliding over smooth marble created a peaceful cadence, replacing heated argument with an immediate visual consensus. As senators stepped gently toward their chosen side of the hall, the physical grouping of bodies provided a clear and tranquil resolution to the vote, embodying a form of governance that deeply valued dignified simplicity over noisy discord. In this gentle movement across the hall, each senator contributed equally to public affairs, demonstrating how profound civic choices could be executed with minimal sound and maximum harmony. This gentle and structured approach to civic agreement reflected a broader ancient philosophy that recognized the restorative power of routine and order within human society. When the voting concluded and the division of the assembly was formally recorded, a calm satisfaction settled over the grand chamber, acknowledging that the shared burden of statecraft had been met once more with care and quiet dignity. The silent participation of the patrician served as an enduring testament to the idea that every member of a council holds an essential place, even when their contribution takes the form of quiet presence rather than spoken rhetoric. As the assembly drew to a natural close, the senators would slowly disperse into the late afternoon light, their footsteps echoing gently down long marble porticos as they returned to their homes as daylight slowly faded over the 7 hills. The atmosphere of quiet reflection that filled the Curia Julia was part of a larger historical current where early democratic institutions learned to balance individual voices with collective harmony. The physical spaces themselves, crafted from stone, timber, and marble, seemed designed to soothe the human spirit, encouraging those within to think beyond the immediate moment and consider the long, slow arc of the future. In the stillness of the night, the memory of those who gathered in quiet purpose offers a reassuring reminder of how human communities can come together, find common ground, and softly guide one another toward lasting peace. As human societies expanded beyond simple agrarian settlements into complex urban networks, the nature of authority underwent a gradual and profound transformation. Early rule had often rested in the hands of isolated monarchs whose word was absolute. Yet, over centuries of practical experience, communities recognized the enduring value of shared counsel. Across the fertile valleys of the Near East and the sun-washed shores of the Mediterranean, the governance of cities increasingly relied on assemblies of experienced elders scholars, and civic leaders. These early councils were created to balance individual ambition with collective wisdom, gathering in shaded courtyards or stone halls where voices could be heard without being raised. In these quiet spaces, the pace of deliberation was intentionally slow, allowing complex matters of land, trade, and communal obligation to be examined from many perspectives. Rather than enforcing decrees through swift passion or military display, these assemblies cultivated an ethos of patience, recognizing that sustainable order emerges when law is formed through careful reflection and mutual agreement. As evening fell over ancient cities, the day's work yielded to gentle conversation, establishing a tradition of governance that placed the quiet seeking of consensus at the heart of civic life. In 1st century BCE Jerusalem, this tradition of consultative governance was embodied in a structured assembly meeting within the temple complex. In 1st century BCE Jerusalem, the governing Sanhedrin Council met inside the stone-carved chamber of hewn stone within the temple complex, sitting in a quiet semicircle of olive wood benches, while 2 scribes recorded legal consensus onto sheepskin parchment scrolls. Constructed from deeply cut limestone blocks, the chamber offered a cool sanctuary from the bright sunlight and activity of the outer courts. The curved, semicircular seating arrangement ensured that every member of the assembly remained visible to all others, fostering a sense of shared equality and clear communication during legal deliberations. The smooth olive wood benches, polished by years of quiet use, provided a warm, tactile contrast to the towering stone walls. As questions of civil law and religious tradition were examined, counselors spoke in low, measured tones, drawing upon centuries of unwritten tradition and scriptural interpretation. The atmosphere within the chamber was defined by a steady rhythm of listening, reflection, and quiet exchange, where every opinion was given space to settle before a conclusion was drawn. Central to this process of governance was the meticulous preservation of legal consensus, a task entrusted to 2 attentive scribes sitting at the ends of the semicircle. As the council deliberated, these scribes listened carefully to the emerging agreement, ensuring that every nuance of the decision was faithfully translated into written form. Using finely trimmed reed pens dipped into black ink, they recorded rulings onto smooth sheets of sheepskin parchment, which were then bound into long scrolls. The soft sound of the reed gliding across parchment provided a gentle backdrop to the quiet room, serving as a subtle reminder of the lasting weight of their work. Unlike oral decrees that could shift with memory or political fortune, these written scrolls served as an objective, permanent reference for the community. The use of durable parchment ensured that legal precedents could endure across generations, providing stability to judges and citizens alike. Through this serene blend of spoken debate and written record, the assembly transformed temporary consensus into a steady framework of law, illustrating how the quiet discipline of record-keeping served as a fundamental pillar of early institutional governance. The peaceful approach of the Sanhedrin reflected a broader historic movement toward institutionalized law across ancient cultures. By grounding judicial power in a semicircular council rather than an unyielding sovereign, and by committing every legal consensus to permanent scroll, early Jerusalem demonstrated how governance could foster social harmony through transparency and shared responsibility. As twilight deepened over the limestone towers of the city, the scribes would gently roll the sheepskin scrolls and store them safely within wooden chests, marking the conclusion of the day's quiet work. The calm that filled the chamber of hewn stone as deliberations ended was a testament to the belief that justice thrives best in stillness, unhurried by external chaos. Long after these ancient assemblies ended their sessions, their commitment to consultative counsel, structured debate, and recorded consensus continued to shape the evolution of legal thought. As night fell over the ancient world, bringing rest to scholars, scribes, and citizens, the quiet memory of these early councils remained, a gentle reminder of humanity's steady journey toward law built upon wisdom, dialogue, and peace. As human civilizations gradually established themselves across quiet valleys and upon protected high ridges, the nature of political authority began to soften into something built upon shared consultation, patience, and collective wisdom. In many early societies throughout history, governance was not defined by the distant decrees of absolute sovereigns, but by the steady, rhythmic gatherings of community councils beneath the wide canopy of ancient trees, or within open stone enclosures carved gently into the hillsides. These early assemblies arose from a practical, grounded need to care for the surrounding land, resolve local disputes with calm deliberation, and ensure that every household remained connected to the enduring well-being of the whole community. In these peaceful spaces, the atmosphere was marked by measured discussion, where speech moved at an unhurried pace and decisions were forged through quiet consensus rather than conflict or haste. The elders and family representatives who gathered were tasked not with commanding others, but with holding the trust of their neighbors in careful balance, honoring the simple traditions that kept their settlements safe and prosperous across long generations. As twilight fell over these simple gathering grounds and soft stars began to appear above the quiet horizon, the gentle murmur of thoughtful voices reflected a deep, intuitive understanding that true governance begins when people listen to one another with patience, laying a serene foundation for the early democratic traditions that would slowly take root across the ancient world. High among the secluded peaks of the Apennine Peninsula, this spirit of peaceful self-determination found one of its most enduring and tranquil expressions, while larger empires expanded, clashed, and faded across the vast plains below. Small mountain communities maintained their independence by cultivating traditions of shared responsibility that remained unbroken for centuries. Beginning in 301 CE, along the slopes of Mount Titano, the early Assembly of San Marino convened twice each year at the gentle chime of a brass bell, where family heads voted on communal mountain spring rites by placing smooth river stones into carved olive wood bowls. This unassuming ritual embodied a philosophy of civic life, where authority was not asserted through grand monuments, complex legal codes, or contentious debate, but held in gentle trust through quiet, repeatable traditions. The cool alpine air carrying the fresh scent of pine needles and wild mountain herbs, the soft music of clear spring water moving through ancient stone channels, and the subtle click of polished river stones settling into smooth wooden bowls created a calm rhythm of governance that was both deeply practical and profoundly peaceful. Each stone cast into the bowl represented a quiet commitment to the common good, ensuring that vital resources like pure spring water were shared equitably among all families without rancor, jealousy, or division. Through such simple yet profound customs, the sanctuary on the mountain demonstrated that a human society could maintain stability, liberty, and order not through force or conquest, but through mutual agreement and a profound reverence for the land that sustained them. The quiet success of these early mountain councils provided a living example of how human communities could organize themselves around principles of equity, balance, and restraint. Over the passing centuries, as legal structures grew more intricate and formal parliaments emerged across distant capitals, the humble legacy of these early mountain assemblies continued to offer a timeless, reassuring lesson in governance. They revealed that when decision-making remains closely tied to the natural world and guided by the quiet daily needs of ordinary life, it retains a clarity and stability that withstands the passage of era after era. The simple mechanics of early consensus, the gentle chime of a bell echoing across a misty mountain slope, the peaceful gathering of neighbors under open skies, the silent casting of river stones into carved olive wood bowls reminded thinkers across generations that public counsel need not be turbulent, aggressive, or overwhelming. Instead, governance at its most enduring is a quiet act of stewardship, a shared promise to preserve the tranquility of the realm and protect the common legacy of those yet to come. As evening deepens into night and the stars move steadily across the dark, restful sky, the lingering memory of those early councils offers a soothing reminder that true harmony is maintained not by clamor or coercion, but by the quiet, patient unity of human hearts working together in peace. Across the vast tapestry of human history, the act of governance has often found its most enduring strength not in grand proclamations or contentious debate, but in the quiet spaces set aside for calm reflection and shared decision-making. Long before modern political structures spanned continents, communities learned that the preservation of order required a gentle rhythm of routine, where thoughtful individuals could assemble beneath shelter to balance the needs of the many. In these sanctuary-like spaces, choices were rarely made in haste. They unfolded with the slow, measured breathing of the passing day, allowing wisdom to settle like morning mist across quiet valleys, expansive forests, and peaceful streets. The physical environment of early council was deliberately crafted to soothe the mind and encourage gentle patience, utilizing thick stone walls, shaded courtyards, and tranquil porticos to buffer decision makers from the immediate tensions of daily life. Within such calm confines, the delicate art of stewardship became an exercise in quiet listening, where soft spoken words carried weight, and the long-term well-being of the realm was tended with careful, deliberate hands. Far to the east, along the fertile river basins and ancient highways of East Asia, this devotion to harmonious structure shaped the daily routines of imperial administration. During 7th century Tang dynasty China, imperial counselors met inside the quiet, shaded courtyards of Chang'an's damming palace to draft civic regulations, binding carefully ink-brushed bamboo slips together with fine silk cords. Beneath the broad, swooping eaves of carved timber, where gentle mountain winds rustled through courtyard gardens and soft shadows stretched across polished stone pavements, these scholars pursued their duties with practiced tranquility. Each character painted upon the smooth bamboo carried generations of tradition, rendered with steady strokes as ink was ground slowly on dark stone slabs and dipped with fine horsehair brushes. When a set of guidelines regarding irrigation, granary storage, or trade routes was completed, the counselors did not celebrate with loud rhetoric, but instead bound the narrow slats together with delicate silk thread, creating neat, flexible scrolls that could be safely archived in cool wooden cabinets. The soft, rhythmic friction of silk against bamboo was the peaceful heartbeat of a civilization seeking balance, illustrating how the complex responsibilities of statecraft could be sustained through quiet craftsmanship, patience, and mutual respect. High above the valleys of southern Europe, amidst the rocky heights of Mount Titano, a remarkably similar spirit of peaceful communal stewardship flourished within a smaller, closely knit republic. Beginning in 1253 in the hilltop republic of San Marino, family heads convened inside the quiet stone nave of the Pieve di San Marino, answering the soft tone of a bronze tower bell to peacefully vote on communal timber and pasture rights. As the low, melodious chime resonated across the terraced slopes and surrounding oak groves, elders and householders paused their daily labors and walked along winding stone pathways toward the church's cool, solemn sanctuary. Inside the nave, protected from the mountain winds by ancient masonry, the assembly gathered without pretense or factional strife. Seated together along worn wooden pews, they listened attentively as matters of shared land management, grazing schedules, and timber harvests were quietly presented for consideration. Every vote cast was an expression of trust and equity, recognizing that the survival of their alpine refuge depended entirely upon mutual care and the preservation of common resources. When the gathering concluded, the members returned to their homes as dusk settled over the hills, secure in the knowledge that their collective agreement had protected the mountain for another season. As night fell over both the vast imperial palaces of the east and the humble stone sanctuaries of the west, the quiet legacy of these early councils remained woven into the fabric of human society. Though separated by vast distances, different languages, and distinct cultural traditions, these early gatherings demonstrated a fundamental truth about human organization. True stability grows when individuals come together in peace to honor the common good. The slow binding of bamboo slips and the gentle chime of a sanctuary bell were both quiet invitations to set aside self-interest in favor of lasting harmony. In the stillness of those evening hours, as candles flickered in quiet courtyards and distant stars appeared above high mountain peaks, the spirit of early governance rested lightly upon the earth, leaving behind a tranquil heritage of shared responsibility and peaceful order that continues to echo through the centuries. In the lush, mist-draped valley of the Capon River, surrounded by forested hills and ancient stone stele, the cadence of civic life moved with a steady, quiet rhythm. Here, amidst the gentle rustle of broad leaves and the soft evening air of the Mesoamerican highlands, human communities found ways to harmonize the needs of many through patient deliberation. While distant monuments recorded the names of dynastic rulers and celebrated great public ceremonies, the daily rhythms of governance depended far more upon shared responsibility and local stewardship. The land itself demanded careful coordination, for the lifeblood of the valley rested upon the orderly distribution of water that nourished terraced fields, residential gardens, and central plazas. In this peaceful landscape, governance was not merely a matter of decree from a high throne, but an ongoing conversation carried out by community representatives who understood that stability grew from consensus. The evening breeze swept gently down from the surrounding ridges, cooling the stone surfaces of the city and inviting a spirit of quiet reflection. As twilight settled over the riverbanks, local elders and leaders gathered not in grand, intimidating arenas, but in understated spaces designed specifically to foster calm, even-handed dialogue. The softly flowing waters of the river provided a soothing backdrop to these assemblies, echoing the enduring truth that human societies thrive best when common resources are managed with patience, respect, and mutual consideration for every household in the valley. Within the heart of the civic precinct, set slightly apart from the towering pyramids, stood a structure built not for individual glory, but for communal council. Around 730 CE, in the Maya city of Kapan, counselors gathered inside the Papal Na, a stone council hall decorated with carved woven mat motifs, sitting on smooth plaster benches to quietly allocate shared water rights from the Kapan River. The woven mat pattern, known anciently as a symbol of shared authority and civic unity, was carefully sculpted into the exterior stone facade, signaling to all who passed that within these walls, governance was a collaborative tapestry woven from many distinct threads. Inside, the cool air provided relief from the tropical warmth, allowing minds to remain clear and focused as discussions unfolded without haste. The counselors, seated comfortably upon the polished, plaster-coated benches that lined the interior perimeter, spoke in low, measured tones as they reviewed the seasonal flow of the streams, the needs of outlying agricultural sectors, and the upkeep of communal canals. Each voice was given its proper space to be heard, ensuring that no single district bore an unfair burden during times of dry weather or heavy seasonal rains. The smooth plaster surfaces beneath them reflected the simplicity and focus of their work, stripped of unnecessary ornamentation, so that attention remained anchored entirely on the fair distribution of life-giving water. Outside, the Kapan River continued its gentle journey through the valley, its murmur harmonizing with the soft murmur of voices within the hall, demonstrating how thoughtful organization could turn a vital natural resource into a source of enduring civic harmony. This gentle tradition of council-based decision-making revealed how early state societies often balanced centralized royal power with decentralized, practical governance. Long before modern institutions codified rights and duties into rigid legal frameworks, communities like Kapan recognized that the long-term survival of the whole relied upon local stewards who intimately understood the land, the weather, and the daily needs of their neighbors. The Papal Na stood as a physical testament to this wisdom, embedding the spirit of consultation into the very stone of the city. As the meeting concluded and the councilors stepped out into the quiet twilight, the decisions made inside would ripple gently across the valley in the days to come. Farmers would open irrigation gates at agreed-upon hours. Water channels would be swept clean by cooperative hands, and the shared life of the community would flow forward as smoothly as the river itself. Soft darkness settled over the carved mat motifs on the building's exterior, obscuring their details under a blanket of night. Yet the principle they represented remained steadfast. Beneath the calm expanse of the starry sky, Kapan rested securely in the knowledge that its essential lifeblood had been carefully safeguarded through quiet dialogue, proving that among the many paths of human governance, few are as gentle, wise, and resilient as those built upon consensus, shared care, and mutual trust. Across the vast expanse of human history, the true weight of governance has rarely rested upon grand declarations or turbulent disputes, but rather within the quiet, methodical routines of daily administration. Long before complex modern states emerged, ancient societies discovered that enduring social harmony required far more than central authority. It relied upon structured counsel, careful observation, and a shared, quiet commitment to order. In early kingdoms and early administrative councils, governance unfolded like the gentle, predictable breath of the natural seasons, gradually turning raw geography into recognized fields, pastures, and peaceful villages through patient documentation. When counselors and advisors convened, their primary purpose was not to conquer or command through force, but to establish a steady, reliable equilibrium across the realm. Their deliberations took place within tranquil halls where the rustle of woven garments, the soft murmur of measured speech, and the slow, deliberate movement of ink formed the comforting rhythm of daily rule. In these peaceful spaces, decision-making became a meditative ritual, ensuring that every territorial boundary was respected, every harvest was thoughtfully recorded, and every local community felt the reassuring presence of protective oversight. This steady stewardship provided a soothing sense of predictability and security to ordinary lives, allowing families to rest comfortably each night, confident that the underlying structure of their world was held together by consensus, care, and quiet wisdom. This devotion to peaceful bureaucracy and methodical order reached a particularly serene expression in East Asia, where early statecraft combined a deep reverence for social harmony with meticulous administrative detail. During 8th century Nara Japan, imperial advisors of the Daijōken Council gathered inside the vermilion columned halls of the Heijo Palace, peacefully ratifying provincial land surveys by pressing bronze seals onto soft cedar wood strips called makken. Within these grand, airy chambers, gentle sunlight filtered through high latticed windows, casting warm geometric patterns across polished wooden floors, while soft breezes drifted in from surrounding gardens, carrying the delicate scents of pine needles, wet stone, and fresh cedar wood. The advisors, seated with calm dignity, carefully reviewed detailed records sent from distant provinces, painstakingly drawn maps, and precise tallies detailing the exact boundaries of rice paddies, the water channels feeding remote valleys, and the names of agricultural households. Each deliberate press of a heavy bronze seal into the yielding grain of cedar was an act of quiet validation, linking the central imperial heartland to the distant countryside in a soft, physical embrace of shared responsibility. The subtle sound of metal meeting cedar marked the peaceful passing of morning hours, entirely undisturbed by conflict or haste. These narrow wooden strips, lightweight and humble, carried the enduring authority of the state, serving as silent witnesses to an administration built on order, clarity, and patient consensus. Through such tranquil procedures, the Daijōken Council ensured that land ownership was recognized fairly. Resources were shared with balance, and the agrarian foundation of the empire remained stable, quiet, and secure beneath the watchful, benevolent eyes of imperial governance. The quiet practice of pressing bronze onto soft wood reveals how early governance often found its truest strength, not in overwhelming displays of power, but in light, repeatable acts of consensus and diligent record-keeping. Across different continents and eras, from the ancient river valleys of Mesopotamia and Egypt to the early council halls of Asia and the Mediterranean, the gradual transition toward organized advisory councils represented a profound step in human civilizational history, rather than relying solely on the personal directives of an individual monarch. Councils distributed responsibility among experienced advisors, anchoring the kingdom's stability in written law, customary agreements, and collective wisdom. The soft cedar strips of Nara, much like clay tablets, papyrus scrolls, or parchment rolls in other lands, served as the physical memory of society, preserving promises made, boundaries drawn, and covenants honored across generations. When records were maintained with quiet devotion and councils convened in serene atmosphere, the land itself seemed to settle into a natural, steady rhythm. Villages flourished because farmers knew their fields were protected. Merchants moved safely along peaceful roads, and families could sleep under the soothing assurance that their world was guarded by a thoughtful, steady order. As twilight softly settles over ancient halls and timeless landscapes, this legacy of peaceful counsel remains a gentle reminder of humanity's quiet journey toward harmony, cooperation, and calm governance. In the stillness of the night, we can find comfort knowing that the long arc of human organization has quietly nurtured security, rest, and peace across the ages. Across the rolling green landscape of early medieval Ireland, governance was sustained not through imposing stone palaces or centralized royal decrees, but through the gentle, enduring rhythms of open-air assemblies and shared customary law. Long before formal state institutions emerged in their modern shapes, regional communities gathered under open skies to maintain order, balance competing interests, and preserve the delicate peace among neighboring territories. These gatherings were deeply intertwined with the natural environment, scheduled around the turn of the seasons, and held at sites steeped in historical and symbolic meaning. In a world where written legal documents were still rare, law existed as a living memory, a collective understanding passed down through generations and voiced by respected community figures. The land itself served as the venue for council, offering broad grassy mounds, ancient hilltops, and calm valley floors where leaders, agriculturalists, and scholars could meet on neutral ground. Within these peaceful open spaces, decisions were negotiated through patient dialogue, mutual respect, and an abiding reverence for established precedent, creating a restful atmosphere where authority was recognized through wisdom, tradition, and shared consensus rather than through command or force. In 8th century Ireland, regional clan leaders met at the grassy assembly mound of Teltown, where legal scholars known as brehons sat on soft turf benches under midsummer twilight to resolve property boundaries through memorized poetic law. These legal specialists spent many patient years mastering thousands of verse couplets that contained the comprehensive rules of their society, ranging from land usage rights and cattle grazing access to inheritance, water rights, and formal restitution. By embedding legal principles into metrical poetry, the brehons ensured that complex rules of fairness and intricate boundary lines could be remembered with effortless precision and recited with a measured, soothing clarity. As the long midsummer evening settled gently over the earth, leaders and local families listened attentively while the scholars spoke from their earthen seats, their voices blending softly with the cool twilight breeze. Disputes over meadow boundaries or river access were examined thoughtfully, with the brehons drawing upon vast ancestral memory to find equitable solutions that satisfied all parties involved. The informal yet deeply dignified setting of soft turf benches allowed discussions to proceed without haste or hostility, fostering an environment where agreement was achieved through attentive listening and the tranquil cadence of spoken verse. Beginning in the 8th century at the hill of Uisneach in central Ireland, regional assembly leaders met around a flat limestone outcrop known as the Stone of Divisions, quietly adjusting interkingdom boundary treaties as evening mists settled over the grassy plains, perched upon a prominent rise in the geographical heart of the country. This sacred limestone landmark was traditionally believed to be the exact location where the borders of Ireland's ancient provinces converged, making it an ideal, neutral center for diplomatic moderation. As dusk deepened and soft blankets of mist rose from the damp surrounding fields, delegates from adjoining realms gathered around the quiet stone to discuss territorial agreements, grazing rights, and mutual defense pledges. Rather than enforcing agreements through rigid display, these regional leaders relied on the symbolic permanence of the ancient stone to reinforce their commitments to peace and stability. The negotiations carried a quiet, deliberate tone, matching the serene ambience of the darkening countryside, as treaties were adjusted line by line to reflect changing agricultural needs and familial alliances. In this calm atmosphere, the Stone of Divisions stood as an unyielding witness to human cooperation, anchoring fragile agreements within the solid, quiet reality of the natural landscape. Through such peaceful, outdoor assemblies, early Irish society cultivated a distinct form of decentralized governance that prioritized local harmony, historical memory, and natural consensus. The absence of a single, coercive monarch was balanced by these regular council gatherings, where power was shared among clan representatives and guided by the refined legal expertise of the Brehons. By returning year after year to sacred mounds and hilltop stones, communities reaffirmed their obligations to one another, ensuring that justice was experienced not as an arbitrary imposition, but as a soothing, continuous rhythm embedded within the land itself. As night fully encompassed the grassy hills and quiet valleys, the assembly members dispersed peacefully into the darkness, carrying back to their homesteads the quiet assurance of settled treaties, restored boundaries, and lasting communal calm. As midsummer approaches across the northern fjords, the harsh, dark rhythms of winter give way to long, luminous days where twilight lingers softly upon the coastal waters well into the night. In the early medieval period, long before central capitals or grand stone halls came to define the governance of northern Europe, communities across these rugged shorelines sought order through seasonal gatherings in open green spaces. The governance of these sheltered valleys was rooted not in the absolute command of distant monarchs, but in the quiet consensus of local assemblies known as things. As the ice thawed and sea lanes cleared, farmers, chieftains, and village elders would set down their daily tasks, board their wooden vessels, and glide peacefully through calm waterways toward traditional meeting places. These annual journeys were guided by a deep and shared desire for stability and mutual peace, ensuring that boundary disputes, property rights, and community agreements could be settled before the demanding work of harvest began. The natural landscape itself served as their council chamber, where gentle mountain breezes carried the rustle of meadow grass and the soft, measured cadence of human voices meeting in quiet purpose. Moving across the still waters of the fjords, delegates brought with them the accumulated wisdom of their home districts, carrying memory as their primary legal record and ancestral tradition as their shared guide. In this calm, cyclical rhythm of assembly, early Scandinavian societies cultivated a form of open-air jurisprudence that relied deeply upon mutual consent, respect for the environment, and the restful continuity of spoken custom. In 9th century Western Norway, delegates of the Gulating Assembly gathered each June in a quiet meadow at Gullen, sitting within a legal square marked by hazel branches strung with hemp cord to quietly recite regional coastal laws. This simple and serene boundary, known in old tradition as the Vebund, established a sacred zone of peace where all personal grievances were temporarily set aside and no weapons were permitted to enter. Inside the defined square, delegates sat comfortably upon the soft grass or low timber benches, listening with calm attentiveness as the elected law speaker stepped forward into the center. Without written manuscripts or heavy leather books to consult, the law lived entirely within the human memory, preserved through rhythmic phrasing, poetic cadence, and clear, measured speech that could be easily recalled and understood by everyone present. Line by line, the ancient customs governing coastal navigation, land division, livestock stewardship, and peaceful restitution were spoken aloud, allowing the community to hear, confirm, and internalize the shared rules by which they lived. The delicate hazel posts and slender hemp cords formed no physical barrier against force, yet their symbolic presence was deeply honored by all who gathered, creating an atmosphere of quiet reverence for the process of collective reasoning. Here, under the vast June sky, amidst the gentle scent of blooming meadow flowers and the cool, salt-tinged breeze from the nearby fjord, governance revealed itself not as an imposing display of authority, but as a peaceful, orderly conversation designed to maintain harmony across scattered coastal settlements. The enduring legacy of such early assemblies lies in their proof that effective social order could flourish through localized participation and shared symbolic boundaries long before complex state institutions emerged. These open-air councils provided an early blueprint for representative democracy, balancing the independence of individual homesteads with the collective need for harmonious, predictable rules. As the multi-day deliberations at Gulin drew to a peaceful close each summer, the hazel markers were gently removed and the hemp cords coiled away, leaving the grassy meadow entirely untouched and returned once more to nature. Yet the agreements forged within that quiet square remained steadfast, carried back along the winding fjords in the hearts and minds of the delegates as they rode home to their respective valleys. The long, soft twilight of the northern midsummer would settle over the emptied field, casting a warm, golden glow across the grasses where laws had been spoken so softly into the evening air. The peaceful repetition of those coastal customs offered a reassuring sense of stability for daily life, comforting each village with the knowledge that their rights were bound to a larger, shared community of law. In the quiet continuity of the Gulating Assembly, we find a timeless and soothing reminder of how human societies have long sought peace through gentle gathering, clear boundaries, and the calm, steady rhythm of collective wisdom. Across the glaciated valleys and winding fjords of early medieval northern Europe, the art of governance took root not within heavy stone palaces, but under the open expanse of the northern sky. Here, community life was bound closely to the seasons, to the rhythms of timber harvesting in pine forests, and to the seasonal driving of cattle up to alpine summer pastures, as dispersed farmsteads expanded along coastal waterways. The need for shared rules became essential to maintaining peace among neighboring families. Rather than relying solely on the dictates of regional chieftains, these coastal communities developed a tradition of public assemblies known as things. In these open-air gatherings, free landholders assembled to discuss communal obligations, settle grievances, and establish boundaries for shared resources. The air at these assemblies carried a quiet stillness, settled by a shared understanding that order was maintained through dialogue and collective memory. The landscape itself served as the backdrop, for these early council meetings, where the rustle of wind through birch leaves and the gentle lapping of cold fjord waters accompanied the deliberate, spoken resolution of local affairs. Over time, these local gatherings coalesced into larger regional assemblies, creating early frameworks of customary law that prioritized social harmony and steady, predictable living. Beginning around 900 CE, along Norway's Sognefjord, the regional Gulating Council convened inside a quiet sanctuary enclosed by hazel branches strung with fine hemp cords, where law speakers sat on flat stones to adjust timber and pasture rights. This sacred boundary, known in the ancient tongue as the Vabond, created a space of absolute peace, within which no weapons could be drawn and no voice raised in anger. The choice of hazel branches and slender hemp cordage was deeply symbolic, yet entirely practical. It formed a perimeter that was visual and sacred rather than physical, relying on the shared reverence of the participants to maintain its integrity. Inside this quiet circle, the law speaker, chosen for his deep knowledge of oral tradition, took his seat upon a smooth glacial stone worn flat by centuries of weather. Farmers and chieftains stood listening as land boundaries were traced across mountain slopes. Grazing rights for sheep were allocated for the coming summer, and forest timber allocations were carefully balanced so that no single farmstead depleted the ancient woodlands. The proceedings moved at an unhurried pace, guided by the slow sun tracing its arc above the steep rock faces of the fjord. Every decision made within the hazel perimeter was anchored in fairness and balance, ensuring that families along the waterway could prepare for the long winter months ahead with clarity and security. The governance practiced at the Gulating reflected a profound reliance on oral legal memory and public participation before laws were written down on parchment in later centuries. They existed entirely within the minds of the community, preserved through structured poetic verses and rhythmic recitations repeated year after year at the assembly. Because the law was spoken aloud in the open air, every member of the assembly could hear and understand the principles that governed their daily lives, transforming the council into a living tradition of civic stewardship. Disputes were resolved not by arbitrary decree, but through reference to precedent and common sense, ensuring that property rights over meadows, fishing waters, and mountain trails were respected across generations. The fragile hazel enclosure reminded everyone present that peaceful governance was a delicate agreement maintained by mutual consent. If a disagreement arose regarding a pasture boundary or timber rights in a high valley, the law speakers listened to testimony, observed traditional markers, and rendered a calm judgment designed to restore harmony. This custom of public deliberation laid foundational ideas about property rights, representative councils, and procedural justice that quietly shaped European political development. As twilight descended over the Sognefjord, wrapping the steep granite walls and still waters in shades of soft blue and indigo. The council participants packed their provisions and returned to their boats, bound for their home fjords. The hazel stakes and hemp cords remained intact until the next seasonal assembly, silent markers of a society that sought order in the quiet strength of counsel and conversation. The legacy of the guillotine demonstrates how early human communities learned to restrain force through agreed-upon spaces, shared memory, and natural boundaries. In these early gatherings, we see the gentle roots of democratic governance, a tradition built not on grand monuments, but on flat stones, quiet sanctuaries, and the soft, enduring voice of spoken law carried on the evening breeze. Across the windswept expanses of the North Atlantic, early maritime societies developed unique and quiet forms of governance, shaped by the harsh beauty of their landscapes and the deep necessity of mutual trust. In these remote island domains, where vast oceans isolated small villages from one another, communities could not rely on distant monarchs or rigid, centralized administrations to guide their daily affairs. Instead, order emerged organically from the soil and sea, anchored in shared customs that honored the delicate balance between human survival and the natural environment. As summer brought soft, enduring daylight to the northern latitudes, neighbors and regional leaders would travel across mist-shrouded fjords and grassy valleys, driven by a simple, timeless purpose: to speak together, to settle differences without strife, and to ensure that every household had a voice in the stewardship of their isolated haven. The rhythms of these early councils were unhurried, aligned with the turning of the seasons and the gentle swell of the surrounding waters. Here, law was not a set of heavy decrees handed down from high towers, but a living dialogue nurtured in the open air, where every spoken decision reflected a collective commitment to peace, order, and the quiet continuity of village life. One of the most enduring examples of this peaceful tradition took root among the steep cliffs and sheltered inlets of the Faroese archipelago. Beginning in the 9th century on the narrow peninsula of Tingins, the Faroese Lagting Assembly gathered each midsummer on smooth basalt rocks, where regional delegates sat wrapped in warm wool cloaks to quietly recite and adjust island sheep grazing rights. The choice of location was deeply symbolic and entirely practical, placing the gathering at the natural boundary where land met sea, accessible to all who rode into the sheltered harbor. Beginning in the 9th century in the Faroe Islands, island representatives gathered on the flat basalt rocks of the Tingins Peninsula in Tórshavn, sitting near the gentle tide to peacefully resolve seasonal sheep grazing rights and harbor boundaries. In this calm coastal setting, surrounded by the rhythmic lap of ocean waves and the low cry of seabirds, the delegates discussed matters essential to their daily existence. They carefully delineated the upland slopes where sheep could graze freely through the long summer days, ensuring fragile pastures were preserved, while establishing fair guidelines for shorelines, boat landings, and drying racks. The dark stone, smoothed by centuries of tide and weather, provided a serene, enduring foundation for deliberations rooted in patience and mutual respect. These early open-air parliament meetings were characterized by a gentle, conversational tone, far removed from the dramatic rhetoric of larger, more contentious assemblies elsewhere in the world. Deliberations were guided by memory and unwritten precedent, as respected elders recited long-remembered laws, while younger generations listened intently, absorbing the values of fairness and communal harmony. There was no need for ostentatious thrones or formal court dress. A thick cloak of hand-spun wool was sufficient to ward off the cool ocean breeze, allowing the representatives to focus entirely on the quiet work of governance. By coming together each year at the height of summer, when the sun scarcely dipped below the horizon, the islanders reaffirmed their interconnectedness and renewed their vows of mutual aid. Disputes over stray livestock, disputed boundaries along the shore, or shared rights to drift timber were addressed with calm deliberation, preventing small misunderstandings from hardening into lingering grudges. The assembly was less a venue for political ambition and more a sanctuary of shared purpose, where consensus was carefully woven like the threads of a warm garment, protecting the community from the chill of division and uncertainty. As the midsummer sun sank low into the sky, casting a warm golden glow across the quiet harbor of Tórshavn, the members of the assembly would conclude their work and prepare for their journeys home. They carried back to their distant settlements not only clarified rights and updated agreements, but also a renewed sense of peace and unity that sustained them through the coming winter. The legacy of these early councils lies in the enduring principle that communities can govern themselves through quiet conversation, mutual respect, and a deep reverence for the land they share. The smooth basalt rocks of Tingvalir remain as silent witnesses to centuries of peaceful dialogue, reminding us that the truest forms of order are often born in stillness, nurtured by the soft murmur of the ocean, and sustained by the simple desire to live together in quiet harmony. As human societies expanded across varied landscapes, the impulse to seek order often drew communities away from closed chambers and into the quiet breadth of the open air. In these early gatherings, the natural world itself provided both backdrop and acoustic sanctuary, allowing voices to carry across grassy valleys and stone outcroppings without the imposition of grand monuments or heavy iron gates. Governance in such settings was not defined by distant decrees or rigid hierarchies, but by the physical act of assembling under the sky, where neighbors and leaders alike could gather within earshot of one another. The rhythm of these outdoor assemblies matched the gentle cadence of the seasons, convening when travel was manageable and the land provided sufficient sustenance for travelers journeying from distant valleys. Here, the exchange of news, the resolution of local disagreements, and the slow refinement of shared customs unfolded as a collective ritual of quiet cooperation. The absence of built walls encouraged a sense of openness, where the authority of a decision rested not upon physical force or solitary command, but upon the visible consensus of the gathered community. The air was filled with the soft murmur of thoughtful discussion, the rustle of wind through high mountain grasses, and the steady, unhurried cadence of spoken words intended to preserve peace across scattered settlements. In this peaceful fashion, early councils demonstrated that governance could be an organic extension of daily community life, rooted deeply in the physical geography of the land and the shared needs of its inhabitants. Across the volcanic plains of the far north, this tradition of open-air deliberation achieved a unique and enduring harmony with the surrounding landscape. Beginning in 930 CE at Thingvellir, the early Icelandic parliament convened under the gentle summer daylight, where an elected law speaker sat upon a rock face to recite 1/3 of the nation's unwritten laws aloud from memory. Framed by the dramatic stone walls of a natural continental rift, the assembly space offered remarkable natural acoustics, allowing the spoken word to reverberate clearly over the assembled crowd without effort or strain. Families traveled long distances across swift rivers and moss-covered lava fields, pitching temporary turf and cloth shelters around the perimeter of the broad plain. The annual gathering was as much a warm cultural reunion as a legal session, marked by the peaceful trading of goods, the arranging of marriages, and the quiet exchange of stories beneath the soft, golden illumination of the midnight sun. The law speaker's role was singular in its demand for mental clarity, focus, and deep communal trust, as the preservation of justice relied entirely upon the fidelity of human memory rather than ink and parchment. Over the course of 3 successive summers, the entire body of customary law would be spoken aloud, ensuring that every member of the assembly understood the shared boundaries and protections that governed their lives. The act of listening became a meditative, unifying practice, binding disparate chieftains and farmers into a single legal fabric through the quiet authority of the spoken word. This reliance on oral recitation and natural assembly spaces highlights a gentle truth about the origins of democratic thought. Long before complex bureaucratic institutions were built, governance existed as a living, spoken agreement held within the collective memory of the people. The choice to gather at the height of summer, when the land was softest and the daylight seemed almost endless, imbued these early legal traditions with a sense of calm, renewal, and deep connection. The law was not viewed as a static set of punitive burdens, but as an evolving shield against conflict, designed to allow scattered homesteads to coexist in harmony with one another and the unforgiving northern climate. As the law speaker spoke from the elevated stone, the steady cadence of the words mirrored the timeless endurance of the surrounding rock, bridging the wisdom of past generations with the practical needs of the present. When the assembly finally concluded, the participants returned to their secluded fjords and valleys, carrying not heavy volumes of written code, but a refreshed understanding of their mutual duties and shared identity. The quiet memory of the Law Rock lingered through the long winter months, offering a comforting sense of stability amidst the snow and dark winds. In these simple northern gatherings, we observe how early human societies found lasting strength in shared speech, peaceful presence, and the quiet beauty of a law remembered, spoken, and honored beneath an open sky. Across the cool, windswept landscapes of the far north, early human societies sought peaceful ways to preserve order without relying on a centralized monarch or distant imperial court. In these sparse and open realms, governance was deeply rooted in the land itself and in the collective memory of the communities who inhabited it. Rather than submitting to absolute rule, scattered clans and farmers gathered periodically at designated open-air assembly sites, sheltered valleys, gentle knolls, or places shaped by nature where rivers met or volcanic rock formed natural amphitheaters. In these tranquil spaces, neighbors came together to settle land disputes, affirm covenants, and honor traditional boundaries, building a tradition of counsel that relied upon consensus and shared custom. These early assemblies were designed not for grand displays of raw power, but for measured deliberation, where every spoken word was carried away upon the soft breezes of summer. The atmosphere at such gatherings was structured by patience and mutual respect, allowing complex human relationships to find balance beneath the wide, unhurried canopy of the northern sky, laying down a subtle and enduring blueprint for self-governance that honored both individual autonomy and communal unity. It was within this tradition of open-air deliberation that one of the most remarkable democratic institutions of the medieval world took root. Beginning in 930 CE at Thingvellir, Icelandic chieftains gathered each June beside the towering basalt walls of the Almannagjá Gorge, where the designated law speaker stood atop the grassy law rock to quietly recite 1/3 of the Commonwealth's customary laws from memory under the mild midnight sun. Surrounded by the stark, quiet beauty of tectonic rift valleys, clear glacial streams, and dark volcanic stone, the assembly known as the Althing served as the vibrant yet gentle heart of Icelandic civic life. The role of the law speaker was both sacred and deeply practical, requiring years of discipline to commit every intricate legal nuance, boundary rule, and historical precedent to memory. Standing before the assembled chieftains, farmers, and travelers, the law speaker's voice rose softly into the crisp air, speaking the unwritten codes that governed trade, property, inheritance, and the preservation of peace. because these laws were held within human memory rather than inscribed on parchment. Their annual recitation ensured that every member of the community remained intimately grounded in the shared principles of their society. In the ethereal light of the June nights, when evening twilight merged seamlessly into dawn, the assembly proceeded at an unhurried, serene pace, allowing grievances to be heard and resolved without the presence of a standing army or royal decree. This method of governance, through spoken law and communal gathering, reflected a profound confidence in the strength of shared memory and mutual consent. The natural architecture of Thingvellir played a key role in the gathering, as the sheer rock walls of the gorge provided remarkable acoustics, naturally carrying the law speaker's soft tones across the assembled crowd without strain. Around the perimeter of the law rock, families erected temporary turf and stone shelters known as booths, living side by side for 2 weeks each summer in a spirit of shared responsibility, storytelling, and peaceful trade. The absence of a king or central executive meant that authority remained decentralized, distributed among regional chieftains who were bound to honor the counsel of their peers and the customary rights of the free farmers they represented. The annual gathering was as much a peaceful festival as a legislative council, a season when distant families reconnected, marriages were arranged, and ties of friendship were renewed beneath the luminous glow of the summer night. Through this steady, predictable rhythm of remembrance and dialogue, the early Commonwealth demonstrated that lasting social order could be sustained through shared responsibility, open participation, and calm negotiation. As the centuries unfolded across the northern world, these early councils demonstrated that governance need not be an imposing force imposed from above, but can instead be a quiet, living practice nurtured by community. The legacy of open-air assemblies, like the Althing, showed that when free individuals gather in good faith beneath open skies, bound by custom and quiet understanding, they build structures of peace that endure across generations. Long before modern representative parliaments convened within closed stone halls, the simple, rhythmic recitation of law atop a grassy rock established a timeless principle: that true governance begins with listening, rests upon memory, and thrives through the peaceful agreement of people united under the quiet expanse of the sky. Across the gentle landscapes of northern Europe and the sunny valleys of the Mediterranean, human communities gradually discovered that governance did not always require grand stone palaces or distant imperial decrees. Instead, true order was often woven from the quiet, rhythmic gatherings of local neighbors who understood the shared needs of their land and season. In the cool, sea-washed air of the Irish Sea, a remarkable tradition took root among the green rolling hills and coastal breezes. Beginning in 979 CE on the Isle of Man, the Tynwald Assembly convened atop Tynwald Hill, a four-tiered earthen mound laid with soil gathered from the islands 17 parishes, where council members sat on grassy terraces under open skies to hear deemsters recite customary laws from memory. In the gentle hush of these open gatherings, voices remained soft, and the shared purpose of preserving local peace guided every spoken word. This open-air gathering place was far more than a simple meeting ground. It served as a physical representation of unity, combining the very earth of every local parish into a single, peaceful sanctuary of counsel. Beneath the soft arch of the daytime sky, surrounded by winding paths and rustling grasses, the islanders sat in restful stillness, while the deemsters spoke the ancient rules of fair conduct, land division, and public harmony. Because these customary laws lived within collective memory rather than upon perishable parchment, the act of governance became a living, breathing dialogue passed down through spoken voice and attentive listening. The tiered mound allowed each participant to see the surrounding landscape they sought to care for, grounding every decision in the quiet realities of daily life, agricultural cycles, and the enduring rhythm of the island's coastline. Farther south, where the warm Mediterranean breeze moved gently through orchards of orange and fields of golden grain, another enduring exercise in quiet democratic council flourished along the fertile banks of the Turia River. Here, the entire vitality of the valley depended upon the careful, equitable distribution of fresh water through a complex network of stone channels and irrigation canals to ensure that every field received its rightful share without dispute or delay. The local farmers established an extraordinary system of shared stewardship that operated entirely outdoors in the clear light of day. Beginning around 960 CE in Valencia, 8 elected farm delegates met every Thursday at noon outside the main cathedral entrance, sitting in a quiet semicircle of leather and bronze chairs to verbally settle river canal water rights without written notes. As the cathedral bells chimed the midday hour, the delegates gathered peacefully, dressed in traditional dark smocks, to listen attentively to the concerns of their fellow cultivators. There were no costly legal fees, no lengthy written briefs, and no tedious backlogs of paperwork to cloud the process. Instead, each farmer presented their account in simple, direct words, knowing that the judges sitting before them were experienced growers who understood the exact currents, soil conditions, and watering schedules of the surrounding valley. With calm authority and deep mutual respect, decisions were reached swiftly through spoken agreement, ensuring that the precious waters continued to flow smoothly into every canal, nourishing both the crops and the enduring bond of trust among neighbors. These early gathering traditions reveal a profound truth about the peaceful evolution of early democracies and local councils. Long before sprawling bureaucracies and complex legal systems emerged, human societies found balance by resting their governance upon shared memory, local proximity, and the visible presence of the natural world. Whether resting upon the grass-covered terraces of an island mound or gathering upon the stone courtyard of a Mediterranean cathedral, these early councils demonstrated that effective law could be both humble and deeply enduring. The reliance on spoken tradition required members of the community to cultivate patience, deep listening, and a profound sense of responsibility toward one another. Without written notes or rigid archives, trust became the primary currency of civic life, renewed each time the council met under the sun or cloudy skies. The simplicity of these rituals allowed generations of citizens to experience governance not as a distant force of coercion, but as an accessible, comforting rhythm of communal care and quiet cooperation. As the centuries turned, these open-air tribunals provided a steady foundation for daily life, showing that when human beings gather with clear intentions and open hearts, the simple act of listening can create a lasting peace that outlives empires and stone monuments alike. In the stillness of evening, as the work of council rested, the surrounding landscape returned to its quiet beauty, holding within its soil the peaceful memory of justice, made simple, steady, and whole. As summer settled over northern waters, the rhythm of human governance often found its home not within heavy stone palaces or gated citadels, but directly upon the quiet earth beneath an open sky. Across maritime communities and island settlements, the tradition of gathering held a deep, reassuring simplicity. People traveled across rolling hills and along coastal pathways, drawn together by a shared understanding that order was best preserved through shared voice and gentle remembrance. In these open-air settings, the boundaries between the natural world and civil life dissolved into something soft and harmonious. The rustle of wind through high grasses provided the backdrop for discussions of boundary stones, grazing rights, and communal agreements. There was a restful predictability to these annual gatherings, coming at a time when daylight stretched long into the evening, and the urgency of winter preparation had temporarily yielded to the warmth of midsummer. In such spaces, counsel was not imposed from a remote throne. Rather, it emerged from the gathered presence of neighbors who understood that stability grew from mutual respect, shared custom, and the quiet repetition of established traditions under the vast canopy of heaven. One of the most remarkable and enduring manifestations of this open-air governance took form among the green valleys of the Irish Sea. Beginning in the 10th century on the Isle of Man, island delegates gathered each summer at the open-air assembly of Tynwald, sitting on 4-tiered grassy terraces cut into an earthen mound at St. John's, while legal officers quietly recited local customary laws under the soft evening light. This physical arrangement was both practical and deeply symbolic. The earthen mound, constructed from soil traditionally gathered from the island's various parishes, allowed the assembled people to behold their representatives arranged in quiet, orderly tiers. Tier by tier, the delegates sat upon the lush turf, listening intently as the lawmen spoke in measured tones. Because these custom-bound laws had long been carried in human memory, rather than bound in heavy calfskin folios, their spoken recitation allowed every attendee to hear the rules by which their island lived. The air would grow cool as twilight lingered over St. John's, but the cadence of the legal recitations remained steady and unhurried. Through this solemn yet serene ritual, every islander present was reminded of the continuity of their traditions, feeling connected both to the generations that had stepped upon the mound before them and to those who would inherit the land in years to come. This quiet approach to lawmaking reflected a fundamental human desire for transparency and shared ownership over the rules of daily life. Sitting together upon the open hillside, delegates and observers alike experienced governance not as an abstract power, but as a living conversation anchored in their shared environment. The tiered mound served as a physical bridge between the earth and the community, offering a tranquil space where disputes could be set aside in favor of public clarity. There were no harsh decrees spoken from behind closed doors, nor were there dramatic spectacles of rule. Instead, the legal officers spoke with a calm consistency that matched the steady lowering of the sun. As the customary laws were spoken aloud, the words settled over the assembly like falling dew, reaffirming the pact between the island's inhabitants and their land. This practice of open recitation ensured that the law remained accessible, transparent, and bound to common sense, allowing the community to disperse back to their farms and coastal villages with a renewed sense of harmony and quiet confidence. In the broader history of human councils, places like Thingvellir remind us that early democratic impulses were often rooted in simple, sustainable rituals of presence and listening. The endurance of such assemblies over centuries demonstrates how deeply human societies value spaces where governance feels accessible, serene, and interwoven with the natural cycles of the seasons. Long after the summer delegates returned to their home parishes, the memory of those quiet evenings on the grassy mound persisted, sustaining a spirit of peace and order that required no grand displays of force. The law, spoken under the open sky and heard by all who cared to listen, became a quiet thread weaving through the everyday lives of the islanders. As the night sky deepened and stars appeared above the mound at St. John's, the gathering would gently draw to a close, leaving behind an enduring legacy of counsel, grounded in community, memory, and the tranquil stillness of the earth. As human communities grew and settled along fertile river valleys, the nature of authority subtly transformed from single voices of command into shared spaces of counsel and gentle deliberation. Across the rolling landscapes of early medieval Europe, governance was not merely an exercise in raw force, but a slow, unfolding conversation between a ruler and those who held the trust of the land. In this quiet evolution, power learned to pause, to listen, and to seek the measured wisdom of assembled elders before decisions were spoken into law. These early gatherings were rarely hurried affairs. Instead, they moved with the calm, seasonal rhythm of the countryside itself, assembling when the harvests were safely gathered, or when the quiet turn of the year called for communal reflection. Within simple timbered halls and beneath the open branches of ancestral trees, noble lords, bishops, and respected landowners sat together to weigh disputes, confirm titles, and offer steady guidance to the realm. This steady shift toward collective consultation laid a quiet foundation for the enduring principle that a kingdom's true strength resided not in solitary will, but in the harmony of broad consent, thoughtful discussion, and shared responsibility. This gentle tradition of seeking counsel took a particularly enduring form in the heart of the British Isles, where ancient customs of consensus began to leave their marks upon preserved parchment. Beginning in the 10th century in Anglo-Saxon England, royal advisors of the Witnagemot gathered inside quiet, oak-timbered halls near the River Thames, sitting on carved wooden benches, while scribes recorded land grants onto fine vellum charters under beeswax candlelight. The air inside these meeting places was filled with the faint, comforting scent of melting wax, wood smoke, and dried ink, creating an atmosphere of focused serenity, while the dark waters of the Thames flowed silently past outside. Here, the king sat not high above his council, but within it, surrounding himself with the Witan, the wise ones, whose presence legitimized royal decrees and ensured that traditional customs were honored across the distant shires. As the scribes moved their goose quills carefully across the smooth, calfskin surfaces, the fleeting words of spoken agreements became permanent promises, anchored in both human memory and enduring physical form. Each charter drawn up in those soft-lit rooms represented a moment where raw authority deferred to written agreement, establishing a peaceful precedent where law was framed through deliberate discussion and recorded with quiet precision. The deliberations of the Witnagemot were deeply rooted in an understanding that governance was a sacred trust, dependent upon the goodwill of the realm and the moral authority of inherited custom. Rather than relying on rigid, codified statutes, these early councils operated through precedent, shared values, and the careful balancing of regional interests. When a monarch passed away or a new policy needed to be forged, it was the assembly of advisors who confirmed the succession, ensuring that the transition of leadership remained orderly and grounded in collective approval. In this way, the council functioned as a stabilizing pillar against tyranny and caprice, offering a calm counterweight to the ambitions of any single ruler. The members of the Witan brought with them the voices, needs, and traditions of their respective regions, allowing distant communities to feel quietly connected to the central governance of the realm. The deliberate, unhurried pace of these proceedings allowed tempers to cool and thoughtful compromises to emerge, demonstrating how early political systems could cultivate lasting harmony through patience, listening, and balanced dialogue. Though centuries would pass before true representative institutions fully took shape, these early medieval assemblies left an indelible, gentle imprint on the philosophy of government. The quiet gatherings in oak-framed halls along the Thames established the essential idea that authority gains its true legitimacy when it is tempered by wise counsel and bound by written agreement. The physical charters produced under the soft glow of beeswax candles survived through the ages, serving as silent witnesses to a time when governance began its long, peaceful journey toward transparency and constitutional balance. As night fell over the misty riverbanks and the discussions of the day drew to a peaceful close, the advisors would disperse back to their lands, carrying with them the quiet assurance of a kingdom held together by shared wisdom. It was in these calm, unhurried assemblies that the seeds of modern parliamentary thought took root, proving that the truest standard of good rule is found in quiet reflection, mutual respect, and the enduring search for common ground. Across the sun-dappled plains and fertile river valleys of southern India, during the height of the medieval period, the expansive Chola realm maintained its enduring stability not merely through grand royal decrees, but through a deeply rooted, decentralized system of village self-governance beneath the towering stone structures of sacred temples and the soft, rustling shade of ancient banyan trees. Daily life moved with a quiet, measured rhythm tied intimately to the rising sun, the tilling of soil, and the seasonal monsoon rains. The morning air was often filled with the distant, soothing sound of temple bells and the soft hum of rural activity, creating a peaceful atmosphere where community decisions felt like a natural, harmonious extension of daily living. Far removed from the formal splendor and strategic anxieties of distant imperial courts, the administration of local affairs was entrusted to autonomous village assemblies, known as sabahs, where elder residents gathered regularly to care for communal lands, maintain intricate irrigation networks, and preserve local social order. These gatherings were designed not as arenas of heated political contestation, but as calm sanctuaries of shared responsibility, where respected members of the community met to ensure that every paddy field received its rightful share of water, and that public resources were managed with steady integrity. The peaceful atmosphere in these rural settlements reflected a subtle, enduring wisdom that true governance begins at the smallest scale, rooted in civic harmony, mutual respect, and the quiet stewardship of shared life, allowing generation after generation to dwell in stability beneath the expansive southern sky. Among these self-governing communities, few provided as clear and detailed a portrait of civic organization as the village of Uruk, whose stone temple walls still bear meticulously carved inscriptions detailing their electoral laws and administrative committees. Here, governance was structured with remarkable care to prevent the concentration of power and to ensure absolute fairness in selecting those who oversaw taxes, gardens, and water reservoirs, rather than relying on open campaigning or inherited status. The villagers established a system where candidates were carefully vetted for their knowledge, character, and financial integrity before their names were written down. In the 10th century Chola kingdom, the village of Uruk governed its local council by writing candidate names onto dried palm leaf slips, placing them in an earthenware pot inside the stone temple, and letting a young child draw the winning ballots. This simple yet solemn ritual, performed in the tranquil shade of the temple hall before the assembled community, blended complete transparency with a gentle trust in chance and innocence. By allowing a child's neutral hand to draw the winning leaves from the urn, the community eliminated any possibility of favoritism or political manipulation, ensuring that leadership returned periodically to different hands with serene acceptance. The quiet rustle of dried palm leaves inside the earthenware vessel stood as a soft reminder that authority was a temporary trust given by the community, carried out in full view of both neighbors and the divine. This thoughtful method of selecting council members revealed a profound understanding of civic balance, recognizing that governance functions best when authority rotates regularly and remains firmly rooted in accountability. Members chosen through the pot ticket system served fixed terms, after which they stepped down to make way for others, preventing any single individual or family from acquiring permanent influence over local affairs. The rules inscribed on Uteramurur's weathered stone walls were extraordinarily precise, disqualifying anyone who had failed to submit transparent public accounts or who had breached community ethics, while encouraging thoughtful stewardship over every aspect of rural life. As soft afternoon light filtered through the carved stone pillars of the temple, the assembly would conclude its business with quiet consensus, leaving the newly chosen councillors to attend to their duties with modest dedication. The legacy of these early South Indian assemblies demonstrates that democracy need not always take the form of loud speeches or partisan debates. It can exist just as powerfully in the quiet consensus of a village square, the solemnity of a simple ballot pot, and the shared commitment to collective well-being. As night falls gently over the ancient stones of Uteramurur, the memory of those early councils offers a tranquil reflection on how human societies have long sought fairness, order, and peaceful harmony in the quiet conduct of their everyday lives. Across the warm, sun-dappled plains of southern India, medieval communities sought harmony through structured traditions of local stewardship and quiet civic consensus. In 10th century Tamil Nadu, the village council of Uruk selected its ward representatives using the Kudavali system, where elders placed dried palm leaf ballot slips into an earthenware pot before a young child drew the winning leaves inside the quiet hall of the Sundaravarata temple. This gentle practice, refined over generations under the patronage of the Chola dynasty, converted public duty into a shared ritual of solemn trust. The stone walls of the temple, inscribed with detailed qualification rules for candidacy, such as honesty, property ownership, and mastery of sacred texts, stood as silent guardians of the village's moral order. As evening shadows stretched across the temple courtyard, the rustle of dried palm leaves and the soft murmur of assembled villagers created an atmosphere of profound serenity, where governance was not a struggle for power, but a peaceful turn of service. Each representative chosen through this innocent drawing assumed responsibility over irrigation channels, local taxation, and communal lands, ensuring that the rhythm of rural life continued smoothly from one season to the next. The simplicity of using a clay pot and an untainted young hand to reveal the leaders meant that no single voice could dominate the destiny of the village, instilling a deep sense of equity and calm acceptance among the inhabitants. The reliance on local councils and carefully preserved procedures reflected a broader understanding that stable governance flourishes when rooted in communal transparency and quiet routines. Far from the grand halls of absolute monarchs, these rural assemblies demonstrated how early democracies could blossom within traditional religious and civic spaces. The inscribed stone slabs of Uruk, which remain preserved to this day, documented every nuance of this administrative framework, serving both as a public ledger and an enduring symbol of collective responsibility. Villagers gathered beneath shaded porticos to deliberate on maintenance for water reservoirs, the distribution of temple grain, and the resolution of local disagreements without drama or fanfare. In this quiet landscape, civic participation was woven seamlessly into the tapestry of daily life, alongside the tending of paddy fields and the gentle chiming of temple bells. The process of governing became an exercise in patience and continuity, reassuring the population that their shared resources would be managed with care, equity, and reverent order. Farther to the east, during 11th century Song dynasty China, imperial counselors of the Shumishi met inside the quiet courtyards of Kaifeng's imperial palace, reviewing regional land records written on fine silk scrolls under the soft glow of beeswax candles. The Shumishi, or Bureau of Military Affairs and Administrative Council, functioned alongside civil ministries to balance the vast empire's defense, logistics, and territorial management with methodical precision. Within the secluded inner sanctums of the capital, surrounded by delicate stone lanterns, trickling water channels, and the faint fragrance of burning incense, these scholar officials examined thousands of detailed reports sent from distant provinces. The soft rustle of unwinding silk and the rhythmic dipping of brushes into dark ink created a serene cadence of governance, where complex decisions regarding grain stores, border posts, and tax assessments were made in hushed tones. Scholars selected through rigorous civil service examinations brought a lifetime of classical learning and bureaucratic discipline to these evening sessions, seeking to maintain equilibrium across a sprawling realm. The warm candlelight illuminated maps of rivers and mountain passes, highlighting how meticulous record-keeping and contemplative counsel formed the foundation of imperial stability during an era of remarkable cultural and technological refinement. Though separated by geography, language, and institutional form, the village assembly of Uruk and the imperial councils of Kaifeng revealed a common human aspiration toward orderly, thoughtful governance. Whether through palm leaf ballots drawn in a quiet temple hall or silk scrolls analyzed under candlelit eaves, both systems prioritized structure, precedent, and calm deliberation over arbitrary rule. These historical traditions remind us that effective administration often resides in quiet spaces and subtle habits where community elders, civil servants, and young children each play a defined role in sustaining the social fabric. As night deepened over the temples of the south and the palaces of the north, the quiet work of governance rested for another day, leaving behind a legacy of recorded wisdom, enduring harmony, and peaceful order that would continue to guide future generations. As the centuries of the Middle Ages progressed across Western Europe, the nature of governance began a quiet and gradual transformation, shifting gently away from the isolated decisions of single rulers toward broader, more inclusive gatherings. In the quiet towns and rural valleys, the rhythm of daily life depended upon stability, fairness, and clear laws that everyone could understand and respect. Monarchs increasingly realized that maintaining peace across vast lands required listening to the voices of those who tended the fields, managed the market squares, and kept the machinery of local trade turning smoothly. Rather than relying solely upon grand decrees delivered from distant high thrones, rulers began inviting regional representatives, village elders, and local leaders into quiet chambers to offer counsel. These early assemblies were not born out of sudden conflict, but rather from a practical, tranquil desire for order and mutual understanding. Beneath the soft glow of candlelight and within the shelter of thick stone walls, councils gathered to discuss land boundaries, taxation, trade privileges, and civic duties. Step by step, the heavy burden of governance was distributed across a wider circle of human thought. The atmosphere in these early gathering places was often reflective and subdued, characterized by long hours of patient conversation, where arguments were weighed with care and recorded upon parchment with deliberate precision. In this measured way, the seeds of parliamentary practice began to take root in the fertile soil of European civic life. One of the most notable milestones in this gentle evolution occurred in the Kingdom of Leon, where the traditional boundaries of royal authority expanded to welcome the common citizenry into formal governance. In 1188, King Alfonso IX of Leon convened one of Europe's earliest parliamentary assemblies inside the peaceful, stone-arched cloister of the Basilica of San Isidoro, where elected town delegates sat on carved benches to ratify regional civic charters. Within that tranquil space, shaded from the afternoon sun by heavy granite arcades, the gathering brought together not only the traditional nobility and church authorities, but also representative citizens chosen directly by their hometowns. The air inside the cloister was filled with a restful quiet, punctuated only by the soft scraping of wooden chairs and the steady reading of written statutes that outlined fundamental rights, protected property from arbitrary seizure, and ensured standard judicial procedures for all residents. By sitting together in equal stillness under the monastery arches, the king and the town delegates established a precedent that authority rested upon consensus rather than force alone. The charters ratified during those calm sessions laid down clear, reliable rules that fostered safety and economic confidence throughout the realm. As the ink dried on those early documents, the Basilica of San Isidoro became a sanctuary not just of spiritual devotion, but of a newly emerging civic harmony that recognized the intrinsic value of local representation. The legacy of such peaceful assemblies resonated far beyond the stone walls of Leon, quietly influencing how communities across the medieval world conceptualized governance, law, and collective responsibility. Over the passing decades, the practice of bringing together delegates from diverse towns, rural districts, and trade guilds expanded into a foundational pillar of regional stability. These early councils demonstrated that complex societies could resolve grievances, balance competing financial interests, and establish enduring laws through calm, structured dialogue rather than destructive discord. The slow, rhythmic process of gathering, listening, deliberating, and recording established a profound tradition wherein law was viewed not as a tool of royal command, but as a shared covenant binding both the governor and the governed. Across neighboring kingdoms, similar representative bodies began to emerge, each adapting the concept of civic consultation to its own local customs and geography. Whether assembling in quiet monastery courtyards, wooden town halls, or open-air meadow fields, these gatherings shared a common thread: the gentle recognition that lasting order flourishes when power is tempered by the collective wisdom of the community. In every instance, the atmosphere of patient deliberation provided a sense of calm continuity, reassuring merchants, farmers, and townsfolk that their daily lives were anchored in predictable, agreed-upon principles. When we reflect upon these early stepping stones of governance, we find a deeply soothing story of human cooperation. The quiet cloisters, carved wooden seats, and ancient parchment scrolls remind us that human societies have long sought rest in fairness and mutual trust. As night falls soft and still, the legacy of those early councils remains a comforting testament to the quiet power of coming together in peace. Across the low-lying plains and winding coastlines of northern Europe, where the sea meets the soft green edge of the land, ancient rhythms of community slowly shaped early ideas of self-governance. Far from the grand stone halls of distant monarchs and the strict hierarchies of feudal courts, coastal societies often relied on simpler, more cooperative ways of maintaining peace and order. Here, the open landscape itself encouraged a quiet reliance on one's neighbors and a shared responsibility for the land. As winter turned each year into the soft warmth of spring, the thawing earth and returning tides called people outdoors to mend dikes, clear waterways, and discuss the practical matters of communal life. In these modest agrarian and maritime settings, governance was not imposed from above by a single ruler, but grew organically from the soil, the sea, and the shared memories of local populations. People lived in small, self-reliant settlements scattered along the salt marshes and fertile meadows, where daily survival depended upon mutual trust, neighborly cooperation, and clear, fair rules. When disputes arose or shared responsibilities needed organizing, the tradition was not to seek an absolute judge or powerful lord, but to gather in open fields to speak, deliberate, and listen with patience. The air in these coastal regions carried a steady, soothing rhythm of wind and tide, framing these early councils with a sense of natural proportion and calm continuity. Over generations, these local gatherings evolved into organized assemblies where neighboring districts could resolve common problems together, creating early forms of customary law that honored local independence while fostering a profound regional harmony. This gentle spirit of regional cooperation found one of its most remarkable and enduring expressions along the windswept shores of Phrygia. Beginning in the 12th century near Uruk, delegates from 7 coastal Frisian communities met each spring at the grassy Uppstalsboom mound, aligning their unwritten customary laws while seated in the cool shade of a giant oak tree. The Uppstalsboom stood elevated above the surrounding marshes, a quiet landmark rising gently from the green earth, chosen not for military strength or defensive walling, but for its central, neutral presence among the Allied lands. Each year, as the spring sun warmed the northern countryside, representatives from the various Frisian regions' lands defined by their fiercely defended freedom from noble rule and feudal bondage traveled along quiet country paths to meet beneath the broad, rustling canopy of the ancient oak. They brought with them the oral traditions, legal precedents, and practical wisdom of their respective home communities. Sitting together on the soft grass or low wooden benches in the cooling shade. Without written statutes or formal courtrooms, these delegates relied on memory, patient conversation, and collective reason to harmonize their customs. One by one, representatives would speak of boundary lines, trade agreements, maritime safety, and peaceful restitution for grievances, ensuring that a decision reached in one district would be recognized and respected by all others. The giant oak tree provided both a physical shelter from the sun and an enduring symbol of quiet stability. Its deep roots mirroring the deep-seated respect the Frisians held for their ancestral liberties and collective harmony. The discussions moved with deliberate slowness, allowing every voice to be heard and every nuance of customary law to be weighed, until consensus gradually took shape like the gentle settling of evening mist over the fields. The reliance on unwritten law and open-air assemblies reflected a profound trust in community memory and peaceful human dialogue. Rather than recording strict codes on parchment that might freeze law into rigid dogma, these early councils understood governance as a living conversation, constantly refreshed by the seasonal return of the delegates and the evolving needs of their people. Sitting together in the shade of ancient trees or atop historic burial mounds, participants learned the delicate art of compromise, balancing local autonomy with shared responsibility for the common good of all coastal communities. The absence of a king or central authority did not lead to disorder. Instead, it inspired a higher degree of personal commitment from every delegate to uphold the agreements reached beneath the open sky. As afternoon light faded over the grassy mound and the rustle of oak leaves filled the quiet evening air, the delegates would return to their home communities bearing aligned laws, restored trust, and renewed ties of friendship. This peaceful tradition of assembly demonstrated that effective government could blossom quietly from below, rooted in mutual respect, customary practice, and the calm gathering of neighbors beneath the trees. Long after those medieval assemblies concluded, the quiet legacy of the Uppstalsboom endured as a testament to how early democracies could thrive through patience, shared purpose, and a deep, tranquil connection to the land. As human societies grew and spread across varied landscapes, the impulse to establish order did not always manifest in grand stone palaces or under the rigid, unquestioned command of single rulers. In many tranquil corners of the medieval world, governance emerged instead from the soil itself, deeply rooted in the quiet rhythm of local landscapes, where neighboring communities gathered under open skies to speak softly and resolve the subtle details of daily life. These early councils rested on a shared understanding that genuine community harmony was best nurtured through patience, open dialogue, and mutual care. In damp coastal lowlands and vast, whispering old-growth forests, people actively sought out peaceful natural sanctuaries, earthen mounds, shaded groves, or prominent trees, where the stillness of the natural world could lend its soothing calm to human deliberation. Here, far removed from the turmoil of conquest and the heavy presence of dynastic crowns, governance became a communal art of listening. Guided by the slow turning of the seasons, the soft movement of wind through leaves, and the steady, reassuring presence of the earth in the marshy, windswept lowlands of northern Europe, this spirit of collective stewardship found a gentle, enduring home among rural farming communities who relied on one another to manage the flow of coastal water and the equitable sharing of fertile land. Beginning in the 12th century across Phrygia, elected delegates of the Frisian Assembly gathered every Pentecost at the Uppstalsboom, a quiet earthen mound near Uruk, sitting on low oak benches under the shade of ancient trees to resolve regional canal and pasture boundaries. Beneath the cooling leaf canopy, as young foliage caught the gentle spring sunlight, these representatives assembled not to enforce harsh decrees or assert personal dominance, but to ensure that drainage channels remained clear and that neighboring herds grazed peacefully side by side. The low oak benches offered no hierarchy, placing each delegate at an equal height above the soft grass and encouraging a quiet spirit of equity. The Uppstalsboom itself, a gentle rise in the countryside, served as a revered landmark of regional unity where distinct coastal districts could come together without sacrificing their local autonomy. In the tranquil murmur of those Pentecost afternoons, the sound of soft-spoken debate blended seamlessly with the rustle of oak branches overhead, creating a stable, enduring framework of customary law that rested on consensus, cooperation, and shared responsibility. Thousands of miles away, across the wide expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, a remarkably similar philosophy of peaceful assembly and quiet consensus took root amidst the vast woodlands of North America. Near the shores of Lake Onondaga in the 12th century, the Haudenosaunee Grand Council reached decisions through unanimous consensus under a tall white pine, recording each law into the smooth quahog shell beads of wampum belts held by clan mothers. Beneath the towering evergreen revered as the great tree of peace, whose deep, symbolic roots reached out toward the four cardinal directions, chiefs, representatives, and community members gathered to deliberate without hurry, pressure, or discord. Every law, alliance, and civic agreement was carefully woven into intricate geometric patterns of purple and white shell beads, transforming spoken promises into tactile, enduring records of truth and memory. The clan mothers, holding both spiritual authority and deep ancestral lineage, safeguarded these sacred wampum belts, ensuring that every decision honored the long-term needs of future generations. If a single delegate held quiet doubts, the council paused, allowing conversation to gently resume, until all minds became one beneath the soft, scented shadow of the pine. These distant traditions, separated by vast oceans, yet united in their serene search for harmony, remind us that early governance was often an act of gentle preservation rather than forceful authority. Whether gathered on low wooden benches around a Frisian mound, or seated upon the soft pine needle floor beside a quiet lake, early councils understood that true civic stability grows from patience, quiet reflection, and open air. The ancient trees that shaded these gatherings offered far more than mere shelter from the elements. They stood as living monuments to longevity, grounding human laws in the slow, enduring pace of the natural world. As night falls and the quiet earth settles into rest, the memory of those peaceful assemblies lingers like a gentle breeze through old branches, carrying the timeless promise that communities can come together, listen deeply, and live in quiet balance with one another. Long before written constitutions were penned on parchment across distant seas, a quiet tradition of consensus and collective wisdom took root among the forested hills and gentle waterways of northeastern North America. In a land defined by ancient white pines and the rhythmic rustle of birch leaves, neighboring nations had once known periods of discord, but they chose instead to forge a union built upon peace, dignity, and shared stewardship. Guided by a profound reverence for harmony, representatives from different clans would gather beneath the vast canopy of the trees to discuss matters of mutual care, ensuring that every voice, from the youngest hunter to the most senior matriarch, found its soft echo within the collective memory. Here, authority did not reside in a single crowned monarch or an isolated decree. Rather, it flowed gently like a woodland stream, sustained by patient dialogue and a deep commitment to preserving tranquility for generations yet to come. The council fires were tended with deliberate stillness, smoke rising softly into the twilight sky, carrying with it the quiet aspirations of a people united by the great law of peace. In these early gatherings, governance was not an exercise in domination, but an exercise in deep listening, where the stillness between spoken words held as much weight as the arguments themselves. Around 1450, near the tranquil shores of Onondaga Lake, 50 clan leaders of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy met inside a cedar bark longhouse, sitting on woven rush mats, as council decisions were recorded using fine strands of white and purple shell wampum. The interior of the longhouse offered a sanctuary of calm, shielded from the cool evening breeze that stirred the surrounding forest. Inside, the subtle scent of cedar wood and dried sweetgrass filled the air, anchoring the mind to the present moment. Each strand of polished quahog and whelk shell served not merely as decoration, but as an intricate repository of history, memory, and law, woven together with purposeful craftsmanship. As a leader spoke, the beads passed gently through steady hands, embedding agreements into patterns of white and purple that would be remembered and recited across generations. The white shells spoke of clarity, peace, and goodwill, while the purple shells carried the weight of solemn treaties and civic duty. To sit upon those rush mats was to enter into a sacred agreement of patience, where interruptions were unknown and decisions were reached only when all hearts and minds were brought into quiet alignment. This thoughtful model of governance recognized that enduring decisions cannot be rushed by urgency or compelled by force. Within the Confederacy, authority was shared through a balanced matrix of clan mothers and council delegates, creating a system of checks and balances that predated modern parliamentary structures by centuries. The clan mothers held the quiet power to nominate, guide, and, if necessary, recall council leaders, ensuring that those who spoke at the central fire remained aligned with the welfare of the community. Discussions proceeded in a measured sequence, moving from one side of the fire to the other, allowing each proposal to be carefully considered, reflected upon, and refined. If consensus was not achieved during a single session, the council simply paused, allowing time and sleep to soften disagreements and reveal common ground. There was no victory in outvoting a neighbor, for a decision that left any nation discontented was viewed as incomplete. Instead, the leaders sought a unified path forward, guided by the principle that present choices must safeguard the well-being of descendants 7 generations into the future, ensuring that the natural world and human society remained in perpetual balance. As the night settled over Onondaga Lake, the glowing embers of the central fire continued to radiate a gentle, comforting warmth through the dark cedar hall. The soft sound of lapping water against the shoreline mirrored the calm cadence of the council's deliberations, marking the passage of time with steady grace. Outside, the night sky expanded above the tree line, filled with countless stars that had watched over these lands for millennia. The legacy of this early democratic tradition remains a testament to the enduring power of cooperative human spirit, proving that order and harmony can flourish through mutual respect, shared responsibility, and soft, deliberate speech. As the fire dims to a peaceful ember and the forest slumbers beneath the quiet sky, the memory of that ancient longhouse offers a reassuring reminder of our capacity to live together in peace, resting gently in the quiet shelter of shared wisdom and abiding goodwill. Across the ancient landscapes of Mesoamerica, the practice of governance often extended beyond the solitary throne of a monarch into the quiet, shared spaces of municipal councils. While history frequently remembers the grand monuments of individual rulers, the day-to-day harmony of many towns and regional provinces relied upon collective stewardship. In these communities, local representatives and heads of extended family groups met regularly to resolve disputes, manage civic infrastructure, and coordinate the vital resources that sustained daily life. Governance in this restful rhythm was not a display of dynamic power, but rather a slow, continuous process of consultation and mutual care. Representatives understood that the stability of their towns depended on balance, sharing harvests from common fields, and ensuring that every family within the district was remembered. This quiet tradition of council-based administration allowed decisions to reflect the consensus of many minds, woven together through patient conversation. As twilight settled over terraced fields and limestone plazas, council members met under shaded porticos, speaking in soft, measured tones as they considered the seasonal needs of their people. The architecture of these gathering places reflected their purpose. Open, accessible structures designed to catch the evening breeze and foster clear, unhurried dialogue among equals who understood their shared obligation to the land and to one another. Around 1250 CE, in the Maya city of Mayapan, municipal delegates gathered inside the cool, stone-pillared council house known as the Popolna. Sitting on raised plaster benches covered with woven reed mats to quietly allocate seasonal grain reserves across the province. Inside this serene hall, shaded from afternoon heat by sturdy stone columns, the atmosphere was one of peaceful focus. The delegates rested comfortably on smooth benches finished with polished white lime plaster and softened by hand-woven mats of natural reeds, which provided a gentle texture beneath them. Spread before them were records of recent harvests, reports on seasonal rainfall, and estimates of grain stored within public granaries. Each delegate represented a specific neighborhood or agrarian village, bringing direct knowledge of local needs to the council circle. Without raising their voices or pressing for personal advantage, they calculated the modest portions of maize and squash required to sustain families through the upcoming dry months. The gentle rustle of reed mats and quiet murmurs of deliberation created a soothing hum within the stone chamber. By distributing surplus stores fairly across the province, the council ensured that every hamlet received adequate supplies, preventing hardship before it could begin. The concept of the Popolna, often translated as the House of the Mat, carried profound cultural meaning throughout the Maya world. In Mesoamerican symbolism, the woven reed mat was an ancient emblem of civic harmony, symbolizing the interlacing of individual lives into a unified social fabric. To sit upon the mat was to take up a sacred duty of stewardship, where personal ambition yielded to the collective well-being of the community. In contrast to imposing pyramids, council houses like the Popolna were designed on a human scale, inviting broad participation and easy movement between the hall and the public plaza outside. Here, governance was an art of listening, where experience and wisdom were valued above force. Delegates discussed not only food distribution, but also the scheduling of communal maintenance projects, such as repairing stone causeways and clearing silt from freshwater sinkholes. The open colonnades allowed community members to observe proceedings from a respectful distance, reinforcing trust and transparency. between the council and the populace. This inclusive approach created an enduring model of municipal organization that sustained Mayapan for generations through quiet cooperation. As the warmth of the sun faded into the soft blues of dusk, the work of the council drew to a peaceful close. The delegates, having reached consensus on the distribution of grain and civic duties, quietly rose from their reed mats, leaving the stone-pillared hall ready for the next cycle of governance. Outside, the evening breeze carried the faint scent of night-blooming flowers across limestone plazas, while families rested in their homes with the reassuring knowledge that their needs had been thoughtfully considered. These ancient council traditions remind us that long before modern systems of representation took shape, human societies were discovering the profound strength found in shared counsel. In the calm shadow of stone pillars, where decisions were measured in the steady cadence of human voices, governance became an act of gentle preservation. The memory of these tranquil council halls continues to drift through history like a quiet lullaby, offering a reflection on how communities can live together in harmony, balance, and quiet grace. As human settlements expanded across the low-lying landscapes of medieval northern Europe, the daily rhythm of existence became closely entwined with the subtle, persistent movement of water. In the wide, fertile delta regions where great rivers met the sea, the shape of governance was not defined primarily by distant royal courts, noble rivalries, or grand feudal decrees, but by the immediate, unrelenting necessity of holding back the tides. When communities chose to cultivate land situated near or below the sea level, survival required a level of continuous, organized cooperation that no single feudal lord could enforce on his own. A breach in one section of an earthen dike did not merely flood an individual estate. It endangered every neighboring field, farmstead, and village across the entire polder. This shared physical vulnerability gradually cultivated a deep understanding of collective stewardship among the inhabitants. Long before formal democratic frameworks were codified in urban centers, rural landholders recognized that their land and livelihoods could only be preserved through shared responsibility and structured agreement. Together, they established regular routines for inspecting embankment walls, clearing willow roots from drainage channels, measuring water levels, and repairing wooden sluice gates before the heavy autumn storms arrived. In these damp, windswept marshlands, political authority quietly evolved into a practical matter of mutual obligation, shifting gently away from top-down coercion towards steady, consensus-driven deliberation among neighbors who looked out upon the exact same vulnerable horizon. As these informal local arrangements matured into recognized institutions, regional administration took on a remarkably calm and organized structure. Around 1255 along the Lower Rhine, the Hukim van Rijnland, one of Europe's earliest regional water boards, managed dike safety through an elected council of landholders who gathered in a quiet brick manner, dropping carved oak tokens into a brass basin to approve seasonal canal dredging. Step inside that firelit hall, buffered against the damp river winds, and the atmosphere was one of measured, procedural focus. There were no theatrical speeches, aggressive debate, or displays of military power. Instead, these elected landholders examined detailed maps and written reports concerning river currents, silt accumulation, and embankment stability. When the time came to make decisions regarding major maintenance projects, each member held a small piece of polished oak, carved with care to represent his vote and his community's shared commitment. The soft, resonant clatter of wooden tokens falling into the heavy brass vessel marked each approval with clear, undeniable consensus. This humble yet profound voting ritual ensured that essential work, such as dredging the clogged canals before heavy seasonal rains, was authorized fairly and executed with collective backing, creating a durable model of functional self-governance rooted in the common good. This quiet tradition of water management demonstrated to medieval Europe that complex public infrastructure could be maintained efficiently through localized representative councils. The water boards operated under clear customary laws, establishing enduring principles of peer accountability, equitable taxation based on landholding size, and elected leadership that rotated systematically among respected members of the community. In many ways, these rural assemblies anticipated key elements of modern constitutional governance, proving that free citizens could successfully organize, fund, and oversee major public works without relying on royal patronage or autocratic rule. The authority of the council rested not upon divine right or martial strength, but upon the visible, practical success of keeping the surrounding fields dry, the harvests bountiful, and the local communities safe from devastating floods. The principles refined in these brick manors along the lower Rhine gradually influenced broader civil traditions across the region, showing that effective governance often begins with the pragmatic resolution of everyday challenges through patient dialogue, shared effort, and mutual respect. As evening descended softly across the delta, casting long blue shadows over the network of tranquil canals and green pastures, the council members would conclude their meeting and journey back to their respective hamlets. They left behind a landscape carefully safeguarded by mutual consent, foresight, and deliberate planning. The smooth waterways reflected the darkening sky, carrying the quiet river currents safely out toward the sea, while the newly approved dredging projects promised continued security and dry soil for the coming seasons. The legacy of these early water boards offers a peaceful reminder that some of humanity's most enduring institutions of self-rule were born not in conflict or grand political revolution, but in the quiet, steady dedication of neighbors coming together to steward their shared world beneath the gentle embrace of a calm and starry night. As evening shadows fall across the peaceful waters of the Venetian lagoon, the gentle rhythm of ripples against ancient marble steps reflects a long history of seeking balance and tranquility in governance. In the heart of the Republic, where sea air drifts through open stone archways, and the day softly fades into dusk, the civic leaders of Venice developed a profound respect for orderly procedure as a means to preserve lasting civic peace, rather than allowing ambition, wealth, or political rivalry to dominate the destiny of the city. The Republic constructed an elaborate system designed to mute factional division and prevent any single family from claiming absolute power. In this calm coastal realm, decisions were arrived at through slow, deliberate steps that valued harmony and common purpose above all else. The atmosphere within the grand halls was one of quiet solemnity, where voices were kept low and movements were unhurried. In 1268 in Venice, councillors gathered inside the quiet, high-ceilinged Doge's palace to elect their civic leader, guiding a young boy known as the ballottino to draw 30 gilded wooden spheres from a brass urn to begin a multi-tiered lottery. This intricate sequence of selection was intentionally complex, transforming the choice of leadership into a serene ritual where personal influence was tempered by the impartial hand of chance. Through successive rounds of drawing lots and casting secret ballots, the assembled councillors systematically narrowed down the body of voters, creating a process that was as soothing in its steady rhythm as it was effective in discouraging intrigue, allowing peaceful deliberation to guide the Republic forward. The choice to involve a young, innocent child in the initial stage of this elaborate election held deep symbolic and practical significance for the Republic. By selecting a youth from the everyday life of the city to draw the first lots, the government placed the foundation of its highest office beyond the reach of political maneuvering and private bribery. Starting in 1268, the Republic of Venice selected its chief magistrate through a quiet, multi-stage lottery, where a child chosen from St. Mark's Square pulled gilded wax balls from a velvet urn inside the great council chamber. As the young boy moved among the gathered nobility, the soft sound of gilded spheres resting inside the container echoed gently off the painted walls and soaring timber ceilings. Each sphere drawn determined which councillors would step forward into the next stage of deliberation, introducing an element of pure randomness that frustrated any attempt to organize factions or buy votes in advance. The process moved forward with remarkable patience, unfolding over many hours as lots were drawn, reduced, voted upon, and drawn again in a sequence of mathematical harmony. In the quiet expanse of the council chamber, the atmosphere remained tranquil and focused, defined by a shared dedication to the enduring stability of the Republic, rather than individual desires for prominence, keeping personal vanity outside the solemn room. This harmonious blend of sortition and democratic voting allowed Venice to maintain a remarkable political continuity that was the envy of neighboring city-states across Europe. By relying on a multi-stage lottery to select key electors, the Republic insulated its highest office from the sudden passions and volatile disputes that so often disrupted medieval governance. The complex procedure ensured that no candidate could foretell who would cast the final votes, encouraging leaders to seek broad respect and maintain a reputation for wisdom and fairness rather than building narrow political alliances. As night deepened over the canals and the warm glow of candlelight illuminated the intricate woodwork of the palace, the counselors continued their quiet work, guided by a system designed to protect the common good above all else. The child, having performed his simple yet essential duty, returned to the quiet streets outside, leaving the elders to complete their solemn task in peace and quiet reflection. This soft mechanism of statecraft stood as a testament to the idea that governance could be both rigorous and serene, relying on structured chance to shield the community from strife. Through centuries of quiet evolution, the Venetian Republic showed how carefully crafted institutions could foster enduring stability, leaving a soft and enduring echo in the long history of human democracy that still whispers quietly across the still waters of time. As the centuries unfolded across the forested heart of Scandinavia, the practices of authority slowly intertwined with the landscape itself, finding rhythm in open air and quiet gathering. Long before grand halls or formal courtrooms were built, decisions of law, peace, and leadership were held in sacred accord with the natural surroundings. In these northern regions, the concept of governance grew not from distant decrees issued by isolated rulers, but from an enduring tradition of consensus rooted in local assemblies known as things. Communities met at designated mounds, sacred groves, or wide clearings where voices could carry clearly across the quiet grasses. Here, lawmen remembered and recited custom from memory, speaking with a steady measure that allowed all present to consider the shared balance of their society. In these early councils, leadership was less an unyielding inheritance and more a solemn trust placed upon an individual by the collective consent of free landholders. Over time, as distinct regional lands drew closer into broader political unions, these scattered local traditions sought a unified venue where regional voices could meet to recognize a single monarch. The atmosphere at such gatherings remained deliberately grounded, preserving the ancient ethos that true authority derived from the land and the agreement of its people. This deliberate connection between nature, community, and royal duty found one of its most vivid expressions in the rolling countryside of central Sweden during the High Middle Ages. Beginning in 1275, At the quiet meadow of Mora near Uppsala, delegates from regional Swedish assemblies gathered under open skies to confirm their monarch, who took a civic oath standing atop a flat granite boulder known as the Mora Stone. Traveling from distantly situated provinces across quiet pine forests and winding waterways, these representatives brought with them the traditions and legal expectations of their home communities. The meadow of Mora provided a serene setting, far from fortified castles, ensuring that the act of choosing a ruler felt open, accessible, and rooted in shared heritage. Under the broad vault of the sky, the air filled with the gentle rustle of birch leaves and the low murmur of conversation, creating an environment where power was softened by natural simplicity. The delegates did not gather merely to witness a coronation, but to actively participate in a mutual covenant between ruler and ruled. The monarch, elevated slightly upon the flat surface of the ancient granite stone, stood visibly exposed to the elements and to the gaze of the people, signifying that no sovereign was above the fundamental laws of the realm. By placing their feet upon the solid stone, each newly chosen king physically anchored their reign to the bedrock of regional accord and civic responsibility. The ritual surrounding the Mora stone reflected a profound understanding that governance is a living contract, renewed by patience and public pledge. After taking the oath to uphold the laws of the land and protect the rights of the provinces, the monarch would receive smaller stones marked with their name or emblem, which were subsequently placed beside the primary boulder as enduring tokens of the election. This tradition created a tangible, physical record of lineage and law, where each reign left a quiet mark upon the meadow, rather than an intimidating monument of stone and mortar. Following the ceremony, the king was required to embark upon a journey known as the Eriksgata, riding through the various provinces to receive local confirmation and swear to preserve regional customs in person. This slow progression from region to region reinforced the idea that political unity was built step by step through face-to-face encounters and shared promises. The open meadow, with its soft winds and quiet stone, stood as a reminder that stability rests upon broad agreement and humble service to the public good. As twilight settles over such historic landscapes, the memory of these early outdoor assemblies offers a calming lens through which to view the evolution of human governance. The image of delegates meeting under open skies, surrounded by the stillness of nature, highlights how early democratic impulses were woven directly into the fabric of daily life and natural spaces. The flat granite boulder, worn smooth by centuries of weather and human touch, remains an emblem of grounded authority, a reminder that leadership is most durable when established upon transparent commitments and shared respect. In the quiet hush of the evening, the peaceful legacy of Mora lingers gently, suggesting that the search for order and justice has always been at its best when marked by patient gathering, quiet reflection and a deep, enduring connection to the earth beneath our feet. In the quiet folds of the Central European Alps, where steep mountain ridges provided natural protection from the reach of distant feudal lords, a distinct form of communal self-governance took root during the High Middle Ages. Away from grand royal courts, ornate castles, and bustling lowland trading cities, the high-altitude valleys demanded an unusual degree of practical cooperation among those who made their homes along the steep inclines and narrow valley floors. The seasonal rhythms of alpine life, managing communal grazing pastures high on the slopes, maintaining treacherous mountain passes, clearing heavy winter snows, and distributing vital water and timber resources, required decisions to be made collectively, openly, and with profound care for the long-term good of all residents, rather than relying on appointed feudal stewards or distant noble decrees. Neighboring families met regularly in open meadows to settle local disputes, choose trusted village leaders, and establish shared agreements that protected their livelihoods. Over time, these informal gatherings evolved into structured annual assemblies that demonstrated how small, self-reliant communities could quietly organize themselves through shared civic responsibility and mutual consent. The rugged geography of the region, with its isolated settlements and winding trails, fostered an enduring spirit of local independence that was gracefully balanced by a deep, necessity-driven communal bond. In these peaceful valleys, early democratic traditions flourished not from abstract philosophical theories, but from the everyday, restful practice of neighbors coming together to ensure that their shared land remained stable, orderly, and well cared for through every changing season. As the cold winter snows gradually receded each year, and the high alpine meadows began to thaw under the warming spring sun, these mountain communities prepared to gather in designated village centers to renew their public oaths and determine the laws that would guide their common life. Beginning in 1294 in the Alpine Valley of Appenzell, citizens gathered each spring in the open-air town square of Trojan to vote on local laws, silently raising their right hands against the backdrop of snow-capped mountain peaks. This peaceful tradition, known locally as the Landsgemeinde, was characterized by a serene and remarkably orderly atmosphere where public decisions were reached in full view of the entire community. In the crisp morning air of the square, surrounded by traditional timbered buildings and framed by majestic alpine slopes, hundreds of villagers gathered shoulder to shoulder in quiet, respectful deliberation. The simple, visible gesture of an uplifted hand carried immense moral authority, transforming complex legal matters, land regulations, and community appointments into a clear, shared visual consensus. Without the need for complicated voting machinery, written paper ballots, or secretive counting processes, the open-air square became a sanctuary of civic trust, where every participant could see and feel the collective will of the valley taking shape. The gentle silence of the mountain air amplified the solemnity of the occasion, establishing a steady, predictable rhythm of self-rule that returned year after year, reassuring generations of residents that their voices helped preserve their shared sanctuary. These early mountain assemblies offered a quiet yet profound contrast to the rigid, hierarchical systems that governed much of the surrounding continent during the medieval era. In these high sanctuaries of self-rule, power was not held by a distant sovereign or an elite council meeting behind thick, impenetrable stone walls. Instead, authority rested comfortably out in the open air, held equally by those who stood together beneath the broad sky. The long-term stability and resilience of these assemblies depended not on standing armies or complex legal bureaucracies, but on the enduring strength of local custom, shared memory, and genuine neighborly goodwill. Each silent show of hands beneath the mountain peaks reinforced a quiet conviction that human governance could be simple, direct, and intrinsically harmonious. When the business of the assembly was complete and the new laws were peacefully agreed upon, the citizens would quietly depart, walking back along familiar mountain paths to their hillside farms and timber homes, secure in the knowledge that their community had once again sustained its own balance. The calm, enduring order of these ancient alpine gatherings reminds us that the pursuit of peaceful consensus and self-determination is a timeless, gentle thread running through human history, inviting a restful confidence in our collective capacity for calm, wise, and balanced living. As the centuries unfolded across the globe, the practice of authority often found its most enduring harmony not in grand declarations, but in the quiet, accessible spaces where rulers and their advisors gathered to listen to the everyday needs of their people. Across diverse landscapes and cultures, early systems of counsel were designed to maintain balance, resolving grievances through steady dialogue before small disagreements could ripple into wider discord. In Southeast Asia, during the late 13th century, the kingdom of Sukhothai cultivated an atmosphere of gentle governance, deeply connected to the natural rhythms of the land and its surrounding waters. Here, authority was framed around accessibility and calm deliberation, creating physical spaces near the palace where townspeople could seek remedies directly from those who helped administer the realm. In late 13th century Sukhothai, King Ram Kamhing suspended a brass bell outside the palace gates, where local townspeople sounded gentle chimes to summon royal counselors who sat on woven reed mats beside a quiet lotus pond to resolve water usage rights. The soft, lingering chime of the brass bell carried across the tranquil grounds, inviting farmers, gardeners, and travelers to step into the shade of the royal courtyard without fear or formality. Sitting together upon simple mats of woven reed near the water's edge, the counselors listened as community members described the sharing of streams, the maintenance of irrigation dikes, and the distribution of seasonal monsoon rainfall. Justice in Sukhothai was conceived not as a distant mandate delivered from high thrones, but as an approachable, living process carried out at ground level amidst the rustle of palm fronds and the scent of blooming lotuses. By seating themselves directly beside the townspeople, the king's advisors fostered an environment of quiet mutual respect, where voice and reason took precedence over social rank. Disputes were measured against long-held agrarian traditions, ensuring that every orchard and rice paddy received its fair share of life-giving water. This serene, open-air court demonstrated how royal authority could be woven harmoniously into the daily rhythms of agrarian life, creating a sanctuary of peace where shared governance brought comfort to the community. Across the ocean in the rich forest belt of West Africa during the very same era, another sophisticated system of counsel provided balance and continuity to royal leadership. Within the Kingdom of Benin, power was held in harmony through established hereditary traditions that ensured the monarch ruled not by solitary decree, but in continuous consultation with noble guardians of the realm's customary heritage. Beginning in the 13th century in the Kingdom of Benin, the 7 hereditary counselors known as the Uzama met inside a quiet, red clay courtyard of the royal palace, sitting on low carved wooden stools to advise the Oba on regional customary laws. Enclosed by smooth walls of sun-dried red earth that kept out the tropical heat and softened the distant sounds of the city, this peaceful courtyard served as a sanctuary for calm, deliberate counsel. The low wooden stools, carved with traditional symbols of wisdom and lineage, held the Uzama close to the earth, reinforcing their role as steady anchors of customary law and defenders of regional stability. Here, the Oba and his 7 esteemed advisors gathered in low-toned conversation, reviewing matters of land usage, local governance, and ceremonial responsibilities. By grounding their discussions in inherited customs and shared heritage, the Uzama ensured that royal policy remained deeply responsive to the enduring values of the kingdom's diverse districts. Though separated by continents and distinct cultural traditions, these 13th century governance practices reflected a shared human instinct to anchor political wisdom in quiet, low-seated spaces of consultation. Whether sitting on woven reed mats beside lotus-dappled waters in Southeast Asia, or resting on carved wooden stools within the cool red clay courtyards of West Africa, counselors operated within calm environments that prioritized listening, patience, and historic precedent over haste. In both Sukhothai and Benin, the physical setting of deliberation, open to gentle breezes and shaded from harsh sunlight, helped lower the temperature of public grievances and royal decision-making. Authority was not expressed through overwhelming force, but through accessible channels where the needs of water users or regional elders were given steady, measured attention. As night fell over the palace grounds in both lands, the gentle resonance of a brass bell and the quiet murmur of advisory councils left an enduring legacy of balanced governance, a gentle reminder that the truest forms of order often flourish where leaders gather quietly upon the earth to listen. As twilight settled over the rolling hills of medieval Bohemia, a quiet hush descended upon the valleys and rivers that nourished the surrounding countryside. In towns where trade had flourished alongside the discovery of precious minerals beneath the earth, the nature of governance was subtly shifting from the distant commands of isolated monarchs to the steady, rhythmic stewardship of local assemblies. The town of Kutna rose quietly among these landscape contours, known not only for the deep veins of silver resting beneath its soil, but also for the emerging civic structures that sought to govern the extraction and distribution of such vast natural wealth with order and care. Where once decisions were made behind closed royal doors far across the realm, the rise of specialized town councils brought administration closer to the people whose daily lives depended on the mines. The architecture of civic life reflected this quiet transition, moving away from fortress walls built solely for defense toward grand, vaulted halls designed for deliberation, record-keeping, and shared responsibility. In these spaces, stone arches echoed not with the tumult of battle or urgent royal proclamations, but with the soft murmur of steady consultation, the scratch of quills against parchment, and the calm footsteps of community representatives walking down cool, flagstone corridors. It was a time when the very idea of council-based authority was taking firm root in the soil of Central Europe, establishing a tranquil rhythm of governance where consensus, documented law, and quiet stewardship began to guide the daily affairs of civic life. Deep within the heart of this thriving settlement stood the Italian court, a royal palace that served as both a mint and a center of regional authority. Beginning in 1300 in the Bohemian town of Kutna Hora, the 12 elected elders of the Silver Council assembled inside the vaulted stone hall of the Italian court, sitting at heavy oak tables to silently review civic mining rights recorded on sheepskin ledgers. Each evening, as the shadows lengthened across the high windows, candle light cast a warm, flickering glow over the smooth parchment pages, illuminating columns of dark ink that traced the boundaries of subterranean shafts, timber allocations, and water rights. The atmosphere within the chamber was one of deep, serene focus, far removed from the noise of the forge or the heavy clatter of mining tools outside. These 12 elders, chosen by their fellow citizens to maintain fairness and stability across the district, worked with an unhurried diligence that turned administrative routine into a quiet ritual of civic care. Their careful examination of each document ensured that every miner, guild member, and merchant operated under established, predictable rules rather than arbitrary whims. The heavy oak tables at which they sat were worn smooth by generations of elbows and resting hands, bearing silent witness to hundreds of quiet evenings dedicated to impartial governance. By codifying rights upon durable sheepskin and resolving disputes through calm deliberation rather than conflict, the Silver Council provided a stable foundation that allowed the community to flourish securely. The quiet dignity of their work demonstrated how structured council governance could bring harmony to an industry that might otherwise have been fraught with discord, showing that true stability arises when authority is grounded in transparency, written record, and collective wisdom. This peaceful model of administrative oversight in medieval Bohemia was part of a much broader, quiet movement toward representative council systems throughout Europe. Across cities and trade hubs, communities were gradually realizing that shared decision-making created far more resilient societies than reliance on a single, distant ruler. As night fell over Kutna and the Silver Council concluded its work for the evening, the sheepskin ledgers were gently closed, tied with silk ribbons, and placed inside heavy iron-bound chests for safekeeping. The silver minted beneath the palace floors, stamped into uniform Prague groschen, would travel across trade routes to distant markets, carrying with it not just material value, but the quiet assurance of standardized weights, fair measurements, and orderly governance. In the darkness of the stone hall, the stillness remained palpable, a testament to the quiet power of orderly civic institutions that preserved the peace without need for grand display. The legacy of these early councils lay not in dramatic political upheaval, but in the gradual, patient assembly of everyday systems that protected rights, fostered trust, and invited cooperation among neighbors. As the candles burned low and the town slept beneath a canopy of stars, the quiet principles of council governance endured softly through the night, offering a peaceful framework of order that would continue to gently shape the future of human democracy for centuries to come. In the quiet passage of time across the Italian peninsula, the 14th century witnessed a delicate search for civic harmony among the rising city-states. Away from the shadow of absolute monarchs and hereditary dynasties, merchant republics like Florence sought a gentler cadence of governance, one that might shield the community from the turbulent friction of factional ambition. Power, when held too tightly by a single hand, often bred discord, while a system built upon shared stewardship offered a serene promise of stability. Citizens of this era understood that to preserve the peace of their stone piazzas and winding streets, governance needed to flow like a calm river, moving smoothly from one set of hands to another without sudden conflict. In this reflective atmosphere, the concept of civic duty became deeply interwoven with the rhythms of daily life, where merchants, craftsmen, and scholars were invited to participate in the quiet care of their city. The Republic was designed not merely to build grand halls, but to weave a subtle web of mutual trust. By distributing authority across rotating councils, the community created a soothing buffer against individual vanity, ensuring that decisions reflected the collective well-being rather than private desire. As dusk settled over the Tuscan hills and the warm amber light faded along the Arno, the city rested in the knowledge that its governance depended not upon the whim of a sovereign, but upon structured principles of rotation, balance, and quiet consensus. At the heart of this Florentine experiment in shared governance stood the Signoria, an executive council whose structure embodied the Republic's commitment to peaceful transition. To select the leaders who would guide the state, the city embraced an elegant tradition that favored impartial chance over heated campaign, dampening the potential for corruption or political feud. Deep within the fortress-like walls of the Palazzo Vecchio, where cool stone chambers provided shelter from the heat of summer afternoons, officials gathered in a spirit of solemn reverence. In 14th century Florence, the 9 civic magistrates of the Signoria were chosen through a quiet lottery system, where officials drew name slips from velvet-lined leather purses called bourse, stored inside the serene chapel of the Palazzo Vecchio. This delicate ritual, known as sortition, transformed the act of appointing leaders into a peaceful ceremony of trust and civic equality. Within the quiet sanctuary of the chapel, beneath frescoed arches and gentle candle flame, the velvet lining of the bourse muffled the sound of fingers reaching for the small folded slips of parchment. Each slip carried the name of an eligible citizen whose integrity had been previously affirmed by his peers, ensuring that whosoever was drawn would step into office with the quiet confidence of the community behind him. Because these terms of service were brief, often lasting merely 2 months, the cycle of renewal was continuous and calm. Power was never permitted to settle into stagnant pools, nor were individual magistrates allowed to cultivate enduring empires of influence. Instead, the gentle drawing of names maintained a rhythmic, predictable heartbeat for the Republic, reassuring the populace that authority remained a transient gift, returned periodically to the communal hearth. This thoughtful reliance on lot and short-term councils revealed a profound understanding of human nature and civic order, one that resonated through early democratic experiments across Europe. By surrendering the final selection of leaders to an impartial draw, the Republic stripped the political process of vanity, envy, and bitter rivalry, allowing the city to breathe with a quiet, unhurried ease. The magistrates lived together within the Palazzo Vecchio for the duration of their brief tenure, dining at a common table and devoting their days to the careful administration of justice, public finance, and diplomacy. When their short term concluded, they stepped down without ceremony, returning quietly to their workshops, trade desks, and family gardens, replaced by the next group of citizens, whose names emerged from the velvet-lined bourse. This seamless return to private life served as a gentle reminder that true public service is a temporary stewardship rather than a permanent status. The calm stability of Florence during these periods demonstrated how governance could function, not through loud decree or martial force, but through soft systems designed to foster patience and civic rest. As night fell over the rooftops of the city, the knowledge that power was held softly and surrendered willingly allowed the community to sleep in peace, grounded in a tradition where trust was stored safely in leather purses, and the future was guided by the gentle, steady hand of collective care. As human societies matured, and the echoes of early monarchies gently gave way to shared responsibilities, the merchant republics of the Mediterranean began to seek peaceful methods for choosing their leaders. In these rising city-states, governance was not seen as an arena for loud conflict, but as a continuous, quiet rhythm designed to maintain order, balance, and civic harmony. Across stone halls and arched loggias, thoughtful citizens recognized that the true strength of a community rested upon trust, modesty, and impartial selection, rather than allowing personal ambition or wealth to disturb the tranquil life of the city. They designed delicate, deliberate procedures that removed favoritism and replaced it with quiet agreement or guided chance. These thoughtful methods allowed authority to flow smoothly from one generation of citizens to another, like water moving softly through a well-tended garden, ensuring that no single voice could overpower the collective well-being of the realm. The architecture of governance thus transformed into a soothing ritual, where decisions were made under high vaulted ceilings, surrounded by cool stone and the hushed whispers of history. In this atmosphere of deep reflection, the simple act of choosing civic overseers became a sacred expression of shared faith in the enduring stability of the city. The quiet rhythm of balloting offered reassurance to all who lived within the city walls, creating a sanctuary of order where public life moved with restful predictability. In the heart of Tuscany, this gentle philosophy took root amidst the bustling, yet elegant streets of the Florentine Republic. Here, the preservation of civic peace required a system that could prevent factional rivalries from disrupting the serene life of the city's craftsmen, scholars, and merchants. To achieve this balance, civic leaders created a process of selection by lot, trusting that a harmonious blend of fortune and merit would yield steady guidance for the public good. In 14th century Florence, civic officials gathered inside the quiet sacristy of the Palazzo Vecchio to select members of the Signoria, drawing small parchment slips inscribed with guild names from sealed leather bags known as bores. The atmosphere within these sacred, shadowed chambers was one of profound solemnity and calm focus. Soft light filtered through tall arched windows, illuminating the carefully stitched leather pouches as hands reached in without bias or hesitation. Each drawn slip of parchment represented a quiet turn of duty, calling forth an eligible guild member to serve the Republic with quiet dignity for a short, peaceful term. Because the names had been thoroughly scrutinized and pre-approved by the community beforehand, the final drawing felt less like a competitive contest and more like a gentle unfolding of shared duty. This understated ritual allowed the civic body to renew itself without friction or noise, wrapping the city in a reassuring rhythm of continuity, where every respected artisan knew that governance was a shared stewardship held softly in trust. Across the calm waters of the Adriatic Sea, another maritime republic developed its own serene approach to council decisions, seeking to guard its independence through hushed unanimity and dignified restraint. In the coastal city of Ragusa, nestled between blue waves and sturdy stone walls, leadership was viewed as a solemn guardianship, requiring absolute discretion and calm deliberation. Beginning in 1358, in the coastal city of Ragusa, members of the Grand Council convened inside the cool limestone chambers of the rector's palace, silently voting for civic overseers by placing small cloth-covered wooden balls into velvet-lined wooden chests called secretum. The soft drop of a fabric-covered sphere into the lined interior ensured that no sound revealed a counselor's choice, protecting each member from external pressure while preserving the quiet tranquility of the assembly. Within those cool limestone walls, shaded from the warm Mediterranean sun, the voting process proceeded with rhythmic grace and complete silence. The velvet lining absorbed every soft movement, allowing decisions of state to settle as gently as snow falling upon a quiet courtyard. Through such muted, steady practices, Ragusa maintained its internal harmony and external peace for centuries, demonstrating how simple wooden spheres and fabric linings could safeguard a republic's soul. As evening settled over the coastal state, the councilors would emerge into the soft twilight, knowing that their collective wisdom had been recorded without anger, noise, or division, leaving the city to rest peacefully under the watchful stars, wrapped in the quiet promise of tomorrow. Along the sunlit shores of the Adriatic Sea, where the calm blue waters brush gently against polished limestone walls, the medieval and Renaissance maritime republics crafted traditions of governance that sought long-term stability through quiet, shared deliberation, rather than relying upon the solitary decree of a distant monarch. These coastal city-states distributed civic responsibility among expansive assemblies of citizens, merchants, and patricians who met regularly within shadowy, high-ceilinged chambers to guide the economic and political life of their community. Here, the true rhythm of civic order was measured not by dramatic political shifts or heated rhetoric, but by the quiet, systematic passage of resolutions, the steady flow of maritime trade, and the careful stewardship of common laws. As evening descended over the coastal fortifications, casting a soft amber light across the quiet harbor, council members would take their seats in structured halls, specifically designed to encourage stillness and thoughtful reflection. The stone architecture itself, with its Romanesque arcades cool marble flooring, and expansive open courtyards seemed to filter out the noise of the bustling streets outside, inviting a mood of tranquil purpose into the slow, meditative process of collective decision-making. In these serene assemblies, power was treated not as a prize to be fought over, but as a shared civic duty to be carefully tended, ensuring that every ordinance passed was grounded in stability and foresight. Within this peaceful atmosphere, the maritime republic of Ragusa developed one of the most refined and remarkably quiet systems of council voting found anywhere in the medieval Mediterranean world. Beginning in the 14th century in the maritime republic of Ragusa, members of the Grand Council gathered inside the cool, stone-arched hall of the rector's palace to approve merchant regulations, silently dropping fabric-wrapped wooden spheres into carved walnut voting boxes. This delicate secret ballot process was purposefully designed to maintain long-term social harmony among the patrician families, preventing public factional disputes and insulating individual voters from external pressure or political ostentation. The soft fabric surrounding each small wooden ball fully cushioned its fall into the hidden compartments of the walnut urn, ensuring that no audible sound could reveal how a counselor had voted on maritime treaties, harbor tariffs, or civic grain reserves. In the soft twilight filtering through the high windows, the rhythmic, soundless movement of hands reaching toward the wooden containers created a solemn ritual of governance, where individual opinions yielded silently and smoothly to the collective wisdom of the assembly. The deliberate quiet of this voting ritual allowed the council to resolve complex matters of trade and municipal law without visual posturing, preserving the peace of the republic through understated, structured grace. These thoughtful procedural design choices reflected a widespread realization across early democratic and republican institutions that the endurance of a free community often depends upon the quiet, reliable mechanics of its decision-making. By wrapping the wooden voting spheres in cloth and relying on custom-carved walnut apparatuses, the lawmakers of Ragusa sought to eliminate even the subtle friction of acoustic cues, creating a protected environment where votes could be cast free from fear, intimidation, or performative rivalry. The rector's palace itself served as an enduring physical reminder of this balanced ideal, housing both the elected rector, whose brief one-month term systematically prevented the accumulation of autocracy, and the council chambers where public policy was continuously refined through calm consensus. Through such modest yet profoundly effective practices, the Republic preserved its political independence and prosperous trading network across centuries of change, navigating complex Mediterranean diplomacy with an institutional patience that consistently favored peaceful negotiation over conflict. These early Republican mechanisms demonstrated how thoughtful design could transform potential discord into lasting institutional harmony, proving that true civic strength lies in quiet, structured cooperation. As the final votes of the day were counted and recorded into heavy leather-bound ledgers, the counselors would slowly step out into the cooling evening air, where the gentle lap of the tide against the harbor quay whispered softly against the ancient stone foundations of the city. The memory of these serene council rooms endures as a timeless testament to the principle that self-governance can be an act of quiet order, sustained by simple wooden spheres, shaded stone arches, and a shared commitment to common well-being. Now, as night settles completely over the Adriatic and the stars appear above the quiet sea, the distant echoes of those soft-falling ballots fade into the restful hush of the night, leaving behind an enduring legacy of balance, peace, and quiet civic harmony. May the calm dignity of these ancient halls rest softly in your mind as you drift into a deep and peaceful sleep. As the centuries unfolded across the quiet landscapes of Northern Europe, the practice of governance began to wander down paths distinct from the centralized courts of distant monarchs. Along the wide rivers and coastal estuaries, where the cool waters of the Baltic and North Seas met the shoreline, independent towns and trading communities grew into self-governing sanctuaries of order. Here, authority did not rest solely within the hands of a single crown. Instead, it settled gently into the care of civic councils, guild masters, and elected magistrates who gathered in stone halls to guide the daily rhythms of community life. In these orderly ports, decisions were shaped by patient dialogue, practical necessity, and a shared commitment to local stability. Councilors sat through long, tranquil evenings, discussing the maintenance of harbor dikes, the fair assessment of market customs, the preservation of peace along rural roadways, and the protection of merchant vessels journeying between distant horizons. This subtle shift toward civic collaboration laid a vital foundation for early democratic thought, proving that towns could flourish when citizens established their own transparent rules of law, balancing local autonomy with mutual trust. The quiet light of tallow candles in municipal chambers reflected a growing understanding that governance could be a calm, collective craft, built slowly through consensus, detailed record-keeping, and the serene pursuit of common harmony. Over time, as trade networks expanded across northern waters, these municipal councils recognized that shared prosperity depended on something larger than isolated self-rule. To protect merchant fleets from piracy and safeguard economic independence against regional nobles, towns formed enduring alliances bound by solemn treaties and shared civic ideals. This spirit of cooperation gave rise to powerful league confederations, where delegates from separate ports met periodically to align commercial policies, resolve disputes, and uphold maritime safety. power was distributed among equal partners, creating a unique form of representative diplomacy anchored not by conquest, but by contractual agreements and mutual economic interest. The proceedings were characterized by deliberate patience and formal respect, as delegates brought forward the specific concerns of their home harbors, debating terms with soft, measured voices under vaulted ceilings. The strength of these leagues lay not in rigid centralized control, but in their flexible structure, allowing each city to preserve its local governance while participating in a broader, peaceful order. Through such assemblies, early concepts of international law, municipal representation, and shared commercial ethics took deep root, demonstrating how diverse communities could unite under common agreements while preserving the quiet integrity of their local traditions. One of the most enduring expressions of this collaborative spirit unfolded within Baltic trading hubs, where civic governance reached a historic milestone of structured assembly. Beginning in 1356, in the Baltic port of Lubeck, merchant delegates of the Hanseatic League convened inside the quiet, red-brick Hansesaal of the city hall, sitting at long carved oak tables, while civic clerks noted maritime trade agreements in leather-bound ledger books. Within the serene atmosphere of this historic hall, framed by soaring Gothic arches and soft candlelight, the gathered representatives discussed complex matters of maritime law, harbor rights, and collective security with methodical care and quiet dignity. The rhythmic scratch of iron gall quills against thick parchment and the soft turning of heavy ledger pages filled the room with a sense of peaceful permanence, recording binding decisions that would guide merchant ships across vast sea lanes for generations to come. Outside the city hall, cool Baltic air carried the distant sound of water lapping against wooden piers and the faint creaking of moored ships, while inside, delegates forged a lasting framework of shared responsibility. These formal diet assemblies, known as the Hanseatic, established an essential historical precedent for international council assemblies, showing that governance could transcend territorial boundaries through structured negotiation, open dialogue, and recorded law. As late evening hours deepened over the red-tiled roofs and quiet avenues of Lubeck, the work of the League carried forward into the night, reflecting a mature vision of civic stewardship. The legacy of these medieval council chambers extended far beyond immediate commercial trade. It demonstrated that peaceful governance could be maintained through civic responsibility, legal agreements, and mutual consent. By prioritizing dialogue over conflict and shared rules over autocratic command, the merchant councils of the Hanseatic League helped nurture the long, quiet evolution of constitutional and parliamentary governance. The ledgers stored safely within the city hall stood as enduring symbols of trust, proving that when communities commit to open councils and recorded laws, they create a steady haven of stability that endures through changing ages. In the tranquil silence of the Hansesaal, as candles flickered and clerks finished their careful inscriptions. The gentle principles of representative counsel remained firmly woven into the fabric of human history. As we journey through the quiet unfolding of human governance, our focus turns toward the lush, rolling hills and misty valleys of the Basque countryside in northern Iberia. Here, far from the grand, towering stone palaces of distant monarchs and imperial courts, a remarkably enduring form of local democracy quietly flourished. In these serene valleys, civic life was not dictated by the arbitrary decrees of absolute rulers, but was instead nurtured through deep-rooted traditions of open deliberation, mutual respect, and community consensus. Across villages and coastal settlements, neighbors understood that order and fairness were best maintained when every community had a voice in shaping the rules that governed daily life. Season after season, elders and representatives met under open skies to manage shared pastures, resolve disputes, and ensure the well-being of every household. The landscape itself seemed to participate in this quiet order, with ancient forests, winding rivers, and terraced fields providing a peaceful backdrop to centuries of shared decision-making. Over generations, this deep connection to place and tradition fostered a unique legal system built upon customary rights and local autonomy, where authority was viewed not as a tool of domination, but as a shared stewardship meant to safeguard the harmony of the region. Beginning in the 14th century in the Basque province of Biscay, elected valley delegates convened beneath the wide branches of the oak of Guernica, sitting on carved stone benches outside the Assembly House to quietly ratify regional customary laws known as furos. Under the shadow of this magnificent living tree, representatives gathered from surrounding valleys and communities, carrying with them the thoughts and concerns of their neighbors. The atmosphere of these gatherings was intentionally tranquil and unhurried, reflecting the deep reverence the delegates held for both the land and their shared heritage. Rather than meeting behind closed doors, they sat in the open air, where the gentle mountain breezes and the rhythmic rustling of green leaves served as a constant reminder of their connection to the natural world. These customary laws, or furos, were not modern inventions, but rather ancient charters that protected local freedoms, regulated communal lands, and ensured that no outside power could easily override the established customs of the people. Each delegate took their place upon the weathered stone, engaging in thoughtful dialogue until a peaceful consensus was reached, ensuring that governance remained accessible, transparent, and firmly rooted in the collective wisdom of the community. Beginning in the 14th century in the Basque region of Biscay, elected parish delegates gathered under the leafy canopy of the oak of Guernica, sitting on curved stone benches to review local customary laws, while civic scribes recorded decisions in leather-bound registers. In this calm and orderly setting, the parish representatives carefully examined each proposal, considering how new agreements would touch the daily lives of farmers, sailors, and artisans across the province. The scribes, working with patient precision, dipped their quills into dark ink and carefully inscribed every ratified article, preserving the voices of the council for generations to come. The steady scratch of quills against heavy paper accompanied the soft murmur of discussion, creating an enduring record of a community dedicated to self-determination and civic harmony. These leather-bound volumes became living testaments to a tradition where law was bound to the consent of the governed, stored safely within the Assembly House as a reference for future generations whenever questions of justice or right arose. Through this meticulous process, the people of Biscay maintained a delicate balance between tradition and adaptation, showing how local democracy could remain resilient across centuries. The image of an ancient oak tree serving as the heart of a free society offers a profound meditation on the nature of peaceful governance. Unlike stone monuments that may crumble with time, a living tree grows, adapts, and shelters those who rest beneath its boughs. In the shade of Guernica, power was anchored in the soil and shared among the people, demonstrating that early democratic ideals could thrive through patience, respect, and deep roots in community life. As evening settles over the quiet Basque hills and a gentle calm envelops the land, the memory of those stone benches and soft-spoken assemblies lingers like a tranquil melody. It reminds us that governance, at its most elevated and restful, is simply a gathering of neighbors seeking to live together in peace, fairness, and enduring balance, guided by trust, mutual respect, and a shared dedication to the common good. High above the lowlands, where mountain peaks reach into the cool, clear sky, early alpine communities developed a gentle tradition of self-governance born from physical necessity and mutual trust. During the long winter months, deep snows isolated the high valleys, encouraging neighboring villages to rely upon one another for survival, resource management, and the careful stewardship of shared mountain pastures. As the sun grew warmer and the high passes slowly cleared each spring, these rural populations recognized that peaceful living required clear, cooperative agreements forged through direct conversation rather than distant royal decrees. Unlike the elaborate courts of feudal Europe, where authority was concentrated in fortified castles and enforced through hereditary titles, the governance of these mountain regions was rooted in the quiet soil of public consensus. Communities gathered in open meadows or village squares, creating natural spaces where governance was an accessible, shared experience. This participatory approach allowed every member of the assembly to feel connected to the decisions shaping their daily lives, establishing an enduring pattern of collective responsibility. Over time, These local gatherings evolved into formal institutions that prioritized stability, transparency, and calm deliberation, demonstrating that human governance could thrive without the need for dramatic conflict or autocratic rule. Beginning in 1387 in the Swiss canton of Glarus, citizens gathered each spring in the open-air ring of the Zonplatz for the Landsgemeinde, raising their right hands in quiet unison to vote on cantonal laws, while council clerks recorded the decisions in leather-bound volumes. This simple yet profound annual assembly brought together neighbors from across the valley into a single circle of shared civic purpose. Standing beneath the open sky, surrounded by the soaring stone faces of the Glarus Alps, the voting members participated in a tranquil ritual of self-determination. The gesture of raising a hand required no ostentatious rhetoric, only a calm personal commitment to the collective welfare of the canton. Council clerks seated at small wooden tables within the ring worked methodically, dipping their quills into dark ink to transcribe each approved ordinance into heavy volumes that would form the enduring legal archive of the canton. The rhythmic scratching of pen on parchment, mixed with the gentle mountain breeze, created an atmosphere of quiet reverence for the law. In this open-air hall, the exercise of power was entirely visible, stripping away the mysteries of statecraft and replacing them with a clear, calm process that fostered deep trust among the populace. The physical arrangement of the Landsgemeinde reflected a deep structural commitment to equality and transparency. The open ring of the Zonplatz offered no hidden corners or private chambers where secret deals could alter the will of the community. Every proposed statute was read aloud in clear, measured tones, allowing the gathered assembly to listen attentively and reflect on its implications for their shared valley. When the moment came to vote, the silent elevation of hundreds of hands created a striking visual symbol of consensus, moving across the crowd like a gentle wave across a calm alpine lake, because every citizen could see the votes of their neighbors counted in real time. There was little room for doubt or division. Once a decision was recorded, the council clerks, working patiently beneath the changing spring light, served as impartial guardians of the public record, ensuring that each law was inscribed exactly as passed. This careful documentation linked past generations with the present, providing a stable foundation of written law that evolved gradually alongside the needs of the community. The lasting legacy of the Landsgemeinde lies in its demonstration of how small, self-governing societies can cultivate long-term peace through open participation. By convening regularly under the spring sky, the residents of Glarus reinforced their social bond each year, resolving disputes and updating local laws before any minor grievances could escalate into broader discord. This continuous cycle of gathering, voting, and recording established a profound sense of continuity that sustained the canton through centuries of European political turmoil. As the afternoon sun drifted behind the high alpine ridges, casting long, peaceful shadows across the Zonplats, the assembly would conclude its business, leaving the valley in serene calm. The clerks closed their leather-bound registers, preserving the day's decisions, while the citizens returned to their farms and villages, resting secure in the knowledge that their community was guided by their own consensus. The quiet strength of this early democratic tradition offers a soothing reminder of the enduring human capacity for peaceful cooperation, orderly governance, and shared harmony under a broad and calm horizon. Across the quiet expanses of medieval history, far beneath the high fortresses of warlords and the gilded halls of imperial courts, governance often took the form of a slow, steady pulse within small rural settlements. In these humble valleys, where the rhythm of life was measured not by royal dynasties, but by the changing of seasons and the ripening of grain, neighbors learned to manage their shared world through patient conversation. Long before formal constitutions were penned in ink, rural communities developed intricate systems of self-governance rooted in practical necessity and mutual trust. Water had to flow equitably to every terraced field. Timber had to be gathered from nearby mountain slopes without depleting the forest, and disputes had to be settled gently so that daily life could continue in peace. As twilight settled over the countryside, villagers would gather after their long hours in the soil, sitting together in quiet circles to discuss the needs of their community. In these unhurried meetings, power was not demonstrated through grand ceremonies, glittering armor, or forceful commands, but through the calm, methodical search for agreement, ensuring that every household played a role in sustaining the collective well-being of the land and preserving the gentle rhythm of community life. In the gentle hills of East Asia, this spirit of local self-reliance reached a refined expression in rural hamlets that governed their own daily affairs with meticulous care. In 14th century Japan, the self-governing village council of Imabori in Omi province managed communal irrigation and mountain timber by assembling in the quiet mat-floored hall of the local shrine, recording consensus decisions on mulberry paper stored in cedar chests. Inside the soft sanctuary of the shrine, surrounded by the subtle scent of woven rush mats and aged wood, the elders and leaders of Imabori sat in contemplation. They deliberated on the maintenance of water channels that carried cold stream water from the mountains to their rice paddies, setting clear schedules for opening and closing sluice gates so that every family received their rightful share. They agreed upon regulations for harvesting firewood and timber from the communal hillsides, protecting the forest from overuse so it might shelter future generations. Each agreement reached by consensus was carefully written down on durable sheets of mulberry paper, folded neatly, and safely preserved inside heavy chests of fragrant cedar wood. These archives served not as symbols of authority or coercion, but as quiet promises between neighbors, preserved carefully across decades to guide the village whenever new questions arose, offering a steady foundation of shared memory. This quiet model of local council governance highlights a fundamental truth about human organization: that some of the most enduring forms of order arise naturally from below, nurtured by shared work and proximity to the land. When people depend directly upon one another for their daily sustenance, governance ceases to be an abstract hierarchy and becomes instead a living practice of shared stewardship. The shrine hall of Imabori was both a spiritual sanctuary and a civic home, a space where sacred respect for the natural environment blended seamlessly with the practical tasks of agriculture. By placing their written records in cedar chests within the shrine, the villagers bound their social agreements to a sense of sacred trust, recognizing that harmony among people was inseparable from harmony with the surrounding landscape of trees, stone, and water. In such places, governance was quiet, contemplative, and deeply patient, taking place away from the tumult of political conflict and the ambitions of distant thrones. As night deepens over the fields and valleys, the memory of these early councils offers a tranquil reminder of how order and peace can be sustained through quiet cooperation. The soft rustle of mulberry paper being replaced in a wooden chest, the gentle murmur of stream water flowing along a hand-dug channel, and the steady cadence of voices seeking consensus in a darkened shrine, all speak to a calm, resilient human capacity for self-rule. Across centuries and continents, whether in mountain hamlets, forest clearings, or coastal villages, communities have quietly gathered in the evening calm to care for their shared home, leaving behind a legacy of quiet consensus that continues to rest peacefully in the memory of the earth, inviting a quiet moment of reflection as the mind eases into restful sleep. As dusk settles softly over the verdant hills of East Africa, the history of human governance offers a comforting reminder that societies have long sought equilibrium between the steady guidance of a single ruler and the collective wisdom of the community. In many early civilizations, the heavy responsibilities of leadership were rarely borne in isolation. Instead, authority was continuously shaped and softened by quiet spaces of shared counsel. Long before formal legal codices or written constitutions expanded across continents, kingdoms throughout the world nurtured delicate traditions of dialogue that honored the lived experience of local families, elders, and land stewards. In the serene rhythm of early African administration, power functioned much like a calm, steady river, replenished by countless small tributaries of regional understanding and mutual trust. Monarchs and paramount chiefs understood that enduring harmony required more than executive decrees. It depended upon the sustained counsel of respected advisors who understood the subtle shifts of the soil, the delicate needs of neighboring villages, and the deep-seated customs that preserved order across generations. These gathering places provided a tranquil counterweight to autocratic rule, creating quiet sanctuaries where complex decisions regarding community welfare could unfold gradually through patient listening, gentle reflection, and respectful conversation under the darkening evening sky. Within this enduring tradition of consultative governance, the kingdom of Buganda emerged along the lush, rolling shores of Lake Victoria as a remarkable example of structured yet deeply collaborative leadership. Beginning in the 14th century in the Kingdom of Buganda, clan leaders of the Lukiako Council assembled inside a spacious, reed-thatched hall in Mengo, sitting on hand-woven palm mats to quietly advise the Kabaka on communal farmland allocations. The atmosphere inside this grand, organic structure was bathed in a soothing, filtered light that drifted through closely layered elephant grass and woven reeds, while the faint, earthy fragrance of dried palm leaves infused the cool interior air. The clan leaders, known as the Bataka, represented the fundamental pillars of Buganda society, bringing an intimate, generational knowledge of their respective lineages and ancestral lands. As they sat comfortably upon the smooth, carefully crafted mats, they offered the Kabaka, the supreme king, thoughtful, measured guidance regarding how the kingdom's fertile valleys, banana groves, and freshwater shores ought to be apportioned and sustained. Rather than engaging in sharp arguments or competitive rhetoric, the elders spoke in hushed, melodic tones, allowing each observation to settle fully into the stillness of the hall before another voice joined the conversation. Their deliberate discussions centered on ensuring that every clan received an equitable share of arable land to nourish and support their families, that territorial boundaries were maintained with clarity and care, and that agricultural resources were managed sustainably through changing seasons. This harmonious method of land allocation prevented internal disputes and territorial friction before they could take root, instilling a profound sense of security and shared purpose throughout the kingdom. By anchoring royal decree to the collective council of the Lukiako, Buganda created a political framework where sovereign power remained continuously responsive to local needs and customary stewardships. The council hall in Mengo stood not as a site of grandstanding, but as a sanctuary of quiet deliberation, demonstrating how governance can flourish when built upon humility, patience, and deep listening. In this peaceful arrangement, the authority of the Kabaka was strengthened, not diminished, by the wisdom of those who sat upon the woven mats, showing that early administrative systems often prioritized consensus and balance over unyielding control. As night deepens and the gentle winds rustle through the banana leaves surrounding Mengo, the legacy of the Lukiako Council offers a soothing and restful reflection on the universal human search for order and fairness. Across so many continents and eras, from ancient village councils to early parliamentary assemblies, the impulse to gather peacefully and thoughtfully beneath a common roof to guide a sovereign has recurred time and again. These quiet gatherings remind us that governance, at its most noble and lasting, is not defined by loud commands, but by the calm, continuous effort to listen to one another and steward the land with care. The peaceful memory of the clan, elders sitting side by side in the thatched hall, contemplating the fields and waters of Buganda, lingers like a gentle lullaby in the cool, quiet evening air. It invites us to rest in the understanding that human communities have long known how to cultivate peace, balance, and quiet unity across the passage of time. As human societies matured across the varied landscapes of medieval Europe, the impulse toward self-governance found expression not only in grand royal courts or bustling mercantile cities, but also within quiet, isolated geography where communities relied on one another for survival, stability, and order. High in mountain passes and along soft, mist-shrouded coastlines, small populations developed peaceful systems of collective leadership tailored to their specific surroundings and everyday needs. Rather than yielding complete authority to distant monarchs or feudal lords, these self-reliant communities gathered under local roofs to discuss land rights, water management, trade agreements, and seasonal laws. The rhythm of these early administrative gatherings was slow and steady, measured by the changing of seasons, the gentle ringing of parish bells, and the deliberate movement of shared keys. In these remote regions, democracy did not emerge as a sudden political revolution or loud conflict, but as a practical, gentle routine of daily life, where trust was distributed carefully among representatives chosen from neighboring villages. Through shared responsibilities, open dialogue, and mutual accountability, neighbors built enduring institutions designed to preserve peace and safeguard the common heritage of their shared valleys and coastal marshes across generations. High among the craggy peaks and protective shelter of the eastern Pyrenees, the inhabitants of mountain valleys recognized early on that their freedom and tranquility depended on unity and mutual trust. Beginning in 1419, in the high Pyrenean valleys of Andorra, delegates of the Council de la Terra assembled inside a quiet stone chamber in Andorra la Vella, storing official valley charters inside a heavy oak chest that required individual brass keys from 7 separate parishes to open. This ingenious cabinet, often known as the chest of the 7 keys, ensured that no single community could make sweeping decisions or alter the foundational rights of the land without the presence, consent, and active participation of every single parish leader. Inside the cool, thick-walled stone room, daylight filtered softly through narrow windows onto polished wooden tables, creating an atmosphere of deep reverence, patience, and calm deliberation. The soft, rhythmic turn of brass locks in sequence served as a tangible reminder of their interdependence, framing governance not as a pursuit of individual power, but as a solemn, shared guardianship over the valleys, collective memory, and law. Each delegate brought with him the soft-spoken concerns of mountain hamlets, returning home across alpine trails after meetings to report on decisions made in quiet harmony for the good of all who dwelt beneath the mountain summits. A similar spirit of local autonomy and careful administrative stewardship flourished far to the north, along the low-lying, windswept shores of the North Sea. Starting in 1447 in the coastal region of Dithmarschen, an independent peasant republic governed its territory through a council of 48 elected regents called the Thingvellir, who assembled inside a quiet brick hall in Hyde and sealed official civic agreements with a silver stamp kept in a 3-locked oak chest. In this flat, fertile landscape of dikes, pastures, and tidal estuaries, the farmers and landowners held a firm belief in shared duty, managing land drainage, coastal defense, and legal disputes through consensus rather than aristocratic decree. The 3 locks on their heavy oak chest mirrored the Pyrenean tradition of distributed security, ensuring that official civic documents and the precious silver seal could only be brought forth when designated keyholders gathered together in good faith. Inside the shelter and warmth of the Hyde brick hall, illuminated by the gentle flicker of candlelight and surrounded by the distant sound of coastal breezes outside, these regents sat in quiet council to ensure fairness, security, and stability across their maritime communities. These medieval traditions of valley councils and peasant republics illustrate how early democratic ideals were woven into the quiet, practical fabric of rural life long before modern constitutional models took shape. Whether in the high, crisp Pyrenean air or along the salt-laden breezes of the North Sea coast, governance was defined by patience, physical presence, and symbolic mechanisms of shared consent. The heavy oak chests, with their multi-keyed locks and carefully guarded seals, were far more than mere storage for parchment scrolls. They were enduring symbols of civic balance, preventing any single voice from overriding the collective will. As night settles over these ancient lands today, the memory of those peaceful assemblies lingers in the quiet stone chambers and historical brick halls, offering a soothing vision of governance grounded in trust, cooperation, and calm stewardship. Across the low-lying coastal plains, where the North Sea meets the quiet salt marshes, human settlement has long demanded a unique form of patient, collective care. In these vast, tide-swept landscapes, the daily rhythm of life was deeply bound to the movement of water, requiring neighbors to look far beyond their own fields to preserve the shared ground beneath their feet. Where rivers met the sea and cool breezes moved steadily across flat horizons, early communities learned that survival depended on mutual consent and shared labor rather than the arbitrary decrees of distant sovereigns. To keep the encroaching tides at bay and maintain the intricate network of sluices, dikes, and ditches that kept pastures dry and crops healthy, coastal inhabitants cultivated informal assemblies and localized civic councils. These gatherings grew naturally out of practical necessity, bringing together farmers, landholders, and village elders who understood that no single household could construct a seawall or clear a primary drainage canal on its own. In this open realm of tall reeds, soft gray skies, and wide salt meadows, governance evolved not as a dramatic display of power or hierarchy, but as a calm, everyday practice of community stewardship, where decisions were weighed with patience and consensus, was built through steady, soft-spoken dialogue. Within this environment of shared duty and mutual reliance, self-governing rural communities gradually formalized their civic traditions, establishing resilient systems of local representation that endured across centuries. In the 15th century, peasant Republic of Dithmarschen along the North Sea, 48 elected civic regents met inside the quiet, brick-walled church of St. Bartholomew in Werheden, sitting at long oak tables to peacefully resolve communal marshland drainage rights. Beneath the understated arches of the sanctuary, far removed from the turbulent courts of kings and noblemen, these chosen representatives gathered to guide the practical affairs of their land. The hall smelled gently of old timber, beeswax, and damp wool, filled only with the soft rustle of documents and the calm, measured tone of thoughtful deliberation. Each regent represented a specific district of the marsh, bearing the confidence of their neighbors to manage water allocation, direct the upkeep of communal dikes, and mediate any local disagreements regarding pasture boundaries. Seated along the sturdy oak tables, the regents demonstrated that complex environmental and social responsibilities could be harmoniously managed through structured dialogue and equal representation among free landholders. This grounded, localized approach to self-rule revealed a fundamental truth about the origins of council governance: that democratic principles often flourished not in grand philosophical treatises, but in the practical, daily management of shared resources. Long before large modern republics were established, ordinary people in coastal and agricultural regions created functioning civic institutions rooted in deep local knowledge and communal investment. The decision-making processes in the marshland assemblies were guided by a keen familiarity with the landscape's natural limits and a shared interest in long-term stability for future generations. As afternoon light softened through the tall windows of St. Bartholomew's Church, the regents would conclude their sessions, recording their peaceful agreements with careful strokes of ink on parchment. These covenants ensured that water flowed unimpeded toward the sea, and that every farmstead received its fair share of protection from winter floods. The quiet success of such meetings reinforced a widespread trust in council governance, showing that order could be maintained through consensus, respect, and mutual obligation, without relying on monarchical authority or central control. As twilight descends over the flat green pastures and the tides ebb gently along the shoreline. The memory of these early peasant councils provides a serene reflection on human cooperation. Across different ages and topographies, whenever communities have gathered around modest wooden tables to converse, listen, and resolve their challenges peacefully, they have helped build the quiet, enduring foundation of democratic tradition. The steady rhythm of their meetings mirrored the patient work of tending the earth and guiding the waters, showing how governance at its best is a calm, ongoing act of care. In the quiet hush of the evening, the peaceful legacy of those 48 regents sitting together in Uruk remains a gentle reminder of what can be accomplished when people choose common harmony over conflict, resting securely in the knowledge that shared purpose can sustain a community through every passing season. Across the widening landscapes of Central Europe, during the transition from the Middle Ages into the early modern era, the nature of political authority began to find new anchor points, resting not merely in the solitary will of a ruling monarch, but within the deliberate, peaceful gatherings of regional representatives throughout the Kingdom of Poland and across the vast, rolling lands of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Local governance developed a rhythmic tradition of quiet deliberation that took root in modest provincial centers, away from the grand display of distant royal courts and the restless ambition of centralized capitals. Regional assemblies known as sejmiks provided a structured space for local noblemen, landholders, and community leaders to gather under gentle skies and discuss the steady maintenance of their shared regions. These localized parliaments formed the essential bedrock of early modern representative government in the region, cultivating a political culture that valued consultation, written agreement, and regional autonomy over autocratic commands. As seasons turned gently across green plains, forested hills, and river valleys, delegates traveled along familiar country roads to convene at appointed times of the year. They brought with them the practical, everyday concerns of their home districts, the fair regulation of local markets, the upkeep of wooden bridges and trade roads, the resolution of property boundaries, and the preservation of peaceful civic order. In these welcoming assembly spaces, governance was experienced not as an imposing force imposed from above, but as a calm communal habit, a patient practice of listening, reflecting, and building harmony through reasoned conversation. One of the most notable centers of this reflective civic tradition was the ancient town of Assemblies, situated in the heart of the fertile Greater Poland region, where the mechanism of decision-making assumed a deeply serene and tangible character. Beginning in the 15th century, in the Polish town of Assemblies, noble delegates of the regional Sejmik Assembly gathered inside the cool, vaulted nave of St. Andrew's Church, silently dropping hand-carved lindenwood tokens into a brass box to choose local civic administrators. Stepping out of the bright afternoon sun and into the quiet sanctuary, The assembled delegates were greeted by the steady coolness of thick stone walls and the gentle scent of aged timber and beeswax. High above them, the Gothic vaulting rose in graceful curves, creating an atmosphere of natural reverence that encouraged soft steps and thoughtful silence. Lindenwood, long favored by local artisans for its fine texture, pale warmth, and easy workability, provided the perfect material for these simple voting pieces. Carved into smooth, uniform discs, each token felt light and balanced between delicate fingers. As each noble representative walked quietly up the central aisle toward the altar area, they placed their vote into the heavy brass container with a subtle, soft tap, a sound that echoed faintly through the high arches without disturbing the quiet decorum of the church. This reliance on secret, non-verbal balloting helped to prevent public argument, protecting neighborly relationships and ensuring that choices were made with calm introspection rather than competitive clamor. The peaceful ritual observed within St. Andrew's Church reflected a profound understanding of civic harmony, that enduring political institutions are best sustained when decisions are made with care, patience, and mutual respect. Over the decades and centuries, the Sejmic of Essecutroda grew to become one of the most influential regional assemblies in the region, serving as a model for how local self-governance could flourish alongside deep-rooted religious and social traditions. The delegates sitting side by side in the heavy oak pews recognized that their quiet selections directly shaped the daily safety, economic fairness, and civic stability of the towns and villages they represented. Once all the Lindenwood tokens had been deposited into the brass vessel, the votes were counted in orderly silence, and the chosen administrators were announced to the room with quiet nods of approval and soft murmurs of assent. As the assembly drew to a peaceful close, the late afternoon light filtered in long golden rays through the tall windows, casting soft patterns across the stone floor. Outside the church doors, the town of Essecutroda settled slowly into evening, as horses rested beneath the shadow of town hall roofs and church bells sounded the call to evening prayers across the quiet countryside. In these simple, orderly moments, one beholds how the long narrative of human self-governance has been carried forward not only by dramatic declarations, but by the quiet, repeated commitment of ordinary communities meeting in peaceful spaces to steward their collective future. Across the expanse of the 15th century, human societies sought subtle and enduring ways to organize their shared lives, balancing the need for communal order with a quiet reverence for tradition. Far from the grand conflicts and theatrical displays often associated with political power, the daily work of governing unfolded in modest, peaceful spaces where community leaders, elders, and careful scribes tended to the steady rhythms of civic duty. Across distant landscapes, from rocky coastal slopes overlooking the sea to tranquil palace gardens in East Asia, different cultures developed distinct, thoughtful rituals for reaching consensus and preserving the laws that guided their societies. These early mechanisms of council governance and administrative record-keeping were rooted not in coercion or spectacle, but in patient, repeated actions that bound people together across generations. Whether gathering under open skies to choose a local magistrate or recording decrees within paper-screened chambers, communities recognized that genuine stability rested upon shared trust, clear record-keeping, and a quiet alignment with the natural order around them. In these reflective spaces, governance became an art of patience, where individual voices merged gently into a collective purpose through time-tested customs, creating an atmosphere of calm continuity that sustained their way of life. In the secluded mountain valleys along the Adriatic coast, the spirit of local self-governance found a remarkably durable expression within an autonomous highland enclave. Beginning in the 15th century in the autonomous mountain republic of Poljica, along the Adriatic coast, local delegates assembled each spring at the foot of Mount Mosser to elect their chief magistrate, recording votes using white and black river stones dropped into a wooden bowl. As the spring air carried the gentle scent of wild rosemary, olive blossoms, and limestone mist down the mountain slopes, representatives from surrounding villages gathered without ostentation to participate in this quiet annual ritual. The selection of their leader, known locally as the Nez Asterisk, relied upon the simple, tactile clarity of smooth pebbles gathered from nearby stream beds. Dropping a pale white stone into the vessel signaled approval, while a dark black stone indicated dissent, allowing the assembly to tabulate the community's collective will with serene transparency and unhurried calm. There were no heated speeches or contentious debates beneath the towering limestone peaks, only the soft, rhythmic sound of stones settling against timber in the clear mountain light. This customary procedure, embedded deep within the community's written legal code, ensured that authority remained firmly tied to the consent of the families who cultivated the rocky terraces, tended their vineyards, and grazed their flocks in the high meadows. The Republic maintained its peaceful independence for centuries through these modest democratic gatherings, demonstrating that meaningful governance could flourish naturally within small communities, guided by simple tools provided by the earth itself, fostering a deep sense of shared responsibility and enduring peace far across the Eurasian continent, in a realm defined by shaded courtyards, quiet halls, and graceful wooden architecture. Administrative governance assumed a similarly deliberate and meditative character. During 15th century Joseon Korea, royal council secretaries worked inside the quiet, paper-screened chambers of Changdeokgung Palace, transcribing state decrees onto soft mulberry paper with horsehair brushes dipped in pine soot ink. Within these restful interiors, filtered daylight passed softly through translucent asterisk, Hanji asterisk paper windows, casting a warm, even glow upon low wooden tables where scribes labored in calm, focused concentration. Every movement in the chamber was measured and intentional. The slow, circular grinding of ink sticks against smooth stone slabs produced a faint, soothing cadence, while the subtle aroma of burnt pine wood lingered gently in the quiet air. As the secretaries dipped their fine brushes into the dark liquid, their fluid, practiced strokes translated complex royal deliberations and council decisions into permanent, beautifully rendered records. These official manuscripts were preserved with deep respect, reflecting not only the specific laws of the land, but also the broader Confucian ideal of governance through scholarship, moral harmony, and meticulous documentation. Outside the screened doors, ancient pine trees swayed gently in the palace gardens, mirroring the serene discipline within the chambers, where the steady glide of brush across mulberry paper formed the enduring foundation of a peaceful and well-ordered society, resting quietly under the vast evening sky. Across the high, tranquil valley of Mexico in the 15th century, the art of governance took on a form that was as deeply attuned to the natural world as it was to the structured needs of human settlement. In this era, when vibrant city-states flourished along the shores of interconnected lakes, the exercise of authority was often paired with a reverence for order, observation, and communal harmony. While rulers in many parts of the world relied upon solitary decrees, the traditions of the Akkadian culture sought a broader foundation for their laws, believing that enduring stability rested upon shared intellect, careful record-keeping, and an understanding of the surrounding environment. The air in these highland settlements was crisp and clear, filled with the soft rustle of pine trees from the nearby mountain slopes and the faint, rhythmic movement of water across cultivated terraces. Governance here was not merely a matter of enforcing boundaries or collecting tributes. It was conceived as an ongoing process of balancing human needs with the natural rhythms of the earth and sky. Leaders understood that to guide a society effectively, one needed to listen closely, not only to the petitions of the people, but also to the subtle shifts in the seasons, the movements of the stars, and the steady flow of life-sustaining water down from the hills. This philosophical approach created spaces where deliberation was welcomed, where counselors, poets, and engineers could gather to contemplate the long-term well-being of their domain in an atmosphere defined by patience, quiet dignity, and mutual respect, allowing solutions to mature as naturally as crops ripening under a soft sun. It was within this thoughtful culture that Texcoco emerged as a legendary center of learning, jurisprudence, and artistic expression, guided by a ruler whose name became synonymous with wisdom and civic refinement. In 15th century Texcoco, King Nezahualcoatl established a governing council of scholars that met inside a cedar-paneled palace hall, reviewing astronomical calendars and land laws, while listening to mountain spring water flow through polished basalt aqueducts. The room was designed as a sanctuary of focus and calm, where the aromatic scent of polished cedar wood lingered in the air, creating a warm and grounded ambience for all who entered. Soft light filtered through framed openings, illuminating the delicate colors of painted codices laid out across low tables of stone and timber. Here, learned advisors examined the complex relationships between land usage, agricultural cycles, and population growth, ensuring that every decree was grounded in empirical observation and historical precedent. As they discussed the distribution of farmland and the maintenance of shared irrigation canals, the constant, soothing sound of clear spring water moving through dark, carved stone provided a gentle background cadence, reminding the council of the vital lifeblood that nourished their fields and gardens. Decisions were reached through slow, reflective conversation, allowing each scholar to contribute their expertise in astronomy, mathematics, or legal custom without haste or contention, illustrating how governance could be elevated into a peaceful, disciplined, and deeply harmonious craft. This integration of scholarly inquiry with practical administration demonstrated a sophisticated vision of leadership, one where technical mastery over hydraulics and astronomy served to uphold equity and social harmony. By consulting with experts who understood the precise movements of celestial bodies, the council could align agricultural planting schedules with the subtle nuances of the solar year, reducing the risks of crop failure and ensuring food security for generations to come. Similarly, by crafting clear, equitable land laws within an environment so intimately connected to the flow of clean water, the state fostered a deep sense of shared purpose among its citizens. The Palace of Texcoco stood not as a fortress of unyielding power, but as a place of quiet reflection where the forces of nature were studied, respected, and woven into the very fabric of daily law. As the sun set behind the distant volcanic peaks, casting long shadows across the valley and darkening the waters of the lake, the scholars would conclude their daily work, leaving their records neatly preserved for the morning. The quiet cadence of water flowing through the basalt channels continued through the night, a steady and reassuring presence that echoed the enduring balance of a society governed by wisdom, patience, and peaceful counsel. In this quiet corner of history, governance found its voice not in noise or force, but in the calm alignment of law, human thought, and the natural world. As twilight settles gently across the high plateau, the cool mountain air carries a quiet stillness that seems to suspend the passage of time itself. Across the world and throughout the long, intricate tapestry of human history, the urge to organize human society has taken countless forms, moving from the solitary decrees of hereditary monarchs to the soft, collective whispers of assembled councils. Far beyond the Mediterranean shores and European river valleys, where early civic traditions are so often remembered, independent experiments in self-governance flourished in distant landscapes, deeply shaped by unique sacred traditions and the quiet, steady rhythm of daily communal life. High in the central highlands of Mesoamerica, surrounded by snow-capped volcanoes and pine-scented forests, communities sought gentle ways to balance power, honor local lineages, and foster deep consensus among their people. In these peaceful valleys, governance was not seen as a mantle of absolute dominion to be held by a single ambitious ruler, but rather as a shared burden and a sacred stewardship, carefully distributed among those who had proven their wisdom, patience, and quiet devotion to the common good through long years of service to their neighbors. In 15th century Tlaxcala, a self-governing Mesoamerican republic ruled without a monarch through a council of 50 elected elders who met inside cool, white-plastered assembly halls, seated on woven palm mats, while sweet copal incense drifted softly from earthenware censers. These elders, chosen thoughtfully from the distinct urban quarters and surrounding agricultural districts of the region, gathered in solemn harmony to deliberate upon matters of state, law, trade, and communal welfare. The absolute absence of a king meant that no individual voice could override the collective judgment of the assembly. Every policy required patience, thoughtful discourse, and a shared dedication to communal harmony. The smooth, white-plastered walls of their meeting spaces reflected the soft, indirect sunlight of the high altitude, creating an atmosphere of restful clarity where heated arguments naturally yielded to measured, quiet dialogue. As the fragrant, pale smoke of copal rose slowly toward the heavy timbered ceilings, the gathered leaders listened intently to one another, honoring the ancient principle that true authority rests in the quiet strength of unity rather than the display of solitary power. The woven palm mats provided a simple, grounded seat for these decision makers, constantly reminding each elder of their direct connection to the earth and to the everyday lives of the people who had placed their trust in them. To assume a place within this revered assembly was never seen as a simple reward for wealth or personal ambition, but was instead the culmination of a long journey of civic preparation, spiritual discipline, and moral reflection before taking their seats among the 50. Candidates for the council underwent rigorous periods of fasting, meditative retreat, and selfless public service, demonstrating to their community their capacity to place the needs of the Republic far above their own personal comfort. This shared commitment to humility ensured that those who sat upon the council viewed their sacred responsibility not as a privilege of rank, but as a quiet offering to their ancestors and to the generations yet to come. Through season after season of planting and harvest, the council guided the Republic through complex regional alliances and external challenges with calm resolve. They demonstrated that complex, highly organized societies could maintain lasting civic order, defend their territorial independence, and sustain rich cultural traditions entirely without the centralizing force of a royal court. The enduring wisdom of Tlaxcala remains a compelling testament to the rich diversity of human political imagination, illustrating how the natural human desire for shared voice, consensus, and balanced order has blossomed independently across varied landscapes and eras. As the night deepens and the gentle mountain breeze rustles softly through the tall trees outside the assembly hall, the lingering scent of copal brings a feeling of deep peace to the quiet landscape. The memory of these ancient elders, seated together in thoughtful stillness, reminds us that governance at its true heart is an act of patient listening, a slow, careful gathering of distinct voices beneath a shared roof. In the quiet darkness of the valley, as the silver stars emerge above the silent mountain ridges, the entire region settles into a tranquil rest, sustained by the enduring harmony of a community that chose to guide itself through consensus, patience, and mutual respect. Across the long and quiet sweep of human history, the arrangement of societal order has taken many forms, unfolding not only beneath the grand banners of kings and emperors, but also within the unhurried quiet of shared council spaces. Long before the creation of modern constitutions or formal legislative halls, communities across the globe sought ways to organize their lives through patient dialogue and collective stewardship. In these early gatherings, governance was viewed not as a tool of swift dominance or absolute command, but as a deliberate rhythm, a gentle art of balancing diverse interests to safeguard the common good. Rather than placing total authority within the hands of a single ruler, many ancient traditions chose to divide responsibility among trusted representatives who met in open spaces, beneath spreading trees, or within serene enclosures. These environments were constructed to encourage reflection and deep listening, allowing decisions to emerge naturally from shared experience rather than external force. Guided by the slow movement of the seasons, the cycles of planting and harvest, and the subtle needs of daily life, such councils established a foundation of harmony that allowed communities to flourish across generations. In these tranquil settings, leadership became a quiet service of care, ensuring that every voice contributed to the steady equilibrium of the whole. One of the most remarkable examples of this collaborative spirit developed in the high valley of central Mexico, where a sophisticated republic formed a durable confederacy long before the modern era. In 15th century Tlaxcala, council elders representing 4 regional districts assembled inside a quiet, plaster-walled courtyard at Tizatlan. Sitting on low wooden ikepeli stools cushioned with woven cotton to peacefully allocate seasonal crop harvests. This open-air sanctuary, with its smooth, whitewashed walls reflecting the soft sunlight, provided a serene environment removed from the noise of daily trade and political tension. The 4 distinct districts, Tepetikpak, Akotlalko, Tizatlan, and Quiahustlin, each sent their most seasoned leaders to participate in these proceedings, ensuring that no single region could claim supremacy over the others. Seated at equal height upon their low ikepeli stools, the elders engaged in measured discussions that prioritized consensus over confrontation. The soft cotton cushions provided comfort through hours of deliberate thought, underscoring a culture that valued patience, thoroughness, and mutual respect above all else. Here, the distribution of maize, beans, and other vital crops was approached not as an exercise of bureaucratic control, but as a sacred communal trust designed to sustain every household through the changing seasons. The structure of governance in Tlaxcala rested upon a deep understanding of human nature and the enduring benefits of shared authority, rather than allowing wealth or military might to dictate policy. The council relied on a system where prestige was earned through proven service, wisdom, and dedication to the community. During their council sessions, elders spoke in turn with calm, carefully weighed words, presenting reports on agricultural yields, soil conditions, water availability, and the specific needs of their local populations. Between spoken thoughts, long pauses of quiet reflection were welcomed rather than rushed, allowing each point to settle gently within the minds of those present. Decisions were reached through extended conversation, continuing gently until an arrangement was found that satisfied all 4 regional delegations. This process ensured that the allocations of grain and resources were perceived as fair and equitable, preventing the emergence of internal grievances that might disrupt the harmony of the Republic. By distributing administrative power evenly across the 4 quarters of the territory, Tlaxcala maintained a resilient political stability that endured for generations, demonstrating that effective leadership could flourish through cooperation rather than autocracy. This quiet tradition of council governance offers a peaceful reminder that the roots of participatory decision-making are deep and varied, taking shape in many distinct cultures throughout the world. The calm courtyard at Tizatlan stands as an enduring emblem of an era when governance was defined by dialogue, balance, and a deep reverence for the collective future. As the sun dipped below the surrounding mountains and evening shadows lengthened across the plaster walls, the elders would conclude their work, leaving behind a community united in purpose and prepared for the seasons ahead. Their legacy invites us to reflect on the quiet power of thoughtful deliberation, where listening takes precedence over proclamation and cooperation brings lasting peace. In contemplating these ancient courtyards and the gentle cadence of their proceedings, we find a restful perspective on the human journey, recognizing that the steady impulse toward shared stewardship has long guided societies toward balance, harmony, and quiet strength. As dusk settles over ancient forests and vast waterways, the ways in which human communities gather to guide one another often take root in soft, steady rhythms of consensus and quiet reflection. Deep within the northern woodlands, far from the grand stone palaces of distant empires, governance unfolded not through solitary decrees, but through shared wisdom beneath the sheltering rafters of timber and bark. Here, the care of shared lands and the maintenance of peaceful ties relied on patience, active listening, and the gentle tradition of diplomatic gathering. Around 1600 near Georgian Bay, the Huron-Wendat Confederacy convened its Grand Council inside a spacious cedar bark longhouse at Assemblies, where 50 village chiefs sat quietly around central hearths while passing a carved stone pipe to seal peaceful trade agreements. Within the warm shelter of that longhouse, the soft crackle of wood and the drifting fragrance of smoke created a calm, reflective atmosphere where each leader spoke in turn, ensuring that the interests of distant villages were woven into a unified, harmonious whole. The sturdy cedar structure shielded them from the autumn winds, while the glowing central hearths provided light and warmth, reinforcing the bond of kinship and mutual respect that held the Confederacy together across generations. The slow, rhythmic movement of the stone pipe from hand to hand served as a tranquil reminder of commitment, patience, and the deliberate process of seeking common ground. In such spaces, authority was defined not by coercion, but by the quiet eloquence of respected elders, the strength of tradition, and the deep-seated understanding that decisions made in peace would sustain the community through long seasons to come. Thousands of leagues away, across vast ocean spans and rolling valleys, similar traditions of cyclical, open assembly flourished beneath the open sky, guided by the soothing rhythms of nature and community trust. High upon the sunlit plateaus, where mountain winds moved gently through tall grasses, governance found its sanctuary not in built halls, but beneath the living, leafy arches of ancient trees. Beginning in the 16th century, across the Oromia highlands of Ethiopia, the democratic Gadda Council of Chaffee elders met every 8 years under the broad, quiet canopy of a sacred sycamore tree at Haudenosaunee, sitting on grass-strewn soil to adjust communal grazing regulations. Beneath the dappled light filtering through the widespread branches, these elder leaders gathered in a thoughtful circle, bringing with them the experience of past years and a shared stewardship for the land. The 8-year cycle of the Gadda system ensured a smooth, peaceful transition of leadership, allowing new generations to step into roles of responsibility while maintaining the deep wisdom of those who had served before them. Sitting upon the soft, scented earth, surrounded by the quiet whisper of leaves, the elders listened attentively to the needs of herd keepers, balancing the use of shared pastures, natural springs, and mountain trails to preserve harmony among all who depended on the soil. There was a gentle dignity in this outdoor parliament, where decisions were shaped by environmental balance, social equity, and an enduring devotion to collective well-being, proving that democracy could thrive in direct, tranquil harmony with the living landscape. Though separated by immense geography, diverse cultures, and distinct environments, these early councils reflected a fundamental human desire to govern through patience, equality, and collective care. Whether gathered around a central longhouse hearth amidst the crisp breeze of Georgian Bay, or resting beneath the sprawling shadow of a sacred sycamore in the Ethiopian highlands, early societies recognized that enduring peace was built on open conversation, active listening, and mutual trust. These council systems operated without the heavy-handedness of autocratic rulers or the sudden turns of political conflict, relying instead on structured rotation, symbolic rituals of peace, and deeply ingrained norms of consensus. In both traditions, leadership was viewed not as a permanent position of personal power, but as a temporary stewardship entrusted by the community for the protection of future generations. As the fire embers fade to soft, glowing coals, and the night wind lulls the surrounding forests and highlands into quiet repose, the legacy of these early council fires remains a testament to the quiet strength of shared governance. The peaceful assemblies of the past gently remind us that human harmony rests on taking time to listen, respecting the natural balance of the land, and gathering together with calm, open hearts beneath the vast and silent night sky. Across the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, long before written laws were carved in stone or inscribed upon parchment, traditional island communities developed sophisticated systems of council governance that mirrored the steady, calming cadence of the sea. In these sea-bound realms, the art of ruling was rarely defined by absolute monarchs or rigid, solitary decrees. Instead, governance evolved as a communal discipline, a deliberate process of seeking harmony among extended families, clan lineages, and honored elders. Authority was understood as a sacred trust, passed down through generations of title holders whose primary responsibility was the physical and spiritual well-being of their people. When important decisions regarding land distribution, resource management, or ceremonial traditions needed to be resolved, the community turned not to conflict or quick majorities, but to patient, highly structured gatherings. These councils operated under strict protocols of etiquette, speech, and seating, where tone, posture, and silence carried as much weight as the spoken word itself. Under the softening light of dusk, as the warm tropical breeze drifted across the shoreline, leaders assembled in shared spaces designed to reflect transparency, inclusion, and connection to the surrounding world. This gentle philosophy of governance ensured that every lineage had a voice, fostering an enduring sense of unity that sustained island life through centuries of change. The physical architecture of these traditional councils was intentionally crafted to foster calm deliberation, transparency, and mutual respect among all present. In traditional Samoan village governance, the assembly of title holders known as the Fono met inside an open-sided oval palatal house, where councillors sat quietly on fine woven pandanus mats against carved breadfruitwood posts, sharing kava served from a four-legged wooden bowl called a tanoa. The open design of the palatal allowed the ocean air to circulate freely through the space, creating an environment where no walls separated the leaders from the village they served, ensuring complete openness in all affairs. Each councillor took their designated position along the perimeter, leaning gently against the sturdy, hand-carved breadfruit posts that supported the high, vaulted thatched roof. The oval shape ensured that every title holder maintained direct line of sight with one another, removing rigid corners and encouraging a shared sense of equality and mutual recognition. The ceremonial preparation and sharing of kava, a soothing, earth-born beverage, served as a central ritual of unification, solemnity, and peace, as the liquid was dipped from the smooth tanoa and presented to each chief with measured grace according to exact customary sequence. A meditative stillness settled over the entire assembly. Inside the cool shade of the meeting house, speech was delivered with soft dignity and poetic restraint. Chiefs spoke in measured turns, selecting words with deliberate care, while the rest of the council listened in attentive, unbroken silence. The gentle rustle of the woven pandanus mats beneath them and the distant rhythm of gentle waves rolling onto the reef served as constant reminders of the world beyond their immediate circle. Rather than resorting to divisive votes or hasty arguments, the council allowed discussions to unfold slowly over many hours or even days until a natural consensus emerged. If differences arose, the open-sided nature of the palatal allowed councillors to pause, look out toward the horizon or the quiet village pathways, and let heated tempers cool like evening stones in the sea. Governance in this setting was not a contest for dominance or personal prestige, but a shared exercise in stewardship, designed to preserve the delicate balance between families, ancestors, and future generations. Through these refined customs, the village council demonstrated how structured honor, patience, and communal care could form the foundation of a stable and enduring society. This tranquil model of collective leadership offers a profound perspective within the global story of human democracy and early governance. Across diverse continents and islands, ancient societies frequently discovered that true authority flourishes best when grounded in transparency, shared spaces, and deep listening. By eschewing closed doors and harsh dominance, traditional assemblies like the Fono demonstrated that governance could be both deeply structured and exceptionally gentle. The stillness of the open meeting house, illuminated by the fading light of day, remains an enduring symbol of how human beings can assemble in peace to guide one another. As night falls softly over the palm trees and the ocean swells murmur against the shoreline, the ancient traditions of the island councils remind us of the quiet power found in consensus, community, and the timeless search for collective harmony. Across the vast expanse of human memory, long before the construction of stone palaces or complex legal codes, the art of governance often began in the quiet stillness of shared natural spaces. Long before written laws were etched onto tablets, small communities gathered beneath the open sky to navigate the subtle, repeating rhythms of daily life together. Rather than relying upon a single sovereign voice to dictate the movements of the community, many early societies placed their trust in the collective wisdom of their elders and neighbors, seeking harmony through patience and measured conversation. As twilight descended over field and forest, bringing soft respite from the heat, people would naturally congregate under the protective canopy of grand trees or within the gentle shelter of central village clearings. Here, authority was softened by the familiar presence of those who shared the same soil, drank from the same streams, and held the same quiet hopes for a peaceful harvest. In these open-air assemblies, governance was a gentle, living process, a tranquil dialogue that ebbed and flowed like the evening breeze rustling through leaves. Decisions were rarely rushed, for time was measured not by pressing deadlines, but by the slow, graceful movement of shadows across the earth. In taking counsel together beneath the sky, early communities forged enduring bonds of mutual reliance, establishing traditions where every voice found a place to be heard, and where agreement was nurtured with care, patience, and deep reverence for the land that sustained them all. This deliberate, consensus-driven approach to communal living found profound expression across many regions of West Africa, where decentralized governance flourished through customary councils and deeply rooted traditions of shared responsibility. In 16th century Iboland, village council elders known as the Amola assembled beneath the cool canopy of broad Uruk trees, passing a carved wooden kola nut bowl to mark consensus on communal yam planting rites as evening shadows lengthened. The grand Uruk tree, standing against the sky, served as far more than mere physical shelter. It was a sacred gathering point, a quiet sentinel witnessing generations of deliberate discussion. Within the soft shade of its massive branches, the ceremonial sharing of the kola nut signified hospitality, goodwill, and an earnest commitment to communal unity. The elders spoke in turn, their voices calm and unhurried as they considered the fertility of the soil, the rains, and the needs of every family. Yam planting was not merely an agricultural task, but the heartbeat of community life, requiring a delicate balance of equity and mutual respect. By allocating planting rights through peaceful deliberation rather than autocratic decree, The council ensured that every household was woven securely into the fabric of communal well-being. As the last light of day filtered gently through the leaves, the carved bowl passed softly from hand to hand, confirming an agreement grounded in harmony and customary wisdom. In these decentralized traditions, authority was distributed thoughtfully among those who lived close to the land and understood its rhythms. The process of reaching consensus required an atmosphere of patience, where disagreement was met not with conflict, but with further conversation until a unified path forward emerged naturally. The Uruk tree provided an enduring symbol of this philosophy, its roots anchored in the soil, its canopy offering shelter to all. Under its shade, governance became an act of communal care, where the preservation of peace and the continuation of life were the primary goals of every decision. Through such customs, early societies demonstrated that democratic principles of inclusion and collective deliberation were practiced organically in varied forms across the world. The shared rituals, from the formal passing of the bowl to the quiet listening of the gathered villagers, created a calm rhythm of governance that honored both the individual and the collective whole. As the evening air grew still and stars began to appear in the darkening sky above those ancient meeting grounds, the community could rest with a profound sense of security and peace. They rested in the knowledge that their shared future had been shaped by care, wisdom, and the steady, unifying rhythm of common purpose. Across continents and eras, these early councils laid a foundation for human cooperation that would echo quietly through the ages. They remind us that governance is simply the quiet art of coming together under the open sky to care for one another, to honor the land, and to ensure that peace settles gently over the village as the day draws to a close. Throughout the long, unfolding tapestry of human organization, long before written constitutions or formal modern parliaments were recorded in historical texts, human communities found lasting balance in the collective wisdom of gathering quietly together. In many traditional societies across the globe, governance was not an instrument of swift command or sudden decree, but rather a slow, deliberate art of listening that allowed every voice to settle like quiet evening dew upon the grass. Across continents separated by vast oceans, early democratic systems arose organically out of the soil, shaped by local traditions, natural landscapes, and a deep-seated desire to preserve harmony within the community. These early councils did not rely on coercive force, standing armies, or rigid hierarchies, but on moral authority, shared custom, and the profound respect held for elders whose long life experience had taught them the value of patience. When disputes over land boundaries, shared resources, or social balance arose, neighbor turned to neighbor under the open sky or within warm communal structures, seeking consensus through gentle conversation rather than division. In these traditions, leadership was understood as a sacred stewardship, an ongoing responsibility to maintain equilibrium between individuals families, generations, and the surrounding natural world. The quiet gathering of elders around a shared hearth or beneath a sheltering tree offered a haven of stability, where complex grievances were smoothed out through calm, respectful dialogue, ensuring that the social fabric remained peaceful, unified, and intact as twilight descended over the land. In the rolling green landscapes of East Africa, this tradition of patient mediation found one of its most enduring and poetic expressions among the quiet hills, where communities cultivated the earth in harmony with the changing seasons. Beginning in the 17th century across the quiet hills of Burundi, the Bashinganta Council maintained civic harmony through respected local elders who sat on smooth clay benches beneath broad fig trees, holding polished hardwood staves to peacefully settle land boundaries at twilight. These individuals, chosen carefully by their neighbors for their integrity, wisdom, and calm demeanor, served not as autocratic judges issuing harsh sentences, but as trusted custodians of truth and communal concord. As the afternoon light softened across the terraced hillsides, the elders would listen to each side of a disagreement with unhurried attentiveness, allowing each speaker to explain their perspective fully without interruption, until the root of the matter was understood by all present. The polished hardwood staves they held were symbols of their solemn commitment to righteousness and impartial resolution, quietly anchoring their authority in the ancestral soil beneath their feet. Beneath the sheltering canopy of the broad fig trees, decisions were thoughtfully crafted not to produce a single victor, but to repair broken relationships so that neighbors could walk back to their homesteads in peace, confident that justice had been meted out with deep reverence for truth, balance, and community solidarity. Across the ocean, in the rich river valleys of North America, a similar spirit of consensus-based governance guided the lives of indigenous nations through carefully structured traditions of diplomacy, reflection, and counsel. Around 1750, at the Cherokee town of Chota, the Grand Council of Elders gathered inside a large 7-sided wooden council house, sitting on woven river cane benches around a central hearth of smoldering hickory wood to reach unanimous agreement on regional peace. The 7 sides of the Grand Council House reflected the distinct clans of the Cherokee Nation, creating a sacred architectural space where every branch of the community was represented in equal measure beneath one sheltering roof. Inside the dimly illuminated interior, the soft, amber glow of the central hearth warmed the faces of the assembled elders as they carefully pondered complex matters of state, intertribal trade, and long-term diplomacy. Deliberation was never hurried or competitive. Instead, each elder spoke in turn, while others listened with quiet deference, allowing thoughts to settle in the peaceful silence between spoken words. The comforting fragrance of smoldering hickory wood drifted gently through the hall, anchoring the gathering in an atmosphere of calm focus. where agreements were forged not by majority vote, but through the patient blending of minds until complete unity was achieved. Through such gatherings across the world, early societies demonstrated that true government rests upon quiet listening, mutual respect, and the gentle, enduring search for peace. As the long story of human governance softly draws to its peaceful conclusion, we look back across the vast expanse of time, watching how the human effort to live together has taken innumerable forms across the ages. We have journeyed through crown and throne, open-air assemblies upon grassy hillsides, solemn elders gathered around low evening fires, and early democracies whose voices echoed off sunlit marble stones. Yet across every continent and era, the fundamental desire remaining at the very heart of all human gathering has stayed remarkably quiet and gentle. The simple wish to organize daily life, to share life's quiet burdens, to care for communal fields and precious water, and to preserve harmony within the neighborhood throughout the long arc of history, long after the grand declarations of mighty empires fade into distant memory. It is the small, persistent assemblies of everyday people that form the true, enduring foundation of human cooperation. In quiet, sun-dappled corners of the world, far removed from the turmoil of dynastic struggles and grand palaces, communities found their own natural rhythms of guidance, discovering that true governance did not require high stone walls or rigid decrees, but simply patience, quiet listening, and a shared devotion to the soil beneath their feet. Beginning in the late 18th century in the central highlands of Madagascar, village councils known as the Haudenosaunee gathered on smooth granite slabs under the shade of broad tapia trees, reaching peaceful consensus on communal rice field irrigation channels. In the cool, gentle light filtered through the spreading canopy, neighbors sat side by side, their voices unhurried and calm as they considered the shared flow of water that sustained their terraced fields. The smooth granite slabs, polished by time and generations of quiet presence, offered a steady, cool place of rest, anchoring the community directly to the enduring stone of the highlands. There were no loud disputes or urgent demands in these peaceful gatherings, only the patient, soft blending of thoughts, until every voice had found its place and agreement settled like warm evening air over the valley. The vital channels that carried life-giving water across the land were built and maintained not through decree or force, but through this gentle, collective understanding, ensuring that every family and every field received what was needed. As the light softened over the highland hills, the breeze murmured through the tapia branches, carrying away the last soft words of the council, and leaving behind a deep, comforting sense of shared purpose. This gentle scene beneath the Malagasy trees reflects a universal truth woven softly into the tapestry of human history. Whether upon the sun-warmed granite of Madagascar, beneath the wide branches of European meeting oaks, or along the quiet riverbanks of early river civilizations, human beings have continuously returned to this fundamental act of coming together to care for their shared home. The story of government, when stripped of its noisy politics and dramatic shifts of power, is at its core a quiet story of human balance, a steady, patient effort to weave together individual lives into a protective tapestry of mutual support. From the earliest campfire councils of prehistory to the expansive assemblies of early democratic traditions, every system of shared rule was ultimately born from the same gentle human longing to establish a quiet, predictable world where families could lay down to rest at day's end, secure in the knowledge that their community was guided by reason, fairness, and mutual care. These local councils remind us that the truest form of governance has always been found not in distant seats of power, but in the quiet spaces where people sit together, listen with open hearts, and tend to the common good. Now, as our long exploration of kings, councils, and early democracies reaches its final, restful harbor, the grand chorus of history fades into a soothing whisper. The ancient gathering stones grow cool beneath the deepening twilight, and the first stars of evening begin to shine quietly above the sleeping landscape. The vast halls of time, once filled with the echoes of historical debates, decrees, and the turning of parchment pages, now rest in total, peaceful stillness. Every council has completed its quiet work. Every decision has settled into harmony, and the earth rests beneath the soft blanket of night. You may now let go of all thoughts of history, systems, and the long passage of time, allowing your own mind to settle into the gentle, restorative quiet of the night. Feel the steady, comforting rhythm of your breath as the world around you grows completely still, wrapped in warmth, calm, and absolute peace, as a deep and restful sleep comes to carry you away.